Why, hello there. Hey, Terrace. You're early today. How's it going? Let's make sure everything's happy here real quick. Hello, Marco. It is your day. At long last, the day you have waited for so diligently and patiently. But I haven't done any setup for it just yet. We're going to go through it all. Okay, that's good. You. What is your status in the world? Ba, 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 ba. You seem to be good. Okay, perfect. You can go pause. Rust mentioned. It's true. It has been mentioned. We need to get. I've installed Rust and done the cargo thing. Um, I guess we can try and import once on starting ye old Rust rover here. We're gonna need to go ahead and make a repository because we're going to put our work into Git. So let's go ahead and set that up really quick. Go new repository Rustbook. This can be public. Um, do 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 do. Template. No, that's not what I want. I want. Sure, you can do that. Git ignore template. Here we go. Rust and JetBrains. Turn on save on delay and hook up Clippy so as you type you get linting. I believe those should be defaults in most JetBrains IDEs, but we will certainly look at them. Well, the save on delay, I believe, is. It's either delay or like loss of focus causes them to save in general. Usually. Okay. And that should be all we need for this. We also need to create one because I'm creating this in my Git, my Forge Gel. We need to create one in GitHub too because this is could be public. It's fine. It can go in there to show people what I'm up to, right? New repository. We're gonna do the same thing here. Rustbook, and we're gonna hook these together. That's what we're gonna do. Ba, ba, ba. This is public. Yep, that's fine. Sure. No, don't do anything. Leave it empty. And then I need to go into my settings here. And I need to turn on mirrors. Repository URL is this. And I know I'm not on the screen. There's too much possibility to leak settings here. Throw it in there. Sync when commits are pushed. Add you. There should be, I thought. There was a place to put a key in here. Maybe they've changed that. Oh, authorization. Which means I'm going to need to recreate that. That is a very bad user experience. Try that again. We go there, authorization, we got to expand that, use SSH, add it, and then copy public key. And then I need to, is there a way to add allow SSH pushed just repo? Because ForgeGeo is going to create that. I hope you're about to try Rust with a hate mindset. No, I'm going to try it with an open mindset. We're going to explore and find out. That's what we do. Um, bum, 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 bum. Deploy key for the repo. Deploy key only to a single. Okay, cool. Perfect. This is exactly what I want. This can be used to push. Get this. And what? Access. Oh, do you want my my authenticator code is what you actually want. Let's do that. Thought it wanted a password. But speaking of bad user experiences, when I pasted in my password, the text wasn't obfuscated. So it's a good thing I didn't put that on this window or in the main desktop window here. Okay, you're about to recycle. There we go. That, no. I don't understand what you want from me then. Use my password. Let's do that. Didn't like my auth app. Do. There we go. Now it's added. Just let me know when I can deploy my hate for Rust into this chat. Never. We'll find out. We'll find out. It might be, we're exploring to find out, right? Literally, that's why we're going to do this. Okay, so now that is set up. I need to go ahead and pull down new content. Nice. Yeah. We're not abandoning our other project, but we're sidestepping on a side quest here. To learn some stuff. Okay. Got our repo set up. Let's go ahead. Did you take a break? No, the engine. Who's the anti-Rust Twitch agent I need to fight? It's Terrace. Did I take a break? I took last weekend off of streaming to work on a different project. If that's what you mean. We're gonna open you. And we're gonna have to go tweak this. There we go. All right. I don't care what's new because I don't even know what's old. We don't really care about the README. That's fine. We need to go. Let's go turn off all this AI stuff. And I want to be careful because sometimes this leaks information. This is safe. Okay. So you're not installed. Good. This goes away. Shut up. That can say that's fine. I don't need Chinese or Japanese or Korean. I don't speak those languages. What are you? We'll leave you. JavaScript stuff in Rust Rover. Okay. Sure, why not? I wonder if this got imported. Like, why? Why this? I'm gonna leave it. Just, it's fine. Those can stay whatever, I don't care. This junk all goes off. I don't need. We'll leave that on. I don't really need it, but it's fine. That's all fine. Sure. I don't really care. This junk I don't care about. All right, I think that's good. No backup in sync. You've already proven to be untrustworthy. Okay, restart. All right, now got that squared away. No, I don't want to set my ID settings into Git. You should, in fact, yeah, be set to ignore idea stuff. Can you tell about new content? What do you mean? Like, what are we doing today? Let's see. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. We're doing this, if that's what you mean. Okay. So, we're at the getting started level here, and we are going to get started as soon as I get some tunage going here. Yes, well, there you go. I have told about the new content. Java static public void main. Okay. Yeah. That looks about Java-like. Coffee almost empty, but also almost cold. There we go. Solve both problems. Okay, so we should be installed. Everything should be good there. I've done that. I don't need to work offline with this book right now. Okay, okay. So I just need a Rust file. Why do I not have? Like, it's fine. I just don't. Why don't I have? Stop asking me. I hate that thing. Okay. Go away for now. We're gonna follow instructions. Rust option ref borrow. It's so nice and intuitive. I mean, go. People complain endlessly about if error not equal nil in Go, right? Like, is fine. We're going to explore and see if we like it or not. That's how you find out. So we're gonna start with our old friend, Hello World, right? Piece of cake. Now, oh yeah, we were gonna check. Hang on one second here. I need to. We're gonna follow Marco's advice here. Um, run cargo check on the fly on Clippy. Oh, do I want a cargo check or do I want Clippy, Marco? Use Rust format instead of built-in formatter or Rust Fumpt, maybe. Um, the other thing you said was save delay. I don't have that as an option. Actions on save I have to optimize imports. Clippy cargo. What? Cargo Clippy. So confused. What even is this? Look at this. Look at this. It's like it's translating or something. And I don't have an option to not do that. Ah, what a dumpster fire. Let's see here. So I have run external linter on the fly. External tools, cargo check, or Clippy. Those are my options for this. So you think about that, and we'll change it here in a second if that's not a good default. So we've got this, and we should. Why can't I? Is this because you're not Clippy? Okay. Let's go change it to Clippy really quick. I wonder if it needs the cargo for JetBrains to be smart enough to interact with it. Maybe that's why it's missing options for adding a Rust file and stuff. We'll get there. We'll just do it by the terminal. We'll follow the book. That's what we're gonna do here. Clippy, Clippy. Okay, Marco. We're doing what you said. And if it's all bad, it's entirely your fault. Okay. And they are saying we're in Rust book, so we just do Rust C main RS. Well, that didn't work at all now, did it? Something is not right, is what we're learning here. Rust C gets a help output. Oh, you know what I forgot? It takes that. It needs to be. Nope. Oh, it says main though. I guess if I could read, it would help. Oh no. I totally I'm blind. I'm blind and stupid. You're also using cargo run. Missing a cargo tunnel. Right. We're following the instructions. They haven't told us to do that yet, right? But I'm following them poorly because I got distracted. So we did Rust C, which actually has made me a main. I'm just not paying attention. Okay, so because Rust C, I guess, must mean Rust compile. Here's a real Rust type. Okay, yeah, it's surprisingly it's not obscure. I mean, yes, I'm aware that it's verbose. I'm aware that it looks a little funky, but we're exploring. Um, because the build tools for things like C suck ass, and this is known. And my other options for things in this vein are like Zig, which I don't think is ready yet, really, to be used everywhere. And Rust is gaining traction in the world, right? So having some degree of familiarity isn't a bad thing. Zig, 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 no zig. Not yet. We use cargo, not Rust C directly. Well, you can direct that to the Rust book authors. Message retracted. We're following the instructions as they were given to us, right? I'm Zig Camp, I see. So we got our output. The guy who makes Zig is sensible himself. I have hope. I disagree, actually. Everything in Zig is public by default, which is bizarre and weird, and people that have proposed changes get their issues closed with stop proposing changes to the language. I have seen it with my eyeballs. Okay. So let's review this Hello World program in detail. Here's the first piece of the puzzle. Yeah. Function name main, cool. We're gonna kind of skim this because ain't nobody got time for that. Wrapped in squirrely braces, cool. Standard cyclocross Rust project, automatic format tool Rust font. Okay, yes. This should be running for us already. We could actually test that. So like if we were to do this, it didn't happen. In theory, it should have though. Let's double check. Need to drop for calls. Yeah, cool. Good luck. Have fun. Let's double check. Configure actions on save. Oh, reformat code wasn't set. Reformat, optimize imports. I thought I checked reformat. I guess not. Run code cleanup. No. That should be fine. Okay. And now if I was to do something, I don't know, crazy. Did I have a... It doesn't seem to be working. That's what I'm learning. Let's try... Already be installed. That would fix it. Okay. I don't know why this isn't... Like, why would you not be? You're literally the Rust. Commit checks. You're literally the Rust editor from JetBrains. Why don't you come with? Oh, you know what? I bet you it's because there's no cargo yet. I bet you. I bet you it's confused by that. So we'll go with it for now. And if we discover we need to fix it, we'll figure it out then. Okay. Rust macro. If I call the function instead, it would be entered as print line without the bank. Okay. Rust macros are a way to write code that generates code to extend Rust syntax. More detail in chapter 20. I don't know if I like that. It's like spooky magic, right? We'll see. For now, you just need to know using a bang means you're calling a macro instead of normal function. Macros don't always follow the same rules. Cool. Hello world string. Yeah, makes sense. Cool. Yep. Output's a binary. Yep. We figured that out. Um, that's fine. Uh, Unix and Mac OS, you'll see two files. Same three files you see using command. PowerShell. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because it has debug stuff, I guess. Okay. We're done with that. Now we can cargo. Okay. I guess I could pull it over still. And we have cargo. So now we can do. We're not going to cargo new though. Because we already have a folder set up. Cargo. uh so how do I cargo a thing that already has a folder? Can I give it an existing folder? Let's find out. So I've already got my repo set up and stuff, right? And I might need to go back one. Destination already exists. Use cargo init. Okay. It has helped me. I like that. Good experience, right? It says, hey, I think I know what you're trying to do. You're doing it wrong. Here's how you do it right. Okay? Not snake case or kebab case, which is recommended for package names. Interesting. I'm going to ignore it for this case. Okay, now we have our cargo things. Are you unconfused by the world now? You've decided to fold my code. If I was to make you ugly and weird. What was this? What are you doing? Oh, expand macro. I see. I still don't think something is not right. Let's restart. Like, normally this is why I like JetBrains, is that everything is just, it's fine out of the box. This is not working. No cargo projects to display. But there's literally a cargo project in here now. Let's do some investigation here. We want our tools to be working. Rust Rover's a bit drunk, I guess. I mean, it's a bit something. Rust Rover not running. Rust. Boomped. Let's see here. Reformat code. We've done those things. We don't want unstable. Control Alt Shift L should wow, that's actually really hard to hit on this keyboard. There we go. Okay. It didn't change anything. Why? We should also be able to select code, reformat file. Whole file, yeah, same thing. I don't know if code cleanup change content is already properly formatted, but it's not. My disappointment with this tool is growing. We know it's not because we can do this and it will fix this, right? And also, I don't have run configuration. So like see, this is why I normally like JetBrains products. Is this stuff normally works out of the box, just you fire it up and go. I'm really annoyed that that's not the case. Let's see here. Do I have the ability? I have cargo, but not like maybe it is cargo. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Uh Cargo. Why can't I get rid of you? There we go. Get rid of you. Run. Local machine. I mean the terminal output. Invalid working directory. Working directory here. Hmm. Maybe something, maybe we're missing a step. Let's just stop for a second. Before we get too worried. So we're in here. We've got that. It's helpfully set up for us. No dependencies. Got a bin. Okay. We could also change our package name here, I suppose. Maybe that's a thing we'll look at here in a minute. We've already got a main. We already put that in there, so we're good there. Okay, so cargo build. And then we can do things. Let's do that. For funds. They're saying cargo build, just cargo build. All right. And then we should have, we have target and debug and stuff. And why is my git ignore also not being, what's going on today? Oh, because git ignore is modified. What did we modify in git ignore? Hang on. Added by cargo. Ah, okay. Let's commit that really quick, actually. Add the cargo. Like, why is idea not completely um what if I was to do that and then just chuck all of this crap? Like, this is all coming from the template. Maybe the ForgeGeo template sucks. Can't wait for blazingly slow compilation times. There. That gets rid of the friggin' idea folder. I don't want that crap in my repos, right? Um, that can go up. That's fine. Um, okay. So we've done our cargo build. And just for funds, yeah, this is completely screwed right now. Okay. Really annoying. Um, directory name debug, you can execute with this command. Cool. Yes. So we can do. Why not? Let's do. We will do as they request. Targets debug. Hello. Nope, nope, nope. Rust book. Okay, and we get our hello. Very good. Um also, yeah, I still can't add. It's really annoying. Is it for launch build? I don't have any. Hmm. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and push on. Oh, extract the exact version of dependencies. Okay, right. Makes sense. I don't know why we're in 2024 edition. That's weird. Cargo check. This command quickly checks your code to make sure it compiles but doesn't produce an executable. Okay. Let's do that. All is well. Cargo check's much faster than build. Okay. Cargo check will speed the process of letting you know your project's still compiling. Make sure makes sense. Run cargo check periodically as they write their program to make sure it compiles. They run cargo build and they're ready to use the executable. Okay. How does changing it to Clippy um do you still get the same behavior, or is it like is Clippy a superset of cargo check, so to speak? Okay. And building for release, okay, that's fine. I don't care about that right now. We're good there. Yep. Okay, cool. Clippy does everything cargo check does, but Clippy is much more smarter. Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so they're gonna want us to do. All right, we're gonna just end up chucking all this, which is fine. I don't really care. Um, all of this we'll just chuck. And I could have done commits and stuff, but I just don't care, right? Um, we may do like I don't care about hello. We may do something like putting folders inside of here. We can do that. Cargo new guessing. That way we can put we can look at the different projects that they'll have us go through here, right? Okay, so now we have guessing game. Cool. I wonder if I can. Hang on a second. That was the answer. Let's compile it and run it. Sure, why not? We can go into here and cargo run. Hang on, one sec. What did we get? Deleted. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wonder if it's because I didn't have a source folder before. I can. Just pull you back out. And then restore that. The wonders of using Git. There we go. Okay, so we can do that, and then we're in our subfolder here. And we can do cargo run, right? Or yeah. Oh my gosh, if I could type. I'm having one of those days. Hello world. Cool. Life is good. Okay. Rapidly iterate on a project produces in this game, quickly testing each iteration before moving on to the next. Okay. For curiosity's sake, would you be? Bet you're confused now. Hang on. Remove you. And instead, I open this sub-project as its own creature. Now, why doesn't this automatically set itself up? Well, I can build. Okay. That's an improvement in tooling working correctly. Oh, and now I can run. Okay. And if I was to, let's just say, make this a mess, don't ask again. I told you that once already. And then we can try. Let's not do that. Okay. Rust filmed enabled by default for whole file. Yeah, that's what I want. Reformat code on save. Why didn't that stay? Really annoyed by that. Okay. But now we have things working. And I bet you it was a lack of the source. I bet you JetBrains is looking for a properly set up structure. So maybe use here. But it should be smarter than that, right? Okay. Or, be telling me something like, hey, there's no source file. I don't know what you're talking about, right? Okay, so we're going to process a guess. So we are going to, I guess I can do this and this so we can look at both at the same time. Okay, let's test our automatic importing. This will become guess the number. And then we have another print line. Please input your guess. Okay, cool. And I remember this being a flag that says this needs to be mutable. It's a new string. I forgot to type an equal sign. It's problematic. And then this is lowercase. IO standard in read line pointer to the mutable. Yes, looks kind of like it. They've got this funky this thing going on. We expect failed to read line. Okay, well, we'll have to read what that's all about. You guessed. Yes. Okay. Pretty nice string interpolation. We need to import just standard IO. Okay, that seems to be working correctly. There's a lot of information. Let's go over it line by line. Okay. To obtain user input and then print the result as output, we need to bring the IO input-output library into scope. Yeah, makes sense. IO library comes from the standard library, known as STD. Yep. Set of items defined, yada yada. A prelude, okay, called the prelude. You can see everything in it in the standard library documentation. Okay. I'm kind of curious. I demand you import every single thing she used to be really very verbose. Yep. So we get like marker traits, fundamental properties, functions, destructors, dropping values, borrowing, getting the memory size of things in the memory, clone, okay, comparisons, converts, default value types, iterators of various kinds, standard macros, option. The type which expresses the presence or absence of a value. Type is so commonly used as variants are also explored. Okay. Don't know what that is yet, really. Like a null? A nullable, I guess you might say. Boom, boom, boom. Type or function that makes succeed or fail, like options, variants are exported as well. Okay, results, yes. I kind of vaguely remember something about that. Self-okay error, okay. Heap allocated strings, heap allocated vector, re-exports, convert an iterator. Re-exports futures, okay. No such thing as null in Rust. A type which expresses the presence or absence of a value kind of sounds like a null. They're actually just enums. Okay, well, we'll find out. Like a presence or absence of a value sounds like a nullable to me, like the equivalent of a Dart, string question mark. Could be a string, could be a null. It could even be a boat. Okay. So we kind of looked at that. Makes sense, right? Uh, type you want isn't in there, then you got to bring it in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like I wish there was a lot of this is like baby's first language type stuff, right? Which I mean, I understand if you're like if you've never programmed and you're gonna start with Rust, like that seems suboptimal, but it's good that it's there for those kinds of people, right? Anywho, so we got our main, yep. We got our print line macros, yep. Storing values, yep. Uh, let statement to create the variable k, yep. Variable name apples, yep. Binds it, yep. Immutable by default, I remember that. Once we've given the variable a value, the value won't change, yep. That's what immutable means. To make it mutable, we add mute before the variable name, yes, okay. Slashes or comments, cool. Mutable variable name guest, equal sign, yep, okay. It's a new string. In our case, string new instance of a string. String is a string type by the standard library. It's Gerbil UTF encoded bit of text, okay? The double colons syntax in the new line indicates that new is an associated function of the string type. Okay. An associated function is a function that's implemented on a type. All right. In this case, string. This new function creates a new empty string. Yep. Okay, receiving user input. Standard IO. Call the standard in function from the IO module, which will allow us to handle user input. Okay, yep, makes sense. Next, the line read line mutable guess calls the readline method and on the standard input handle to get input from the user. Also passing it looks like the address of, right? The mutable guess as an argument to read line. Tell it what string to store the user input in. Readline method on the standard input. Okay. Which is the wording's kind of weird. Full Java relines take whatever user types. Yeah. String argument needs to be mutable so the method can change the string's content. Makes sense. The ampersand indicates this argument is a reference. Yep. Gives you a way to let multiple parts of your code access one piece of data without needing to copy that data. References are a complex feature. Yeah. My question is, why did we specify mute again? Like variables, references are mutable or immutable by default. Hence, you need to write. Okay, there's the answer. So we're saying this is a mutable handle rather than a handle or pointer or address of guess to make it mutable. Okay. And then handling potential failure with result. Expect failed to read line. We could have written this code as read line, the guess, expect. Okay. One long line is difficult to read, so it's best to divide it. Okay, that explains the funky syntax. Good. Puts whatever the user enters into the string you pass to it, but it also returns a result value. Result is an enumeration, often called an enum, which is a type that can be in one of multiple possible states. We call each possible state a variant. Okay. Chapter 6 does them in more detail. Okay. encode error handling information. Okay. Results variants are okay and error. Okay. The okay variant indicates the operation was successful. Makes sense. So we're kind of playing with errors as values here, right? It contains a successfully generated value. The error variant means the operation failed, and it contains information about how or why the operation failed. Okay. Values of the result type, like values of any type, have methods defined. Instance of result has an expect method that you can call, which we did. This instance of result is an error value. Expect will cause a program to crash. So that I'm confused here, right? Like, why is it called expect? That's my question that comes up immediately. Like, to my brain, expect says I'm expecting this thing to happen. Not maybe it does. This needs to stop. I mean, like, stop putting pop-ups on things, JetBrains. There's nothing actionable about that makes any sense to me. If I've had a problem with the mode that this thing is in, it's going to already have manifested itself, and I'm already searching. I don't need an hour after I've started working to have friggin' pop-up saying Wayland mode is enabled. No shit, because I'm using Wayland. Annoying. Okay. Where was I before I was annoyed by pop-ups? Everything's a fucking pop-up now. Actionable information. Timely, actionable information. Okay. Values of the result type. Expect is a way to document what should happen and why it shouldn't fail. It's like an assertion. The syntax is weird. Let's adjust this. Hang on. While I'm being all distracted, this thing has like drooped a little bit. And I'm kind of like sitting at the bottom of the screen. There we go. Hey, just a little bit. There. I think I bumped it the other day getting stuff out of a cupboard, and it's been a wonky since. Okay, so instance result has an expect method you can call. If this instance of result is an error value, expect will cause the program to crash and display the message that you passed as an argument to expect. The syntax of that makes zero sense to me. But we will just adapt, right? There's always, so Terrace was just on a tirade earlier. Like, there's always things about languages that seem weird and you maybe don't love, right? Get over it. You need to evaluate the language as a whole as to what you can do with it. Do you enjoy using it, right? If you complain, and people come in here all the time. The other day was complaining about he wasn't using GoFumped and he wanted some different formatting, and the Lexer put a semicolon in certain cases. I'm like, dude, what? Get over it. Use GoFumped, right? GoFumped is nobody's favorite, and it's everybody's favorite. Now, you can break those rules if you want to. In some cases. Other cases, it won't. But, like, you're always going to find those things that seem weird. Initially, in Go, error not equals nil feels weird. It makes sense, feels really verbose and kind of bad. You get used to it, and it becomes, like, a non-issue, right? So right now, I'm like, well, this makes no sense. The syntax is really just weird and bizarre. But like, we'll just continue on, right? It's not that big of a deal. Let's see here. Don't worry, you won't be using it often because you'll be handling errors and not crashing in prod. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes, right? So that's another thing that in Go, they say a similar thing, where like you shouldn't use panic and stuff like that. Um, and in other cases, like people argue you shouldn't use pointers for functions because if it's ever null and you check it, then you're going to panic, right? And I can see the argument as opposed to an empty object. But like sometimes you want your program to crash. If it has something that is super weird and crazy, and Terso is kind of notorious for this, right? They got like their tiger style or whatever they call it, where they want their stuff to crash as soon as possible because that indicates there was a problem. There was a state that the code got into that was not accounted for, and they need to know about it so that they can reevaluate it, right? There's really strong arguments for both approaches. So, like, do you silently take the default of this object, or do you panic on a nil that should never happen? I can go either way, right? There's good cases for either way. I've done a lot of returning struct pointers so that if it's nil and I can nil check it, or it's just going to be a nil and there's going to be an error, right? I've done a lot of just returning an empty object, and I kind of prefer pointers, I think, but it's not a thing that I would stand and say, thou shalt always, right? I think one of the best things to ever come out of the Python world is there's a wonderful line in the PEP formatting um, documentation, and it says something to the effect of like if your convention says other, or if your convention conflicts with this documentation, follow your convention in your code base or whatever, or if it makes sense, break the rules, right? They say uh something to the effect of a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds or something like that. you know and I thought that was a really in the software dev world, there's a lot of discourse about what you should always do, and everybody jumps on that bandwagon or the other one that inevitably springs up, right? And if you ever ask a graybeard, well, what do I do about this, or what does this mean, or how does this perform, the answer is always, well, it depends. All right, and you hate that answer. You always hate that answer because it's a bad answer. It's not helpful to you in that moment, but it's an honest answer. Right? It does depend. It always depends. If you are lucky and it's a good graybeard, they will give you some broad examples and they'll say, okay, well, it depends. How does this perform, right? It depends. Do you have sufficient memory to hold everything the program's working on? Cool, it's going to perform like this. Are you working in a constrained environment, or do you have a really bad internet connection? Then it may perform like this, right? Just a random ass example, and so it's a funny sort of conflict in like the discourse around software versus the lived reality of software, where the discourse is full of thou shalt always, um, and the reality is full of it depends. Things to notice. Okay, so we're gonna finish reading this right here, but I'm gonna go use a restroom really quick and grab a beverage because I have none, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue on. There we go. That's better. All right. How's the audio today, by the way? I'm trying a thing. All right. So we were puzzling through our expect here. Returns an error. If it returns an error, it would like be the result of an error coming from underlying operating system. If it's an OK value, expect will take the return value that OK is holding and return just that value to you so that you can use it. In this case, the value is the number of bytes in the user's input. Audio is great. Awesome. Good to hear. Okay. So I'm still a little bit it's like expect only throws this on error, right? Which is just this is a very weird way to express it. It's like it's implicitly saying expect success or else do this. So theoretically, I'd be able to get information here about what the issue was, right? And log that in a meaningful way. It's because expect returns the OK value. Right, but so I don't have takes the content of the result wrapper. Okay, so they haven't told me anything really about result wrappers. But like I don't have, in Go, we would have for a like let's say a write, we would have an int, which would be bytes, and then we'd have an error, and that would be our it's like read all or something like that, right? Or like our response body, um like this, and that wouldn't be right. Okay, and then we would be responsible for doing whatever we cared about here and then handling the error. But here I don't have anything being assigned. I just got this expect chillaxin out here. And if we wanted to do this, we can say like we can comma okay this like this if we really wanted to get exotic with it, right? And some people do prefer to write this way. Either way is fine with me. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't, right? But in this case, it's explicit and clear what exactly you're doing and how exactly you're handling this. The confusing part is like, where does like this is just spooky magic, right? Things are happening and you just have to like know that they're happening, which I'm not a huge fan of that as just like a thing. Like I prefer the verbosity more. Let's see here. Don't worry, it'll all be clear when we get to match. Okay. All right. And I'm just like commenting on like my thought process as I'm going through this, right? Um okay. Expect will take that return value that okay is holding, return just that. Yeah, see return it to what? There's nothing being captured here. Like I understand we're only in chapter 2. Okay, so just a value to you so you can use it. Like I guess to clarify my question is, so in that example in Go, we can also do this. Like this. Right? And then we could also do this. And then we do whatever, right? So we can explicitly throw away things here. And we can also, if this was to only return a single result, like if you had I don't remember if read all behaves this way or not, but if you had like a if you had this and for some reason you didn't want this, you could just call it and implicitly throw away the value um if you wanted to. That is legal. In fact, I'm almost certain that's not how read all actually behaves, but like just as an example in the same vein. Um you're gonna get your mind blown in chapter 6? Okay. We'll find out, huh? In a good way or a bad way? If you don't call expect, the program will compile, but you'll get a warning. Okay. That's good. Ideally, your IDE tells you this. What if we did that? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. A great way. Great in a Marco wants revenge for math squirt, or great in a mongoose will enjoy it way. Rust warns you haven't used the result value returned from readline. Yep, okay. Hasn't handled possible error. That's good. The right way to suppress the warning is to actually write error handling code. I mean, fair. Fair. uh, our case, we just want to crash this program when a problem occurs so we can use expect. Okay, cool. You'll learn about recovering from errors in chapter 9. You're gonna get your squirt. You'll get your squirt. Okay, so printing values. Okay, yep. Line prints the string that now contains the user's input. The set of squirrely brackets is a placeholder. Little crab pincers that hold the value in place. Crabs mentioned. Printing the value of variable. The variable name can only the variable name can go inside the curly brackets. Printing the result of evaluating an expression. Place empty curly brackets in your format string, then follow the format string with a comma-separated list of expressions to print in each empty curly bracket placeholder in the same order. Printing a variable and the result of an expression in one call to print line would look like this. X equals X, Y equal Y, and Y plus 2 equals that. Okay. So you can mix and match is what they're saying. Okay, let's run our code here. Seven. I guess 7. The system works. At this point, the first part of the game is done. We're getting input from the keyboard and then printing it. Yep, that's true. Okay, let's do a quick commit here just as we go, because that'll give us a why? Oh, dot idea. Okay. Is it because... Wait, where did my Get Ignore go? We pulled you out. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Why did you get put in there? When did that happen? Guessing game. Idea. Get ignored. You go back outside of that, please. I thought that the parent would have been sufficient. But now I'm remembering. I wonder if this is... Hang on, maybe I've made a mistake. Let's put you back inside. Because that was not... I wonder if JetBrain, Rust Rover created one. Or Get Ignored the parent. If I do that... Then I'm not... There we go. Okay. And I'm just going to do one. It's fine. It's fine. We'll do one commit. Finish with initial setup of the guessing game example. That can go up. So, on to making this an actual game of Assault. So number should be different every time. Yep. Game is fun to play more than once. Using a random number between 1 and 100. Rust doesn't yet include a random number functionality in the standard library. However, the Rust team does provide a rand crate with said functionality. Okay. Crate is a library crate. Coordination of external crates is where Cargo really shines. We can write code that uses RAM. We need to modify the TOML. Following line below, dependencies. Okay. So in here, we'll throw in our rand. Like so. And this is going to tell me it needs to... oh, it's unused. Okay. Thought it was going to tell me it needed to call it or something. Everything that follows a header is part of that section that continues until another section starts. Okay, yeah. External crates. Semantic version specifier 0.5.8. Cargo understands semantic versioning. You're back. Welcome back. How was your call? Cargo considers these versions to have public APIs compatible. Version 8.5. Okay. Because any version that is at least 0.8.5 but below 0.9. Oh, okay. I'm not sure I love that. There must be like a way to lock these though, right? Because like literally last week NPM learned why automatically updating things is a bad plan. It was a regular call. How's Rest doing? It's all right. Just working our way through, absorbing the rustiness. There we go. Okay. Without changing the code, let's build a project. Okay. Cargo build. Yes, you can lock the ranges. Gotcha. So we build. That's gonna do my random. Yeah, okay. But I wonder. Like, there's no greater than equal to, less than equal. Yeah, yeah. Like in Flutter, it's nice that you can see, and in Go for that matter, like what are your transitive dependencies, right? This just doesn't, I guess in Lock. I depend on Rand. Like, where did this come from? Dependency is zero copy. So I would have to go to Rand. Yeah, so that brought in all these things. And then you brought in this stuff, one of which is already there. Then there's this. I don't love that. But let's see here. It makes you do different version numbers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All compatible. We include an external dependency. Cargo fetches the latest versions of everything. Copy of data from crates.io. After updating the registry, Cargo checks the dependency section, downloads any crates. So it does like the apt-get update and then the apt-get applying of them, basically, all in one step is what it's saying. Okay, sure. It's a smart built system. Cool, love that. Cargo has a mechanism that ensures you can rebuild the same artifact every time you or anyone else builds your code. Okay. It's only versions of the dependency you specified until you indicate otherwise. Example, say next week version 8.6 of the Rand crate comes out, and that version contains an important bug fix. Also contains a regression that will break your code. Handle this rusticates cargo lock. Okay, yeah. Figures out all the versions of your dependencies that fit the criteria, then writes in the cargo lock file. You build your project in the future, Cargo will see the cargo lock file exists. Use the version specified there. Okay, so you don't even have to do the range stuff. Like the lock file takes care of that. It's often checked in the source control. Yeah, yeah, and it should be. We should be all Gucci there. When you do want to update a crate, Cargo provides the command update. Okay, good. Love that. We see follow if you ran Cargo update. Cargo ignores the 9990 release. Okay. And that the log file would change. Okay. Let's start using rand to generate a number to guess. Okay, so we go into our main here. And we can do this. We set up our RNG. We can set up our secret number. I guess we use snake case and Rust is what we're learning here implicitly. Rand thread RNG gen range 1 to 100. That's kind of a funky. This must be make it inclusive, I bet. Why is Rust so popular? Marketing in a lot of cases. But it also it does solve a lot of the struggles that you encounter and see with memory safety. Like when I first, and I didn't get very far because I focused on Go instead. I've done a little bit of Rust book many years ago. I've forgotten 90% of it. Like I remember Mutable. Like that's about it. um so and I did it right after I had worked on a C code base. And so like everything they were saying, I was like, yep, that's been a problem. Yep, that's I've encountered that. Yep, I made that mistake before. And so the thing that the newer quote unquote languages, the new gen, if you want to call it that, have is they have good tooling, right? Being able to not do 600 make files to generate a build for multiple platforms is a huge win. Being able to do um the like Go test, right? And Rust has some test stuff in it too, but like being able to do a Go test and get the same results any platform and be able to output coverage HTML and do all these other things just like natively built in first class citizens features, right? Huge win, as opposed to like stringing together a bunch of disparate tools and getting them all to work together and dealing with make files and all this other crap, right? Because like I worked on a C project that was built for Windows, Mac, like 3 different flavors of Unix and Ubuntu. I never learned the makefile build system they had set up. It was huge, complex, had autoconf stuff in it. I never had to mess with it, and I didn't do it. Like, I never learned how that worked. If it was to break after the guys had retired, it would be a lot of work to figure it out, right? Fortunately, I don't work there anymore, so it's somebody else's problem. Good luck, everybody else. Expressive type system, great tool chain. Yeah. And like, so the reason I am investigating Rust right now is because it's starting to become relevant. People are starting to be interested in having Rust experience. Doesn't hurt to have some, right? And I've talked about it the other day, or I guess a couple weeks ago now. I'm noticing that a lot of the um, local applications, like native, not native, but yeah, native GUI stuff, are kind of leaning in the Rust direction, right? I'm seeing a lot of that come up. Like Go is fantastic, but it's usually DevOpsy things and command line utilities, which is great. It loves being there, it loves to live there, right? And it's great for that. Um, but Rust is kind of being more the desktop thing. The new Pop! OS DE Cosmic is written entirely in Rust. The uh the IRC client I use is Halloy. That's written in Rust. All of the widgets for Cosmic are written in Rust. So that's interesting, right? To me, as a guy that makes stuff and wants to work with things and learn things. And also it's been talked about here that, and I don't want to fall into the trap, I'm going to mention it in tangential. Don't freak out. Don't start a conversation about it. Rust is having an AI moment where slot machines are writing Rust, right? Um, so that means that in the future, when people realize that this shit doesn't work, there's going to be cleanup work needing Rust expertise. So doesn't hurt to have some, right? Mongoose will soon be written in Rust. Not true. Not true. Anyway, okay, so we got our random number. Yeah, I mentioned yes. I had to just because it was topically adjacently relevant. Terrace. You only make that face because you know I'm right. Okay. And yeah, we depending on how this goes, right? We're exploring right now for a little while. Um, so we'll see how it goes. And if it's something that I enjoy working with, then we'll probably investigate deeper. But there is a problem I'm having currently. And it's going to be a distraction, but it just has to be, right? And the problem is that there's like I have all these different tools. I have all these disparate tools for streaming, right? Okay, so we have OBS. Great. OBS is wonderful. It's doing a great job at most things. Um, but it's only part of the equation, right? And we can Excalidraw. Let's Excalidraw. Let's just talk about it. We'll take it. We're having fun today. We're like today's kind of just chill, right? Um, I don't know why you're on the starting canvas. I haven't done anything lately. They must have updated or something. Um, oh wait, there we go. Okay. I want all this stuff on here. Okay, so I have these tools. I have OBS. Okay. Fantastic. OBS solves the question of how do I get a stream of video up, right? That's kind of a small part. Because I stream to multiple locations, YouTube, Twitch, and because I have upload bandwidth limitations, I need another thing for this, right? That's Restream right now. Now, you can use things like Nginx and uh group and FFmpeg, right? Where's my group selection? There you go. Control G. Um those exist, but bandwidth is still my bottleneck, right? And to pay for a VPS to use somebody else's bandwidth would cost me almost as much as subscribing to Restream. So that's kind of like a non-starter. And I don't subscribe right now. I use the free version. It allows me two outputs. We'll go with that for now. So I got Twitch. And I've got you get in there. And I've got YouTube. Okay. Now this is going to create a problem. In that I have to manage two outputs, right? So that's why I have these pop-ups, these pop-out windows, right? To get my chats all together so that I can see what people on different platforms are saying and talk to you all. That's fun. Restream has a combined chat feature. It fails all the time. I've had days where I ignored YouTube because it wasn't sending chats to my combined box, right? So that's one of my issues is I want a single chat. That would be great, right? And I want to get you like so. I want to get chat from here. That'll do. And also from there, right? That is a desire. I also have these other things to consider. I've got Discord, right? Cool. It can live over here. Inside of Discord, I have notification channels. So I have a problem here, and I'm gonna grab these guys and make sure they all stay together. Because sometimes people want notifications here instead of over there, right? Cool, whatever. I'm happy to do that. So I've got Pingcord. Grab you. And this lives kind of like disconnected. So it can be down here. Pingcord facilitates this notification, right? And it gets connected to, and let's not do that. Let's do from a point so that it'll stick to it. This guy basically hooks up to the APIs over here and sends notifications, right? And it's not even really post, it's video and stream notifications. Okay. And again, there's a limit on what is free here. So if I want to do another platform, let's just say, right? If I want to add this into the mix, I have to give Restream money. Whatever. Restream money. And then I have to give Pingcord money, right? If I want to do that. Because otherwise, that's how they make their money, which is fine. I'm not opposed to paying for software, but this starts to get expensive, and I'm in the way of my diagram. Just realized. There we go. Now we can see it. But Restream, their chat combination doesn't always work. So do I want to do that? Right? And Pingcord sometimes is also just MIA. So do I want to pay that? And there's another wrinkle in here. And that wrinkle is Nightbot, right? Nightbot is reasonably good. And it does chat moderation, right? Whoop, there we go. These guys in Nightbot talk, right? But again, it has a limit on how many platforms you can use for free. And it's options, and it's the way you hook it up kind of suck, right? But it's another thing that's over here, and I'm pretty sure Nightbot requests money for more. I could be wrong. I might be wrong on that, but it's another thing that would need to happen. It also, so it's the reason that we have like the timed messages for social media and Discord, right? But it doesn't let me, like over here, we've got two that have come up. It doesn't let me say, you know what, do one of these now if there's chat happening, which is good. We don't want this chat just full bot spam, right? If nobody's talking. But I can't just like say, do one of these things. Promote one thing. I don't have that option. And it also often throws false positives. Marco has been yelled at by Nightbot for spam when he was not, you know? So it's a little bit rough, right? So again, there's another thing I would have to end up paying. Nightbot tried to assassinate me. Only a little bit. But did you die? But so you see, this is quickly becoming a mess, right? And anything I do in OBS, like the Twitch alerts and stuff, okay, that's a connection to Twitch, so that's fine. Currently the Restream widget doesn't work in Wayland in OBS. Things get funky there. So everything just starts to become tangled, right? And there's not really a reason for this. Like it doesn't need to be so distributed. Now, what is the solution? If we were to be on Windows, like StreamerBot would do a lot of this stuff, right? StreamerBot can come in here and do triggered actions and stuff like that, I believe, on chat. I don't know if it would combine chat. StreamerBot does a bunch of other stuff too. You can plug in and write code into it and whatever else, right? So what I want, but StreamerBot doesn't work on Linux. They say, well, you might be able to run it in Wine. Cool, that's not an answer. You can say that you don't want to support Linux, that's fine. That's fine, that's valid. You might be able to run it in Wine, not an answer for me. I don't want to mess with that. It's a pain in the ass, right? This should be able to be eliminated. There's no reason to do that. Discord has an API. You can make bots. Restream still needs to be a thing for working this out to different platforms because of my bandwidth limitations. Okay, fine. But this could live over here. We could either supplement or replace Nightbot with something over here, right? Ooh, why are you full all of a sudden? I must have background. There we go. Must have hit a hotkey. So what I really want is something that can provide me this. And it can talk to OBS through like WebSocket, which is a thing OBS has baked in, right? I want you, come with me. And then we can evaluate Nightbot's presence or not. And then if I was to add another platform, I would only have to give Restream money, which is fine, right? And then this thing could also handle Discord. And it could also handle, if I was to hook it up, things like X. Oop, get in there. X and Blue Sky and Mastodon. And I would have to look up and see what the APIs, like especially X, I know that they had a big, or Fluffle. I think you can still post without giving them premium money. But I'm pretty sure Blue Sky has an API. Mastodon, I'm sure it has an API, right? So basically, what I want, and it can start simple, that's fine, is a thing that can manage this stuff. So when I push go live here, it can tell OBS, hey, start the stream, set me into scenes maybe, because I have scenes set up. Like I use the stream switcher here to hit my main screens that I use every day, right? I can combine chat. I can do, theoretically, I mean, I know Twitch chat is IRC. I know YouTube has an API for it. Other things may or may not be doable, right? But it's stuff that we'd have to investigate as we go. But this should be able to do a lot of this stuff. And maybe we need a little server to hang a little bot off of that can do the posts or whatever, right? That's fine. That's kind of where my thinking is leading me, because StreamerBot doesn't support this. So if we use a language that's cross-platform, then everybody could benefit from it if we were to write something. And it can start small, and we can kind of just use it and build it as we go. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I think people would pay for this. I want one Mongoose stack, please. Mongoose stock, please. Maybe. I don't know for sure. I would use it. That's the main driver, is that I want to clean up that big sprawl we had before and get things into a state where like it's easier for me. Because right now I don't even post anything on social media when I go live. I don't, well, usually I don't, right? But I probably should. It's probably a good thing to get some more eyeballs. Um and Restream, like their tiers, like you get, no, it's not just one for one. Like I think the $20 a month gives you like 2 or 3 more platforms or something like that. I forget exactly. So like this would be a cost-effective way to solve that. And I know they have an API as well, so this could just plug into that. Obviously, we still need to stream the video to them, but things like changing titles, right? If I want to change the titles, I gotta go change them multiple places. I can kind of do it through Restream a little bit, but YouTube and Twitch want different titles. YouTube wants hashtags. Twitch has different hashtags. So like the data's different. So that's kind of a thing too, right? So if we can say, okay, well, I'm using Restream, do that, or I could possibly hook into these guys' APIs and set the titles that way, and then just skip Restream for that purpose, right? And then just give them their money for forking my stream to multiple sources. I would be okay with that. I'm not sure what platforms. I know Kick exists and more people are kind of starting to use it. I don't see a huge user base over there anytime I go look at stuff though. But like, you know. I know X has streaming. I don't think anybody really uses it that much, but like if it doesn't cost anything additional, then like why not, right? And I'd have to go look at what integrations they have. I'm pretty sure they do Kick. But yeah, so like there might be a way to combine some of that stuff too, right? So that's kind of where my brain is leading me. And we need to evaluate like what is the correct tools that we want to investigate to get this done. And it can be a thing that we kind of build up slowly and it starts really simple and that's fine, you know. But I want it to be a native app. And as I have discussed already at length, I'm kind of tired of the web first platforms. Like Flutter is fine, but it's really clearly mobile first and webby first. Dioxys, I mean, I don't want to do a thing that isn't like aimed at a desktop application. Like these do-it-all frameworks have a supposition that they start from, right? And I don't know if this is true of Dioxys, but like Flutter, it starts from the supposition of I'm a mobile framework and other things got bolted to it. Okay. And it causes trouble. It causes weird behaviors for a platform if you're not the one that they initially started with. And it makes your platform bigger and more unwieldy, right? That's like the defining problem with things like frameworks. If you build something small aimed at a single use case, it can be very simple, right? And small. If you start adding everything in the kitchen sink that anybody might ever want to possibly do, it grows big really fast, right? That's just the nature of the beast, which is fine in a lot of cases. But I would like something that's a little more focused on desktop and a little more pared down. Let's see. I missed a message. I wouldn't want to write clean Rust, let alone AI slop Rust. Well, you rewrite the slop, basically. Dioxys supports full CSS, though, also uses WebView, but it's very lightweight compared to Electron. I mean, well, that's, you know, I'm lightweight compared to a fucking semi-tractor truck. Sure, we can explore other options too, but full CSS is best for UI. Is it though? I'm not a CSS guy. Like, what if I just want a nice, like, this is lovely. This is so simple. You can take this and you can, um, I thought I could. There we go. I can grab a hold of him. I can move these guys around. I could tile them a little bit. I guess I need another screen to do that. But like, this is so nice and simple. And it's very clearly built to be a desktop application, right? I find appeal in that. But anyway, so that's kind of where my thinking has been. Like, I don't need another project. I really don't. But this is a continual pain point for me as I try to be a better creator, right? And a better streamer. That's way harder with Heist, but we won't know until we explore, right? I'm not committing to anything. I'm exploring with a thought in mind, and that's just kind of where we're at. Yeah. So we have our random number, and we're cheating for the sake of being able to actually test this, right? By spitting out our secret number. Very good. Love that. I'm in by 600 Mongoose futures. Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, Mongoose needs an income eventually. It's going to be a couple more months before I have to worry, but it's coming. So, like, I really enjoy working on Mongoose Engine. It's very fun. It's very educational. Um, but it's probably not a great commercial product, right? Muds aren't super popular anymore, which is fine. It's a great project. It can be streamed. It's fine, you know. This could be streamed as well. I don't know. Like, I'd have to figure out. First, I'd have to make the thing, and then I have to figure out like how to sell it, basically, which is fine, right? Make the thing first. See if there's any interest, and if not, just use it yourself. It's a great project. It was a stream, you know. Um, I have this other project that is probably more commercially viable. That I was working on over the last weekend and all week basically. Like, this feels like a day off after how much work I've been doing. uh, and I think it's close to being ready to stream that. Um, I think I'll stream client development of that side. That one, maybe, probably. Server, it won't be an open source product at all. It is a product for sale, ideally. The server side, I'm not sure I want to stream, just because that could give insight into any bugs I may have, and could give people ideas, right? But the client, I mean, it's a web client, so it's not trusted anyway. So like, everything that you could possibly see, you could figure out basically by the way it functions, you know. So that's probably more doable. But you know, it's just, it's time, and you know, I want to keep streaming. I want to keep growing this side of things, because I think that the future needs to hold multiple different income streams, essentially, right? I'm so deeply tired of the industry. The industry is just, the software industry is so stupid. And right now, you know, they're full on turbo stupid. You know, I complained about it in Discord the other day. Like, the last time a recruiter talked to me, they're like, well, here's our process. You got to write this take home project. I'm like, no, there's hundreds of hours of me coding live on the internet. I don't see a reason to do this. And they're like, okay, well, you have a nice day. Yeah, pound sand, dude. Um, like they put you into the top of the funnel, and that's all they care about. Fair play, right? But it's broken. Um, and the thing I have learned in the past year and a half now, I guess, of streaming is that A, I really enjoy it, and B, it is absolutely not an issue of I am tired of writing code. I love writing code. I love building stuff still. Um, and being able to just do my thing is deeply satisfying to me. And thinking about going back to daily stand-ups and management one-on-ones and all the pageantry is kind of gross. You know? Stream, we promise not to look. Yeah. Yeah. Um, so like I think that the future just has to be Mongoose does Mongoose things and figures out how to get paid doing it. And if if you can make a buck here and a buck there and a buck over there, then it'll work out. He said, I'll have to go get a real job to pay bills eventually if this stuff doesn't happen, but it's going to continue. It's got to continue in some way, shape, or form, right? And I don't know what that looks like in a world where I have a full-time job again. That really cut into my hours, just where I could focus. But we'll think about it. We'll make it work somehow. It may be that I spend more time making videos because, like, I was looking at my, like, we can look at this really quick. My analytics this morning, and so there's some shorts. Shorts are just absurd, right? There was a really good day here, but like this was let's see, I missed a day. It looks like, or maybe it's just off the page, but like 188, 115, so 150, let's say, average, right? I'm getting like almost that much just out of my tutorial. People are finding that and watching it and getting value, I hope. So like the long tail on making videos is actually really good. Um, in the sense of getting my content in front of people who are hopefully interested, right? Which is growth basically. um so just a thing to consider in the great big ball of I just need like 30 hours in a day of wakeful work. All right, so great big tangent to say that's kind of why we're evaluating, another reason to evaluate Rust and experiment with it, see if we like it, see if there's something we want to do. All right, so we got our our deal. We guessed gas. Cool. I need to go use the restroom, and I might as well stretch because it's been an hour. I just need more coffee. I mean, there is a limit to the amount of coffee even I can consume. uh, unlock the 31st hour with more monsters. So what I'm gonna do, right, is I'm gonna get an espresso machine, and instead of water, I'm gonna put Monster in it, and I'm gonna brew the 31st hour. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. Let's make some progress here, shall we? Just that. All right, so add the line, use rand, yep, RNG. RNG trait defines the methods that random number generates implement. Okay. Thread RNG function that gives us a particular random number generator we're going to use. One that is local to the current thread of execution. Makes sense. Seeded by the operating system. Cool. Love it. Don't have to call like math seed or whatever, or ran seed, whatever it used to be. Then we call the gen range method on the random number generator, defined by the RNG trait that we brought into scope with use rand RNG. RNG trait. Because like it looks like it depends on the rand. We'll take them at their word though. It's just a little bit strange. The gen range method takes a range expression as an argument, generates a random number in the range. When traits are in scope, they can add methods to things. So like the RNG trait being in scope is adding the thread RNG to rand. Is that what you're saying? Which it was, they said it was a property. Takes a range expression as an argument and generates a random number in the range. Kind of range expression we're using here takes the form start ... equals end. Is inclusive on the lower and upper bound, so we need to specify 1 ... equals 100. Request number between 1 and 100. So here is a great example of where they should have said, and I'm just going to ask you, Marco, since you're the restation, if the equal is not here, does that mean it's a non-inclusive range? You won't just know which traits to use and which methods and functions to call from a crate, so each crate has documentation. Okay, yep. Another neat feature of Cargo is that running the Cargo doc open command will build documentation provided by all your dependencies locally, open in your browser. Okay, cool. Cargo doc open and click ran in the sidebar. All right. The second new line prints the secret number. Yep, useful or developing program. You will test it. Yeah. Okay. Why do I want to run it a few times? Oh, different random numbers. I guess that makes sense. We can do that, sure. 73 and 66. Cool. Yes, if no equal, it is from 199. Okay, yeah. If equal is there, it is 1 to 100. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought, but it would be good of them to say explicitly. Like, if they're going to be talking about inclusive, which they are, like, tell me that just for my knowledge, you know? Anywho. Okay, so we've got our couple things. Now we need to compare them. Cool. You guessed guess. All right, we're into... I hate this too. Don't do this. If you're writing documentation, don't do this. Bad. Okay, so we input our guess, you guessed, and then we're doing a match. And what I'm curious, what are you? This code does not compile. Okay. That went missing. And we do the secret number here and ordering less. We do Cool small, so it's a warmer colder, or hotter colder. And we also need to import ordering here. And if it's greater, too big. And if it's equal, these are supposed to be that. Then we print, you win. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. Okay, and this isn't supposed to compile, so we're not going to worry about the issues here. Expected a string found in 32. Okay. First, we have the use statement. Bringing a type called standard compare, ordering in scope. Okay. Ordering type is another enum. Has the variance less, greater, and equal. 5 new lines at the bottom that use the ordering type. Yep. CMP method compares two values and can be called on anything that can be compared. And my internet is currently struggling. Get out of the red. Now get out of the yellow. Go to green. Be green. Do it. Do it now. Green. Keep an eye on that. I don't think there's any. Well, maybe there's some. Maybe there's some weather rolling in. I didn't think there was supposed to be any. Let's check. Yeah, supposed to be fine. A little cloudy, but no storms to interrupt us. Hopefully it'll clean up soon. Okay. Compare method compares two values, can be called on anything that can be compared. Okay. Takes a reference to whatever you want to compare with. Here it's comparing guess to secret number. Turns a variant of the ordering enum right in the scope. Use a match to decide what to do next based on which variant of ordering was returned from the call. Match expression is made up of arms. Arms. It's a switch. They're branches. Right? Am I crazy? Pattern to match against, and the code that should be run if the value given to match fits that arm's pattern. Okay. Takes the value given to match, looks through each arm's pattern in turn. Patterns in the match construct are powerful, blah, blah, blah. Features will be covered in detail chapter 6 and 19, respectively. Okay. Say the user guessed 50 and the randomly generated secret number this time is 38. Okay, yes, I understand. Thank you. Won't compile yet. Arguments because this is a string. This string. This int. Core of the error states are mismatched types. Rest has strong type. Yep, strong static type system. Type inference, where when we wrote let mute guess equals string, new Rust was able to infer guess should be a string. Didn't make us write the type. The secret number on there has an number type. Few Rust number types can have different value between 1 and 100. I32. 32-bit number is U32. Unsigned 32-bit numbers, I see. Wait, hang on. I32 is a 32-bit number. Okay. U32 is an unsigned 32-bit number. This makes sense. This should be a bullet list that is clear. I64, because I was confused that, because U32, you int, right? Usually unsigned, right? And that is correct. I was just off on my reading. 64-bit number, I64, yeah. Others, unless otherwise specified, rest defaults to an I32. Okay, sure. Type of secret number, unless you add type information elsewhere that would cause Rust to infer a different numerical type. Reason for the error is that Rust cannot compare a string and a number type. Yep. Want to convert the string the program needs as input into a number type so that we can compare it numerically to the secret number. Adding this line to the main function body. Let guess. It's losing its mutability here, though. U32. Guess. Oh, wait, no. Hang on. I'm wrong. We do that after here. Now we let guess U32 equal guess trim parse expect these type a number, and then we guess. It's a switch, yes, but better. Why better? What's better about it? The new guess is shadowing the last, so it's a completely new variable. Yes. Which, A, it's shadowing, and B, it's immutable, and like that all seems really wonky to me. Shadowing is bad. Don't shadow variables. Shadowing variables is where bugs happen. Among, other places, but like you're asking for trouble. It's a foot gun. Unless it makes sense in this case that you're looking at right now. This one, I'm not sure. The line is this, yep. Like, why? Like, that. Do that. Shadowing in Rust is like Haskell pipes. Well, I've never written Haskell because as soon as people say monad, I get irrationally violent and break out into hives and punching. Not really. Not really. But it does. I like as soon as people say monads and pure functions, I'm like, shut up. Just stop. I don't want to know anything more. I think it can make the code cleaner sometimes. Yes and no. Theoretically, it makes it cleaner. I've been bitten by it enough times to know it's just not a good idea. Wait till you realize result and option are monads. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Marco. I'm gonna have to ban you for talking about monads. I'm just kidding. I've gone blurry though, so let's fix that really quick, hey? You, 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 and then go back. You're not supposed to be doing anything automatically anymore, but you disobey me, camera. I'm on to you. Okay. But also, you didn't answer my question. Like, what makes a match better than a switch? Because this smells to me of we want to make shit up to sound special. Shadowing in Rust is a bit different though because values are moved, so you can't accidentally do funky stuff. You can't accidentally do funky stuff. Like I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Like you can end up with funky stuff if you shed. It's just like that is a fact of life. Because that name that your human monkey brain is going to use later might not be the same thing, right? If you've gone and changed it. Now, your type system will help with that to a degree, but if you so like one of the things that happens a lot in Go is error gets shadowed, right? And usually the IDE will color them differently. But like let's say, and I see you there, Mr. Ash. I'll get to you in just 1 second. In Go, you have like whatever foo err is my call or whatever, right? So you got that, and then you do if err not equals nil, log it, right? And then let's say you want to call this thing again or something, and you don't declare a new one, but you reset them, right? Then you end up with this other thing. But let's say you didn't do that. Let's say instead this is foo2 and this is err, right? Is this a good example? Hang on. I'm trying to remember a use case where this has happened. This is a bad example. I can't remember a good example. It's happened before. I know the experience has taught me that it happens, and I can't think of a good example right now. I just know to avoid it. Well, what is the up? We're just rusting, you know, and it's kind of a chill day of exploring and just messing around a little bit. Anything I could try and answer? No. Unless you got like, you know, the answer to what is the ultimate question. Rust makes sure match statements are complete. All possible branches must be checked and handled, so you can't forget any edge cases. You can also check ranges as well, destructure and use guards. So it's good that the compiler does that. The IDE will usually tell you if you have omitted a default or not handled a case in other languages. Some of them, it's an error. I can't remember if it's an error in Go or not. I don't think it is. It might be, though. Dart complains, I believe. But Dart also complains if you have a default when you have specified everything, which is deeply funny. But like these are not super exotic. Like it smells like we needed to give it a different name because we're very special. You can even match the inner contents of other things. Inner contents of other things. Not sure I get what you're talking about there. TLDR, there's a lot of power in what you can do in a match, but you don't need to use most of it unless you specifically need it. Well, that's true with everything, right? My argument is that it's an unnecessary renaming of a thing that already exists when you could just call it a switch and, you know, use the switch syntax and implement your version of it. Like your switch can be cooler than a switch in a different language, but call a spade, basically. You know? It's hard to explain in like 140 characters at a time. I mean, sure, yeah. If you dislike that it's named match versus switch, that's a petty. I mean, yes, it is. It's renamed because it could all do those extra things. Like I'm just talking through my thought process as I go through this, right? It seems silly to give it a different name when a widely understood one exists, right? I'm not gonna like say Rust is a shit language because it did that. I'm just saying it's silly. It's a pattern match. It's not a switch though. There's semantic difference, even though the base use case looks like switch. It's a pattern match. Okay, but like, so that's why I asked if they're just switches. But the answer was it's switches, but more, right? Like it's behaving like a switch here for sure. You're only seeing the most basic trivial use case right now, and that looks like switch. Would you have appreciated a switch statement for basic things and a match for more complex things? Maybe it depends, right? It depends entirely. Like match usually lives in like regexy type stuff and has different semantics, right? Like I'm not saying, like I said, like I'm not saying Rust sucks because of this. I'm just expressing thoughts as I have them as I go through the introductory materials. Let's see, where were we? We could have everybody guess, yes. Okay, yes, we're talking about shadowing. Uh, use when you want to convert a value from one type to another type. Okay, sure. The answer is still it's a pattern match, but the first use case you see for it makes it smell like a switch. Okay, yeah. Think of it as a subsidy kind of regex that works on types. He needs to get to chapter 6 of the cult. I mean, Rust book. Well, I'll probably get there faster if you stop being mad that I made fun of Match. Okay. Yes. Find this new variable to expression, guess, trim, parse. Yep. Trim method on a string will eliminate any white space at the beginning and end. See, this I like. Make it simple. Go's trim is like there's 3 different versions and they all kind of are weird. Don't like that. This nicer. Mostly, we should not over-explain things either until you reach them and don't understand or explicitly want to peek ahead. No, I mean, I'm just giving you shit. Y'all are fine. I talked about it earlier. Like, a lot of this is aimed at like baby's first language level, which if you're diving into coding and starting with Rust, like, good luck. So it's good that they have it there, but a lot of this is kind of like, okay, yeah, you're shadowing. Mm-hmm, sure. Yomp, all that goes away, you know? Let's see here. Which we must do before we convert the string to a U32. Yep. Makes sense. Must press enter to satisfy read line to input their guess, which adds a new line character to the string. Yep. Complain as much as you like. Like with most professional things, complaints shouldn't be taken too seriously until someone is more familiar. I mean, am I complaining or am I just like putting on a show here and like vocalizing my thoughts as I go through the material? Okay. Resulting is just yes. Parse method on strings converts a string to another type. Here we use it to convert from a string to a number. Using let guess U32 after guess tells RESTful to annotate the variable's type. I like seeing his thought process. Do you like it when I vocalize math squirt as the way my brain wants to read the square root function for fun? Let's see here. Rust has huge built-in number types. Yeah, we talked about that a minute ago. Good default choice for small positive numbers. Sure, that's fine. Makes sense. U32 annotation in this example program and the comparison with secret number means Rust will infer the secret number should be U32 as well. Okay, sure, yeah. Parse method will only work on characters that can logically be converted into numbers, and so it can easily cause errors. Yep. For example, if, for example, the string contained a up, thumbs up, percent, there would be no way to convert that to a number. Yep. Turns the result type, much as the readline method does, right? Yes, and then we did our expect. I take it back. I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes I like to have fun with language, just like say words funny. And that's probably my favorite reaction I've ever gotten to messing around with a word like that. I did it complete without thinking. I was like, okay, math dot square root. Yeah. It kind of looks like it says squirt. I'm just going to pronounce it like that. And the response was solid gold. Okay. We'll treat the result same way using expect k. Yep. Parse can successfully convert the string to a number. It will return the okay. And yeah, and we could also throw at it. We can go cargo run again if we wanted to and throw in a bunch of funky spaces. Oh, I can't do that. Let's put some in at the beginning too, just for fun. This is gonna break it though, so I can't do that. But I can do boop 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 boop. There we go. Oh, it's too big. That's right. We can only do 100. I forgot. So if I did 2 spaces and 45. Ah, that didn't work right. Oh no. I'm stupid. It's not an error message. It's my guess result. What do they mean that a thumbs up percent isn't parsable to a number? It's clearly parsable to squirt I. JavaScript says this is AI. It says thumbs up is 67. Oh, that was a good joke. That got me good. Oh, that's cursed in the best possible way. While I'm on the topic, do you know why assembly programmers often confuse Halloween and Christmas? I do not. I do not at all. Or is the Xmas a integral part of the joke? Do I need to pronounce it correctly? Because October 31 is equal to December 25th. I mean, maybe I need to, like, know assembly to get that one. Octal, right? Decimal 25, octal 31. Yep. Okay. Damn. That was a deep cut. Anywho, yeah, okay. If most of the game working out, but the user can only make one guess, let's change that by adding a loop. Makes sense to me. Fun coinky doink. Yep. Loop keyword creates an infinite loop. Excellent. We're putting our loop around our input, the guess. And after that, doesn't seem like the user can quit. It is an infinite loop. User enters a non-number answer, it'll crash. Okay. Or we could just not run it because we knew what was going to happen. Print line you win, break. Okay, so I can put these into what looks like an anonymous function. And if I could type break, you might dislike that Rust has dedicated keywords for loop, while in 4, where Go does it all with the same keyword. I'm curious about your thoughts on that. Apathetic. Like many languages have different, like a dedicated while loop. Like a naked extra. I would prefer if this was just a for and empty, kind of like Go does it, because I like that, but it doesn't bother me that much. Like it doesn't seem as silly. It's nicely expressive as opposed to like a naked for. You have to know what that behavior does. So like it's probably even a little bit better in that regard than Go. Do you need multiple different loops? Yeah. Eh. Eh. Go says no. I say eh. No. Things in brackets is a block, which is an expression also. Anonymous function, aka lambda, has different syntax. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Adding the break line after you win makes the program exit the loop when the user guesses the secret number correctly. Exiting the loop also means exiting the program because the loop is in this last part of main. Yep. To further refine the game's behavior, rather than crashing the program when the user inputs a non-number, let's make the game ignore a non-number so the user can continue guessing. Do that by altering the line where guess is, converting from a string to a U32 as shown in listing 2.5. So when we do this, okay, here we go. Now we're starting to express a little better things. I don't know why you're so big. You don't need to be so big. Okay, so here we do not a lambda, but a block. You still need it at the end. And then we have, instead of expect, oh, if it returns an okay, num, And then if it has instead, and let's just clean this up a little bit so it's a little easier to read. If it has an error, we don't care. We just continue the loop. What's going on here? What have I messed up? Guess U32 match. Oh, forgot a match. There we go. You're missing that hated match keyword there. You're right. I am. I don't like this. Oh, that's not a good sound. My AC just made some disturbing sounds. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Sounded bearingy, which is not good. Anyway, nothing to be done about it right this second. Yeah, I would prefer, like, I prefer the Go method to this, but like, at least it's doing the same things, right? It's saying, okay, I can match on my value and my error and decide what I want to do. Your AC needs to visit the Pope? Yes. If it helps, there are other keywords and constructs that obviate the need for explicit match when dealing through results and options and other stuff. For now, you're seeing the most vanilla way of it. Gotcha. Well, like, okay, so if there's all these other things, why do we have multiple ways to do it? Like, are those ways only useful in certain cases, or like what? Okay, so we switch from an expect call to a match expression. You're also seeing the fact that everything nearly is an expression, matches an expression that returns stuff, but in your case, error is special and doesn't. Okay, so why doesn't it, like, it says it contains the error value. We're throwing it away, but it should be still returning one, right? Wait till he gets to if let. Comes down to being able to format the code in ways to make it more readable in the given scenario. Unfortunately, more readable is up for debate sometimes. Always. Every time it's up for debate. But that's like one of the things I really appreciate about Go is, well, for one, they have Go Fump, right? But also, they've explicitly tried to avoid, like with for loops, right? They said, you know what? We need one way to do a loop. That's all we know. That's all we need. We can do everything else in variations of this. And then you don't have that argument, you know? Now you can disagree with their take on that, sure, but like, it's nice when it's streamlined like that. Okay. Okay, on the other hand, oh wait, no. Error doesn't return the value out of match because that diverges. Continue goes elsewhere, so you don't need to return. Okay, on the other hand, does return something out of the match. Right, well, out of the match, but the result of the parse returns an error, right? Does return something out of the match, hence you can assign it to guess because that assignment won't be hit in the error case. You could do error is 0 and get a default value out of it. But can I get like can I get the error, like if I wanted to? Yeah, it's a parse int error, right? So I could do something here instead of continue if that was what I wanted from this control flow, right? Hello. Parse returns a result. Right. Yeah. Parse returns result U32 somewhere. Yeah. Yep. You could do that. Yeah. Yeah. Which is nice. Like that errors as values is a really nice thing that we have started doing recently, you know? Match operates on that result. You can use error E and inspect what E is all about. Yeah, exactly. So it is returning a value. We're explicitly throwing it away here. We're saying like I don't care what the parse error was, just continue the loop and figure it out. But it is something we had access to if we wanted to. Try it. I mean, I could, but I don't particularly care to. Haskell had it for ages. See, you must have missed my rant earlier about Haskell and how I haven't done it because as soon as somebody says monad and pure function, I start to break out into hives and violence. I've never done any of the functional stuff. Like, as soon as people talk about it, I immediately don't have any interest in doing it. My point was that your OK arm returns num and your air arm diverges. So you're capable of treating that whole match as a source for assignment. Um, do you like multi-stream or yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. I got some YouTube guys that are longtime viewers that have been teasing me about Go and saying I should do Rust for a long time, and they're having a field day. I told them that they were going to die of cringe as soon as I started playing with Rust. um, so I'm trying to understand the point you're trying to make, but like to my brain, like if it's okay, we match okay, return num, okay, cool. Otherwise, we're doing a different thing. I don't understand the distinction you're trying to make. You love Rust? Yeah, yeah. A lot of people do love Rust. Like, and I talked about it earlier too. Is I was noticing that. Um, so I write a lot of Go. I love Go. Go's good times, good stuff. Go is a lot of things that are DevOpsy and terminal apps and stuff like that use Go. It's great. That's where it wants to live. It loves being a little server. It loves being a small command line utility. It's really well suited to that task. But other things that are like native desktop apps are there's a lot of Rust happening there. And like Cosmic is written in Rust, all its widgets are written in Rust. Seeing a lot of stuff happen in there, and people are starting to care about Rust knowledge for job reasons. So let's examine Rust and see, play around with it, find out if we like it or not. Go can be pretty shitty at times, though. I mean, I can't say as I've really encountered a lot of shittiness in Go. Let's see here. I use the functional aspects of Rust where it suits me and makes the code cleaner. Mostly I stick to imperative, yeah. Returning, namely, I was pointing out the fact that you can let guess equals match. Well, like, if it returns, yes. Otherwise, we take another action, which is kind of, it's a little bit weird. I agree. Like this block gets evaluated. I understand that. And it's just allowed to return a continue, apparently, which is kind of like, huh, okay. Let's see here. Similarly, you could let a equals if blah blah nearly everything is an expression which can return a. Okay. In Rust, everything returns a value or type, which is what makes it the compiler smart. It's able to understand. Has a type for unreachable. Okay. Like, you're providing things that I don't have the context to understand the point of yet. So that's probably where my confusion is. Um Anyhow. Yep, using a match. If parse is able to successfully turn the string into a number, returns an OK value. Okay, contains the resultant number. Right? No, but you guys. Oh, I guess so. It returns the whole thing. OK value will match first times pattern, and the match expression will just return the num value that parse produced. Okay. Ah, I see. If parse is not able to turn the string into a number, return an error value. Okay. Contains more information about the error. Does not match the OK num pattern in the first match arm. It does match the error pattern. Yeah. Underscore is a catch-all value. Match all error values no matter what information they have inside of them. That's a weird way to explain it. Because it looks like it's supposed to be like the value that gets called here. Let's see here. The OK arm returns value type U32, and the continue arm returns a value of type bang, which is never, which can be coerced into anything that's why it's value. Match statement must always return a value of the same type for each arm, and the whole match statement returns a value. Never is just type that basically means this can't ever exist, for example, after returning snow on a bottom type. Okay. I've seen a lot of new people, a lot of new to Rust people get confused to how you can A equals a match. So sometimes used to see, which is a very strong distinction between expression and statements. Yes, but you can have multiple error arms, each with a different error value inside, so you can handle them differently in the same match. Right. You can also match them more specific values like air, some other error, variant A. Right, yeah. It's match behaving similarly to a switch again. It's it's like you're matching on a callback almost is kind of the way it reads. Where you're saying, okay, if you give me a callback that is an OK function with a number argument or parameter and returns a number, I return the number, kind of sort of almost. I know that's not like the technically correct way, but that's kind of like trying to draw connections. So a match of an error callback kind of, I know it's not a callback, but behaving similarly to. It's doing pattern matching is pretty different. Yeah. Well, the Rust book keeps saying they'll explain more in chapter 6 and 19 and 27 and whatever else. So we're just going to roll through it. If everybody would stop freaking out and trying to shove the entire book into chat. There'll be some more examples later on. I wouldn't worry too hard about grokking the details at this point. Well, I wasn't. And then I got 27 messages about monads. Feel free to just ignore me. Well, it's not just you. It's everybody. Everybody that knows Rust is like, oh, but all these things, but all these things, but all these things. I'm like, I don't know. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, But I don't know Rust. That's why I'm in the Rust book. We're exploring and we're having fun. It's good. It's fine. Okay, so execute second time's code. Okay, sure. Yep. We're going to go to the next iteration of the loop. Yep. Okay. So now we should be able to do. We should be able to play their fun little game here. So our number is 75, and if we guess 50, it's too small. And if I put in foo, just input your guess. Don't. Yeah. Do you know about the Brown University version of the Rust book? No. It's basically the same thing, just with some interactive examples and quizzes. That sounds horrible. I don't want any quizzes. You're new here. Welcome. So you don't know my general disdain for academic pursuits of that nature. Like, I do not care about CS trivia at all. I'm interested in what can I build with the tool. So the Rust book is actually really great for that because it's getting me right into, I'm building like a really, really elementary game here, but the feedback loop is super short, right? And it's saying, okay, here, this is what I'm doing. And, you can skim if you already know what assigning a variable is. Cool, skim it, a little bit. I wish it was a little like higher level or yeah. Anyway, but like, so this is great. I don't want quizzes. I want more of this. Okay, so it said 50 was too small, so obviously we do 75. That's gonna say, yay, I win. Okay. And then it exits. Yeah, it did exit. So, still printing the secret number. Yep. Rustlings is great. See, I've heard Rustlings, but like, I don't need a game. This is perfect. Like, I'm confused as to why. And then maybe it's just because I looked at Rustlings briefly. Like, I opened the page. I'm confused why people keep saying to do that though. Because like, this is the perfect amount of, this is what we're doing and why we're doing it, and it's a short feedback loop. Wrestling's a short feedback loop too. I can recommend giving it a bit of a try after the book. 2. Why am I missing my O's? Did I forget to order a fresh supply of O this week? It could be. Or also along the book. Like, why do I want to do it in addition to the book? Explain that to me. Like, what is the value in and above just writing code here and learning via the hands-on here? It's designed to work well together. Okay, so like, but why? After this example, the book goes into snippet examples, so you won't be building a lot of mini programs anymore, if I recall correctly. Okay, so maybe that would be the compelling reason. We'll see where we get to. But like, I also don't want to build 8 million tiny programs, really. I want to get to grips with the language and then start writing really, really shitty code, right? That's the best way to learn stuff, is to kind of like prime the pump and then go build something, ideally something you've built before. Doesn't always have to be though. But like, just bump your shins into the sharp edges, and then you'll understand why do we do things the way we do. Oh, because it sucks if we don't, and my shins hurt. And that's also like way more engaging and keeps you from getting stuck at tutorial hell, right? Is my cult bothering you, King? No, it's not bothering me. I'm giving you shit. Wrestling is great for that, getting grips on length. Rewrite of Mud Engine and Rust Win? Never. That's too much. Too much work. That's gonna stay in Go. That's where Go wants to be. It's a little bitty server app, right? Fantastic. It can stay Go. Now the client, maybe. I don't know. Like, I feel like I've repeated myself a 1,000,000,000 times about it, and at least twice today. But I was expressing my frustration with like Flutter is mobile first. It wants to be a mobile framework, and it does other things on top of that. But for a desktop app, Flutter behaves strangely in a lot of cases because that was done after, right? And I'm really tired of that sort of web first and mobile first and everything else that all these other GUI things do. Like, I want desktop apps. It can both stay and go at the same time. Amazing. Well, it is the wonders of the gopher, you see. Just continue doing the book and ignore us? No, I don't ignore my chat. I love my chat. Like, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do, because that's just who Mongoose be. But I'm not going to ignore you. Okay. Still printing the secret number? Yeah, let's delete it. Cool. Very good. You might imagine my gross disgust when I learned that Gemini CLI, which we need to use at work, is written in console-based React. That's just everything cursed. Everything. All of the stuff. Cursed. All of 1,000-year pox level of curse. FYI, I opened the YT chat since I felt I was missing context. I am Reactor King HD. Gotcha. I see. Yeah, YouTube is more active today. It does seem. Yeah, and I've been thinking about, to kind of get back to my stuff that I was talking about earlier that you missed, where the streaming tool set available to me is just fractured and fragmented all over the place. And I'm resistant to putting chat on the stream screen, because if I have to moderate something, then it's going to end up in the VOD still and be, whatever level of horribleness there was. So, I know that there is a way, at least I've seen a way, to combine chats using something where it looks like either me or a bot is saying the things, though. So if you put the YT chat on the screen, I believe it's against Twitch 2S. Maybe? I don't know. I've put it on screen briefly before. When people are like, you missed a message, I'm like, I don't see a message here. Hopefully it's not against TOS. I know that lots of people run combined chats all the time. It's not enforced that well on smaller streamers. Primeagen is a reasonably large streamer, and he puts his chats on the screen all the time too, whenever they're doing article stuff. Or at least he used to. I kind of stopped watching him when he became a vibe coder. Anywho, we've taken our thing out. Let's see here. Why does that thing even exist? What problem is it solving? Why do you want to stick HTML ideas into a friggin' terminal? Because a React Andy has never seen a thing and not thought, I should react that. Might be large enough to have a separate agreement with an opt-out with Twitch. I don't know. I'll have to check on it, though. I know that I see like a chat box on streams all the time, though. Not like directly a pop out window or something, but like a just a combined set of messages. But like I said, if I was to do something like that, I would have to worry about any horribleness that was put in would be on the VOD, and I don't want to add that hassle. Okay, so we took our thing out of there, cool, and we have built our guessing game, so we could actually play. If we were to cargo run it, it no longer tells us what it is, and we can too big, too small. Oop, 30 is too small. 35 is too small. 38 is too big. 36. There we go. Yay, we have a game. You do not use third-party services that combine activities from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast. Such as merging chat or other features to ensure the Twitch community is included in the entirety of the experience of your live stream. Such as merging chat or other features to ensure the Twitch community is Huh. Interesting. Nicely one. You should speed run that. Well, the typo of a 430 really hurt my time there, but maybe next season we'll get them. Finish guessing game example. Okay, into the repo with you. Just be binary. Yeah, it's binary search. Yeah, are they saying you're not allowed to look at YT chat because that excludes the Twitch community? I'm not. I'm not sure. It's weirdly written. Like it seems like the intent was to be that you can't just like only talk to YouTube and not have Twitch on the screen or something like that. I don't know. Like ensure the Twitch. I know that there's bots that do it that echo messages across platforms, but then it looks like it's a bunch of bots in your channel. I don't like that either. Little bit tricky. Tricky problem to solve. Third-party services can provide activity from other platforms or services on your Twitch stream during your simulcast. Yeah, but also that doesn't seem to cover like just happening to show the YouTube chat box, which is good because it wasn't doing. I wasn't trying to be malicious about it. All right, so we're good there. We can move on to the next chapter. Common programming concepts. Variables and mutability. Wasn't assuming anything. Yeah. Yeah. Like that's just like all the legalese gets involved, and like the thing that matters is like, are people trying to use your platform genuinely or not, or then like in a fair way? What people should care about. People being, Twitch themselves. But okay, variables are mutable by default. Yep, we know that. More that the section of the TS is pretty stupid. I mean, yeah. Well, they usually are, right? Like, you know. Let's see. Still have the option to make your variables mutable. Yeah, we did that. Can't change. Yep, immutable. I don't know if I want to make a new project or not. I see they've turned the little snippets into actual programs you compile. That's great. Yeah, we'll see. If it becomes like a thing where they're actually going to write an example, we'll include it. But if they're just going to have me like bang text in, like I understand mutability pretty well, I think. But we'll still read it to make sure there's not things that come up that make me go, wait, what? Okay, yep. Regarding an immutability error, as shown, cannot assign twice to immutable variable. Yep. Rustlings, for example, would have this exact example in there, which is why I didn't so about the book. Right, but like I don't like it. This isn't helpful, really. The idea here was to see how the compiler points at errors in the code. Yes, yes, and I can see that. Like this is quite sufficient. I'm good. Let's see here. Compilers can be frustrating. No, they're not. Dash W all for life. Not slash, dash. Only mean your program isn't safely doing it. Yeah. They do not mean that you're not a good programmer. Chat. They might mean that you're not a good programmer. Let's see here. I would hope you are an accomplished programmer enough that you don't need to personally type and compile this particular example. Save it for more complex ones later you can deal with. Isn't that what I just said? That's why I'm not creating this thing yet. Like so far, we're good just reading. If it becomes a thing where it's an example, then we'll do it. Let's see here. You received the error message. Yep. Important that we get compile time errors, and this should actually okay. Hang on. Just because I'm curious about tooling now. Yeah, this is already going to throw an error in here for me. This is hooked up to everything. So it shouldn't even need to go to compiler. For what it's worth, all the not so good programmers I know don't read the entire error messages and just try random stuff and get stuck. I mean, that'll happen. That will happen. And sometimes, even if you are good at programming, you read the error message and you go, ah, yes, I have made a mistake here. And then you don't read the part that's important and you're wrong anyway. The idea of getting stuck, though, is kind of foreign to me. Like, it's like people talk about getting stuck, and I've been stuck for a time, or I've been stuck on a problem for a time, but like stuck implies this hard stop that I just don't believe in. That's why I said entire. I mean, yeah. Let's see here. RLS is good, but the compiler prints out more details and is clear in some cases. What's RLS? I often can't make heads or tails about weird RLS reported type errors, so I run the compiler to give me a better message for it. Okay. RLS. Rust language server. Ah! Right? But like, this one seems pretty good to me. Cannot assign a new value to an immutable variable more than once. Seems legit. Rust Analyzer, because that's what it's called. Yeah. Good enough TM for the simple errors. Yes. Which, I mean, that's always the case, right? But like there are, again, like the feedback loop, shortening that as much as possible is a really good thing. And it's something we've kind of leaned into as we've got these newer languages and discovered that, hey, this is kind of a heckin' great idea, right? um so like Python, you gotta run it, and maybe it'll work and maybe it won't, and that sucks. But if you can get that's why, kind of like why we have, one of the reasons why we have LSPs, right? And why they're so great is they give you that immediate feedback for simple things. Let's see. I said some types of errors get here and are better seen in the compile output versus the ID power. I mean, yeah, sure. Sometimes the actual command will give you visual examples how to fix the problem in terminal compared to RLS. Okay, yeah. Developer tooling is really important. It's one of the main focuses I have when writing anything new, libraries, tools. Yes. I mean about Python. Let me put in Discord. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier too. People ask frequently, like, okay, well, why you're writing a game engine? Why aren't you using C? Because I don't want to write 600 make files to cross compile, and I don't want to set up some crappy testing framework like Rust, Zig, Go. All these quote unquote new languages have really good tooling around, right? And tooling makes the experience so much better. It gets you started faster if you're new, gets you productive faster if you've been doing this for a second. Like, it's super, super important. Dynamic typing. Yep. You are not wrong. Look about the JavaScript and others. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we have our, okay, yep. We get our error back out of there. Can lead to bugs. Okay, yep. Yep. Mutability can be very useful. Make immutable, yeah. Yeah, we exampled that a minute ago. This now works. Cool. Love it. Constants. Okay, here we go. Like immutable variables, constants are values that are bound to a name and not allowed to change. Few differences. Not allowed to use mutable. Makes sense. They're constant. They're always immutable. Declare them using the constant keywords that the let value must be annotated. Okay, good to know. Cover types and type annotation next section. Any scope, including the global. Last difference is the constants must be set only to a constant expression, not the result of value that can be only computed at runtime. Okay. Even if the language itself is not that great, you might stick with it if it just has really good tooling that can, yeah, it can compensate a lot. Absolutely. And like, I don't think any of these new languages are bad from what I've done. I haven't done a ton of Rust, and I haven't done a ton of Zig. I've kind of poked at Zig, and I poked at Rust a long, long time ago. And like, I was talking about at the beginning, like there's any language is going to have those things that initially you're like, well, that's kind of weird, and I don't know if I like that, or maybe even I don't really like that at all. But like, you get over it and evaluate the entire experience, and like, is this, like, do I enjoy writing this? I have some small gripes with Rust Analyzer, mainly with some refactoring shortcuts that are already pretty great, but could be a lot better. And some new shortcuts I wish to add. I might have to make a few PRs soon once I have time. Yeah, okay, makes sense. There's some things like I don't know actually know which tool does it. In Go, at the end of like an HTTP handler function, I prefer an explicit return. It's just a visual anchor for your eye to, see it down here out of your eye line, even if it's down here out of your eye line. It returns right there. That's the end of the function. It's just kind of a thing, right? Um, I prefer it to be there. It doesn't necessarily have to be there. Whatever LSP comes in, whatever LSP settings come in when you set up Go in NeoVim wants you to remove that. It'll like flag it as a warning, which I don't love super a lot, So like I can totally get that where there's those little things about it. Um, there's another. They also like you to prefer any, and I prefer empty interface declarations, but eh, you know. One thing about Rust that is great is you always see if something is mutable in the signature, like at the declaration, or um, like when you mouse over. Uh, that's a very reasonable point of view. It's good to be skeptical but open to ideas. Yeah, and that's like earlier I said, like, am I complaining or am I just like voicing my thoughts as I encounter them? Like declaration or function args. Okay, yeah, function args. Because you have to declare, like, if this wasn't a pointer, you would still have to declare that, right? Or you declare it like that. So the absence of a mutable makes it not mutable, right? Is what you're saying? Let's see here. Not good to err in either extreme. Like Pratchett said, the danger of having an open mind is that people will invariably try to stick things in it. Yes, that's true. But so I should just like write a blog post about this is what I should do. But fun story time. Once upon a time, I was like 13. No, I would have been older. I was probably like 16 or 17. We used to go to secondhand stores a lot, thrift stores, right? And I found this book about ninjas. What does a 16, 17-year-old dude do when he buys or finds a book about ninjas? He buys a book about ninjas, right? And I'm sure it was completely crap, right? I don't have it anymore. It's gone somewhere over the years. Uh, but I remember encountering within that book this idea that it was asserted that ninjas believed that balance was everything. Probably not true, right? But it went into great depth about like examples of how just like in everything in life, balance is important. And that kind of stuck with me in a weird way. And as I've gotten older, it always comes up as an important thing. Like it, and you're never going to get it completely right, but trying to balance, right? All things, work and your not work life and how open-minded you are and stuff like that. Like, be open to receiving these new thoughts and things, but also critically evaluate them. And does this make sense? Does this, um, smash this idea into my worldview? Does it change my worldview? Should it change my worldview? Should I reject this? It's funny how it keeps coming up, and it's deeply funny to me that it came from like this book had pictures in it that looked like somebody in their Polaroid camera era like just took them and pasted them in. It was so cheap. It was such a funny concept to kind of encounter in that source material and to stick in my head. um Let's see here. In a way, mutability is part of the type of the variable. Okay. If you hover and on any function, you can see exactly what the function does, how it fails, mutable, not mutable, all that. So I don't like you can get in like inline documentation like this. It's extremely clear. Forget your balance, listen to me. I'm a ninja. All right. Constant name is 3 hours and seconds. Yep, sure is. Value is set to the result of multiplying stuff. Okay, yep. Compiler is able to evaluate a limited set of operations at compile time. Let's just choose to write out this value in a way that's easier to understand and verify rather than setting this constant to the value 10,800. Okay? Constant evaluation is documented here. If we want to go through that. I don't right now. Let's see here. Just the pub function, read line, and result line. Yeah, it gives you the signature and kind of what it tells you. It's inline documentation, yeah. I think the idea was that the signature of the function tells you if you need to give it a mutable argument, or give it mutable arguments. It will change them, what kind of result it will return. It can fail. So like you... So I can see that it requires a mutable string. And it returns an IO result. Am I meant to infer that result can fail? Is that what you're trying to say? There's a semantic difference between result return and option return. The latter specifically isn't a failure. Okay, well, we haven't got to options yet. So I don't know the difference. Okay, anyway. Valid for entire time program runs. Yep. Within the scope they're declared. Don't worry about these for now. Will be a chapter on both. But you made me worry about them just now. In fact, you can see result result option. What? I see result usize. Option is either some t or none, kind of like a value or null. Okay. So it's like a nullable value. Shadowing, speaking of ninjas. Not in that specific. Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying I can see it in general as a thing that might come up. See them well. Okay. Well, you got to use all the words, Marco. Gosh. Okay. Valid. Yep. 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 Okay. Yep. Naming the hard-coded values as constants is useful. Yep. Avoiding magic strings always good. Shadowing. Meaning it can fail if it doesn't. It may or may not be there. They carry a lot of meaning. Okay. I, for example, use a pretty strict linting config that forbids magic values. Makes sense. All right, so we're going to start into shadowing here and learn that they Requires me to use constant. Yeah. We're gonna start this in a second, but I need to go get a new beverage and use the restroom because this water is almost gone, and I will be right back. All right, hydration reload ready. Let's see here. Or declare them otherwise. Okay, yeah. For your winter. Makes sense. Now I'm gonna warn you, if you finish chapter 4, you will automatically become known as a Rustation, whether you want to or not. What if I want to be a Gofustation? What about that? After chapter 4, there's no going back. You become no. I've brought you honorary long socks. No. The only long socks I would accept would be the ones that you're supposed to wear with kilts. You'll also be required to carry fair stickers wherever you go. Never. I'm not a sticker guy. I'm just not. I've never been a cover my crap in stickers kind of guy. Like my laptop unstickered forever. Let's see here. That what you said sounds like something for which you need to put a tent over your house. You neither, yeah. Like it's cool if that's your jam, let's get it. My laptop has a nice D brand real leather skin on it just to protect it a bit, and I think it feels nice. It's a treat for the fingers. Okay. So, shadowing. Yes, we did in our guessing game. We shadowed. And I said, don't do that. It's bad. It's where bugs live. Ba, ba, ba. And I couldn't think of a good example to explicitly give. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm good with shadowing. Different from marking as mutable. Compile time error if we accidentally try to reassign this variable. Okay, without using the let keyword. Do transformations of the variable, but have the variable be immutable after those transformations have completed. Effectively creating a new variable when we use the let keyword again, we can change the type of the value, but reuse the same name. Yeah, so like, if you're creating a new variable anyway, like, why not give it a different name? Like, why wouldn't this be parsed guess, right? In my experience, shadowing has very occasional uses, but it's also a sharp tool, too easy to cut yourself. Yeah, exactly. Um, for shadowing can actually be encouraged sometimes in Rust. For example, if you have let mynum equals 5, it can be good to shadow that with let mynum equals actual num converted from the string, which will avoid you accidentally using the old. Well, I mean, or will it? Right? Because naming is hard. I mean, okay, valid. Mostly comes down to stop having to come up with synonyms for something. I mean, yes, that makes sense, right? That can be a time to consider, but it doesn't come up that often, you know? Like this to me, um, is fine. Like that's how I would probably write this, right? Um, let's see. Oh yeah, we read all those. Let's see. For example, say your program asks you to user to show how many spaces they want between some text by inputting space characters, and we want to store that input as a number. Like this makes a little bit more sense, this example, I think. Like if you get a line from a file and then trim that line, shadowing's okay because you probably won't need to use the old line later. Yeah, probably. It kind of explicitly says this value supersedes the old one. Yeah. Let's see here. String type, second space is num type. Yep. Shadowing that spares us. Yeah. Like I get it. But I'm skeptical still, I guess is what I'm saying. Alright, data types. Cool. Am I turning into a furry? No. Do I look like a furry? Do I look like a cat to you, all nimbly bimbly? I look a little blurry. Let's kick my camera again really quick. It saw me coming and fixed itself. Heck W indeed. No, Marco. Don't make me square root you. I'm becoming a 10 engineer. Not a 10x, just a 10. 10x. No. I'm becoming a 10. 10 engineer. 10 what? Nobody knows. Just 10. I would start thinking that if he started coding in Gleam. Gleam. Isn't Gleam one of the JavaScript things? Like the bun and Gleam and aren't they isn't that it? Does 10 now become your entire personality? No. I no. That was the language of the most WTFs per like when I watched a TED talk on it. Minus 10 HP for every square root. Down to 30. uh, love it. Gleam is a new programming language where the main points are inclusivity and equity, or so I understood from the creator talk. What? What? Okay. Now I'm curious. Yeah, the little star guy. Um, except for let me make sure. Hang on. Yeah, there's nothing horrible on this page. What does 1 HP represent? 1,000 hair follicles that die from the stress? No, I believe that technically 1 HP represents the amount of the damage done by like one 10-inch naval gun shell. So we all have 1 HP. We'll look that up in a minute to make sure my reference is correct. Not the language is the first result here, which is deeply funny. At 0 HP, I spontaneously combust. But Gleam programming language, like, okay. Huh. I thought it was a build system or like a backend type thing for JavaScript. Interesting. So I guess like I'm noticing that cross compatibility is an interesting new trend that I'm seeing. It's using Erlang. Okay, well there you go. But you notice I'm not seeing any monads and pure functions. So they've got the marketing on point. Let's go before I get distracted. Let's see here. Dreambird is still the best lang. Never even heard of it. AKA now known as Gulf of Mexico. They named the programming language that? You heard of Zero Lang? Unfortunately, yes, I have. Let's see here. Well, this is attributing this is attributing it to D&D co-creator Dave Arneson, but I don't think that's true. Based on similar mechanics previously used. So that's worded weird. Okay. Toad Pond, Gulf of Mexico. Perfect program. Oh my gosh. What? I guess it was this or, some Tolkien name. And every statement with an exclamation mark. Oh boy. Um let's see here. So I swear I heard once that it was the Navy when they were testing guns had decided, or for war games had decided that they were like the damage inflicted by a 10-inch gun or something like that. But I can't find a primary reference currently. Hey Kedu, how's it going? What are you up to today? Speaking of languages, I can recommend Mark Rendell's talk on designing the worst programming language. I had a blast with that one. D- uh, what language is it? Is it like brainfuck or something? Am I failing to recognize the name? Okay. It might just be C++. No, that's isn't that Bjarne Strustrup? I'm sure I butchered that. Imagine that I'm actually working on writing a language. Well, there you go. The Mark Rendell. That's what Ash over on YouTube said. He's designing a new language to take the title of worst. It's a talk from a conference, and he did it very well and funny. Gotcha. Weren't you? Am I going crazy, or weren't you building an engine, Kedu? Have you fallen into the trap? I have a proposal. Let's continue reading the book. I mean, we could. Okay. Rust is statically typed language. Must know types. Okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Usually infer what type you want to use based on the value and how we use it. We don't add. Goodness. If we don't add the U32 type annotation shown in the preceding code, Rust will display the following error, which means the compiler needs more information from us to know which type we want to use. Because we're parsing and we don't know for sure what we want it to be, right? Makes sense. Do you want a U32? Do you want an I32? An I64? Let's see. Anywho, I will need to go see a fridge about dinner. I'll leave you in the capable hands of everyone watching right now to keep annoying you going forward. Well, I hope your fridge contains dinner. I have no idea what you're talking about. My other projects are on hiatus. Is doing anything. The graphics is agony on my machine. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Parse is using a generic interface trait. Yeah, and can parse into many different types. Yep, even user-defined new ones. Yep. I'll take on the responsibility. You've been carrying that torch since the very start of the stream and even beyond, Marco. I told you you guys were just gonna die when I started doing this. Alternatively, you could also use parse with the U32 type declaration. Basically, is what you're saying. Yeah, or it wouldn't be a type. In Rust it would be a what do they call it? A trait. You can specify a type as that. Okay. I'm getting a new laptop in August probably, so might as well work on something productive and not graphical then. Yeah, makes sense. It is not it's a type you assign to a generic on the phone. Right, I understand what the code is doing, but I'm trying to get the nomenclature correct. So in the one and only traits, yes. Earlier on, they were calling basically the equivalent here of like it's like a static function almost or something, right? It's called the turbo fish syntax because it kind of looks like a fish. Gotcha. Okay. So one of the things I enjoy about that is learning the names about this is learning the names of things like that. So I'm glad you said that. Because like this, it's the walrus. Of course it is. Love that, right? This guy right here, grave. Um let's see. This hashtag negative Octothorpe. Let's see, what's another good one? Tilda. Everybody kind of knows Tilda, but I think that's all of the really good ones that I know. Thread RNG implements the trait RNG. Right, okay. Trait needs to be in scope, right? Which is what they're saying here. That's what allows you to call gen range, yeah. Gen range function is basically part of that trait. That's why you needed to import it. Right. So the turbofish syntax there looks like a trait. It's kind of a normal function, though, just part of that trait interface. Tilde, I call it the grave key. Well, yeah, that grave lives on the same key. But the squiggly guy, that's a tilde. Tilde, however you pronounce that. It's kind of a normal function, though, just part of that trait interface. Just don't worry about it too much. I'm not worried about it. I'm just connecting dots, understanding or trying to. Fair, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, okay. We did give it let guest type. Consider giving guess an explicit type. Yeah. Makes sense. I am German, so I say Daten. Do you say data or data? Data, usually. You'll read about traits later. Gotcha. Yep. Mm-hmm. Scalar types. Integers, floating point numbers, bools, and characters. You may recognize these from other programming languages. Yep. I love how everyone reads the two pronunciations even with the same spelling. Well, because from context, we understand that you're trying to do the two common pronunciations and ask which one. Because human brains are amazing like that. Do you say GIF or GIF? Well, I say GIF because that's the only one. That's the only one that exists. I will not use the cursed pronunciation. So normally, when you make a thing, and I'm well aware, I am well aware of what the dude who made it said. Normally, when you make a thing, you get to name it. On rare occasion, you're wrong. And the world decides for you. GIF is one of them. Trying to start a war here. It's graphical image format. It is. And it's GIF. Okay, integers, yes. 8, 16, 32, signed and unsigned, cool, pretty standard. An I and a U, cool. Okay, yep, signed, unsigned. Okay, yeah, number math, whatever. I prefer the I-32 and U-32 over INT-32T and UINT-32T to be a. I don't recognize that one. I may be just forgetting something. Where does the underscore T get? Where's that from? CC plus plus? Really? Are you sure? I could just be completely forgetting. It's been a long time since I did any of that. Oh. So somebody else has been confused by this too. Don't int and int32 do the same? I don't think I've ever encountered this, but I've only worked in one C code base, so, and I've only worked in like a little bit of C++. So like int32t, signed integer type, width of exactly n, no padding bits. Um, and the same for you as well. Interesting. Difference pretty simple. C standard defines these. Yep, does not define anything named int8 or int32. Some other header library, most likely predates the edition. Could be. Huh. I don't remember. We use some library, and I don't remember the name now. C++ naming is garbage. It's verbose and weird, and names are hard, you know? Like, I haven't had to work in it in a long time. Um, and I haven't done like a massive amount of it or C. I've done some. At least it's not unside long long it, right? The long long I recall hearing about. That's a C++ thing, right? C as well? Oh, gotcha. Yes. Okay, so I size and U size types, depending on architecture. Okay. Yeah, that's normally the case where things are different sizes depending. Integer literals in any of the forms shown in table 3.2. Number literals can be multiple numeric symbol or numeric types, allow a type suffix, such as 57U8 to designate the type. Number literals can also use underscore as visual separator. Make numbers easier to read, such as 1,000, which will have the same value as. Oh, okay, interesting. Rest defaults generally good places to start. Ints are I32. Indexing source of flash. Okay. iSize is kind of Rust equivalent to C. C++ is S size T. Okay, yeah. Hello to you as well. Integer overflow, right? Yep. Filing debug mode. Rest includes checks. Cool. Rest panics, right? Okay. In release mode, it does not include checks. Interesting. It'll wrap. Okay. Relying on integer overflow's wrapping behavior is considered an error. It seems like such an absurd statement to make, but I've met programmers, and I know that if you didn't say that, they would try to do it and try to tell you that you should be doing it. It was a great idea. Explicitly handle the possibility of overflow. You can use these families of methods provided by the standard library for primitive numeric types. Wrap all modes with the wrapping methods. Turn the none value if there's overflow checked. Overflow in a bool indicating if it was overflowing. Saturated the values, minimum maximum values, the saturated methods. Okay. There are links to disallow using plus and minus and require using the method specified here instead. Makes sense. Rust also has two primitive types for floating point numbers with decimals. Yep. F32, F64. Default type is F64 because on modern CPUs, it's roughly the same speed as F32. Yep. Capable of more precision. All floating point types are signed. As an example, shows floating point numbers in action. Yep. They are indeed floating points. There kind of was an F128, but it's kind of not what's supported right now. Gotcha. Okay. And then, yeah, you can 32 if you want, for some reason. We can do math, as one would expect. This function division and remainder integer division truncates towards 0 to the nearest integer. Okay. Makes sense. We got some bools, their trues and their falses. If you want to float as a result, you need to convert it first. Like you convert like here them to floats. The great part is plus, minus, and all the ops are also traits. It's all part of the normal type system. If you want -5 to, right. Well, that's why it says it integer division, right? Integer division truncates towards 0. That's very standard. -5 and or 3 first. Yeah. Really standard for most stuff. Will do that where, and often it'll give you, and we might actually in the LSP, it might warn us. Nope, it doesn't. Cool. Sometimes the LSPs will warn you that you are potentially throwing away data. Usually you don't want floats anyways. Yeah. Very true. Okay. Bulls, yes. They are bulls. One byte in size. Just we call it a bull. Character type. Except in JS where you have 56 minutes. Well, you know, JS. JavaScript is it's a thing. It exists in the world. And it's terrible. And its ecosystem is terrible. And I hate everything about it. And it makes me deeply unhappy to have to write it. One thing to note in Rust is that I assume that's 2 single quotes is always for single characters and double quotes is always for strings, which is similar to Go, where single quotes are runes. You think C++ has curse code? JS is. JS is a thing. It exists in the world. uh, the characters. Yep. Character literals with single quotation marks, as opposed to string literals, which use double quotation marks. Unicode scalar value. Music can represent a lot more than just ASCII accented letters. Chinese, Japanese, and Korean characters, emojis, and zero-width spaces are all valid car values in Rust. Okay, so car is equivalent to a rune, basically, is what you're telling me. Have you seen GitHub CRC64 implementation in JavaScript for GitHub Actions? No. I have to use big ints because of 56 minutes. Yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time reading open source libraries. I'm not that kind of nerd. I'm a build stuff kind of guy. Car can be up to 4 bytes, yeah. Because of Unicode UTF-8, yeah. Have you seen? So there's a talk that Dylan Beatty gives. I think it's called Plain Text, and he talks about all of that, and it's actually really good. I found it because I think I was struggling to do something in Python. I think reading from it might have been reading from a Windows file. Because there's a Windows encoding format that is not UTF-8. It's got a different line ending, and I forget what it is now, but you have to decode it differently, and it's a pain in the ass. I think I found it as a result of looking around for understanding what was going on there, because like it would error, but the string would still be good. Like it would be correct output. And I wound up there one day. I know my UTF-8, don't worry, but do you know the history of it? Because that's what he talks about. It's kind of cool. The Korean language system is actually pretty ingenious in Unicode, how it's represented. I don't know anything about Korean at all. I believe that's the talk where he mentions how Motley Crue was very confused when they went to Germany, and everyone was cheering Motley Crue. Because the heavy metal umlaut means different things. Maybe you mean ISO 8859-1. That sounds correct. That looks like visually like a number that is similar at the very least. Fortunately, I have not had to write Python in years, let alone deal with parsing text files from multiple platforms in Python. Okay, yeah, we were here. Yep, yep, uh-huh, inclusive. Character isn't really a concept in Unicode, so your human intuition for what a character is may not match up with what a character is in Rust. Okay. They'll talk more about it. All right. At least you don't have to deal with Japanese language encoding standards like JIS or Shift JIS. That's true. I do not. It was more infuriating not because it was a different format, but because it would error even though the output was correct. It's a single Unicode code point to be exact, I believe. I believe you're correct as well. I think it's like a line ending or something. I don't remember exactly. It's deeply, deeply annoying. That's what I remember. And it was really hard to look for because people weren't really talking about it. Like there, and because like I can't read from a file, or I got an error reading from a file, leads you to a bunch of other stuff that isn't related, right? Because it's a really, really specific error. And it was really funny because I literally sent it to somebody that I was working on that project with, be like, hey, this is a thing. I've discovered this today. Do with that what you will. And they were like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? And then like 2 days later, they go, I used that thing you sent me. I will not touch Python. No block termination tokens and no line terminator tokens is just the worst. Yes. White space, significant white space, is a terrible idea. Just terrible. I hate it. That's why I prefer JSON for config files and stuff like that, as opposed to YAML or TOML or whatever else, you know. TOML might not be completely a white space specific. I might be misremembering. YAML is. Everything uses YAML. I hate it. Text encoding can be pretty complicated, yes. Especially if you want to detect the encoding from just the file, a bunch of bytes without metadata. Modern detection codes use neural nets, I believe. I don't think that's true. I don't think so. JSON is a pretty horrible data format for on-the-wire transfer, though. I mean, is it though? Because it's so nice and readable. Like, you can log it out and know what's going on. Let's see here. No TOML slander here, please. Listen here, Marco. It's pretty hard to parse quickly, though. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It depends on, like, what your... has a lot of overhead if you use it for that, but, like, if you're putting crap on the network, speed is already a thing that is you're making compromises on, right? You're making compromises on it for the sake of sending data all over the world, but like you've already got network latency, right? A lot of overhead. Does it really? Like, yeah, you got to do introspection and stuff on it, but like again, you're separated by a network link already. So like, do you want to optimize for being the meme of a 10x performance, blazingly fast network parsing, or do you want to default to something that's human readable in cases where it goes wrong, you know? I'm currently writing a user space networking pipeline for my employer. Yeah. Yeah. Like, obviously you've considered these things more deeply than I have, but I think my argument still stands. Okay. I kind of we need to be able to receive 400 gigabits per second without any drop packets. 400 gigabits per second without any drop packets. Are you doing like backbone stuff? If you can and want to say. If you don't, that's totally cool. And like special cases, right? Exceptions to the rule always apply. There's that balance thing coming back again, right? I can speak about it in rough terms. It's for medical imaging. Oh, receiving data from a CT scanner. Okay, yeah. So you're like local networking stuff. Interesting. What is you doing streaming raw 4K to the moon? No, he's streaming raw 4K to the workstation. And drop packets are probably kind of important on a CT scanner. But yeah, like okay, for that, probably don't use JSON. Makes sense in that case for sure. The sensors can technically produce about 1.5 terabits in data. Interesting. Or terabit per second. I should read that correctly. Um, Kind of crazy. Like why would you put that over an Ethernet cable though, or a network cable in general? Why wouldn't you use something better? We are kind of limited by other parts and hardware on the CT scanner. Limited in what you can interop with, or the data coming through. Anyway, well to about 400 gigabits per second. Okay, yeah. So the sensors can produce 1.5 terabits per second. The rest of the machinery can only process and output to you 400 gigabits a second. I'm actually working on a volumetric renderer that'll be moving towards medical usage for CT and MR. Well, then maybe y'all should be friends. You might have overlapping interests there. It's running through FPGAs first, but at some point you need to have the image data on a server. Right, but I'm thinking like, and I don't know because I haven't needed to care. I'm not really a hardware guy, but wouldn't something like a PCI connection be like way faster? And I don't know, like, as a non-hardware guy, how you would get from, this to PCI slot, like some kind of a card, obviously. You could do PCI directly, but networking is kind of a convenient interface. Yeah, okay, makes sense. That's not the limit right now, anyways. Interesting. I'm actually like, what cat cable does 400 gigabits per second? That must be one of the new ones, right? Newer ones. You're not talking copper cables at that speed. Okay. Mostly fiber only. Okay, yeah, yeah. Good point. I wasn't thinking about that. I was stuck in Ethernet land. I forgot that we live in the future where a fiber optic NIC is kind of a thing that does exist. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? Okay. So compound types. Grouping multiple types, multiple values into one type. We're using multiple NVIDIA Mellanox NICs. Huh. I'm not familiar with them, but I obviously haven't needed to be. But that is, pardon me, kind of crazy. For sure. How's the rest so far? I mean, so far it's all right. We're only at chapter 3. We've been chatting a lot. Um, Tuples and arrays. Uh, Number of values with a variety of types into one compound type. Fixed length. Comma separated list of values. Okay. Tuple binds the entire tuple because tuple is considered a single compound element. To get this individual values out of a tuple, we can use pattern matching to the structure. The server has around 2.3 terabytes of RAM and a lot of storage. Yeah, I bet. If you're getting 400 gigs a second, for sure. He loves it. He's just being modest. I don't know if I love it or not yet. Imagine playing Minecraft on a thing. I feel like there's a diminishing returns effect on Minecraft. The real question is, can it run Crysis? Okay, so we can use match to pattern matching to destructure a tuple value like this. We do that, XYZ equals tup. Oh, okay. Interesting. Nothing can run Crysis. Wouldn't be great since the EPYC CPUs we're using are kind of made for multi-threading. We have two 32-core EPYC Genoa CPUs, 128 threads. Yeah. Makes sense. Yep. Uh-huh. You can also access them directly by using a period followed by the index. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's a tuple X. That's all I can say about it. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so user respecting indices with most programming languages, first index in a tuple is 0. Tuple without any values has a special name, unit. That's funny. Value and its corresponding type are both written as empty parens. Any represent an empty value or empty return type. Expressions implicitly return the unit value if they don't return any other value. Okay, so it's kind of like a nil like a nil UUID or a nil type of anything. JSON isn't great even for simple REST apps. If you, for example, care about scaling your server, it costs a lot if you need 5 servers instead of 10. If you have a more efficient backend. I mean, it depends, right? It depends. I've used REST in lots of different backends, and they've been just fine. That's one of those things where, like, premature optimization is a trap, right? Oh yeah, unit. We were talking about unit. Multiple values with an array. Okay. Must have the same type. Makes sense. Arrays in Rust have a fixed length. Okay. So they must have a different name for the thing that's extendable. Arrays are useful when you want your data allocated on the stack, same as the other types we have seen so far, rather than the heap. Okay, more in chapter 4. Or when you want to ensure you always have a fixed number of elements. Vector type are kind of the dynamic. Okay, yep. I believe C and C++ also call them vector, which is bizarre, but is what it is. There's also linked list and vecdq and so on, but vector of type is the default. Gotcha. Everybody got to have their own names for things, you know? See, more in chapter 4. When you want to ensure you always have a fixed number of elements, array isn't as flexible as the vector type. Oh yeah, there you go, right there. Vector is a similar collection type provided by standard library, allowed to grow or shrink in size because its contents live on the heap. You're unsure whether to use an array or vector. Chances are you should use a vector. Chapter 8 discusses vector in more detail. Let's go to W Rust book. How's it going there, Clicks? How you doing today? Arrays are more useful when you know the number of elements. You'll not need to change. Yep. An advantage of a fixed size array is that you can use stack allocation. Yep, they did talk about that. I have the shit downloaded on my e-reader. It doesn't render well at all. Gotcha. Okay, months fixed array. Yep. Ready to arrays type using square brackets. Each type of each element, a semicolon, and the number of elements in the array. Okay. I32, 5 is the length. Also initialize an array to contain the same value for each element by specifying the initial value followed by a semicolon. Okay. And then it probably infers the type. I'm really bad at making actual efficient Rust right now, low key. Well, good. I'll be bad at it too shortly. Everything's just a vector whenever I read anything. I mean, like, I tell people like all the time, like it doesn't matter, right? It's fine. Just write it, and you're gonna write crap code. It's okay. It's gonna get you more familiarity, and you'll get more comfortable with that language, and you'll start to be able to like be ready to absorb more of the different nuances, and it'll get better. How's it going to be? Blazingly fast. Because once you're more comfortable and like you'll have the context to understand the more nuanced and idiomatic approaches if you can just write some code and just work through it, you know? The APL programming language is a thing for a region. I'm not familiar with APL either. Say less, I'll judge you both. Listen here, Marco. I will math squirt you. Uh-oh. Hang on 1 second. The AC made some stop making fan noises and start making other noises. That may be a really bad thing. If I'm lucky, it may have just iced up because it's been running pretty hard for a little while. If not, it might be expensive. I don't need that right now. Let's see here. An example for Conway's Game of Life in APL. Ooh. That is Summoning of Eldritch Horrors. Horrible, I know. Yeah. My programming languages professor in college taught me languages that should have been in their post-mortem phase. Ah. It could also be that my fan has just died. That would be really bad. It would kind of explain the squeal noise earlier. I was hoping that it would be a longer-lived problem. Okay. So yeah, array, cool. We can define it like that. We can also just define it. Okay. We access it by the index. That makes sense. What's that supposed to mean? The code panics. Okay. The only language that was taught that was marginally relevant was Rust, but it was covered in the last week of the semester, so we didn't write anything with it. That seems unfortunate. XY operation is just a trait index, mute, okay. I don't know what to do with that currently. Let's blow out our screens to calm goose down. Well, it's gonna get hot in a little bit. I'll have to take a look at that. No, I haven't gotten the traits yet because we've been busy chatting. You can define it on user types one. Okay. I can also do that and sub. So right, okay. So it's like operator overloading basically in the Rusty way. Indexing is also a trait. Okie dokie. So this, because we read line index oh yeah. I was like, this should work. If you do 0 through 4, you're good. Otherwise, if it's 5, then we panic out of bounds, index out of bounds, length is 5, index is 10. Operator overload, but less bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Exit with an error message and didn't execute the final print line. Using indexing, Russ will check that the index you specify is length less than the array length. Index is greater than or equal to, it'll panic. Okay. Has to happen at runtime, especially in this case, because the compiler can't possibly know what the value a user will enter when they run the code later. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to go take care of that sooner or later. Okay. You haven't even gotten to section 4 yet. Yeah. Functions, yeah. I mean, yes, that is true. Because we've been having a lot of chats. Me with the language based on functional languages has functions, right? But it's gonna get really hot in here shortly if that's broken. We'll power on a little bit and then I'll probably go open some windows. It's hot today. It is. Let's take a look. I'm hoping it was just ice. That would be ideal. Inconvenient, but better than broken. Yeah, 91 freedom units and sun each day. How was it for you? 91 degrees in freedom units. I don't know what that is in C. Let's see. 32 Celsius, almost 33. It was like 32 C for me at Starbucks. Yeah. So about the same. Sitting right next to my fan in Europe, it's my life sport. If I leave, I get bored live. Yes. Because y'all don't believe in AC. I think the solution is to burn more fossil fuels. I mean, you could do that. You could do other things too. All right, so we've seen the function keyword, yep, or the FN. Rest code uses snake case as conventional style. Okay. I don't have an AC and my apartment is in the attic. Well, that sounds like a good way to get really, really warm. Upstate New York gang, low key chilling. How cool is it up there? Is it still winter for you? It's not. It's not. Can't be. Basically. Well, now I gotta know. Hang on. This winter's gone like 3 months longer than it should have. Gotcha. Let's find out. New York says 77 here. Mostly cloudy. And y'all are going to be down to lows of 53. Only since like last week has it actually been consistently above 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that sounds lovely. I saw a mosquito on my wall. Well, now you're going to be too hot and itchy. Let's see. Yeah, it's saying 74 here. I don't know where. Feels like 71. This isn't really upstate. This is just like New York in general, I think. Doesn't say where in the... Looks like a lovely day for you. I'm jealous, is what I'm thinking. Okay. Ba ba ba. Followed by parens, curly brackets, tilde capeller. Okay, yep, curly brackets, aka the squirrely braces. And then, yep, we define, we call. That's all pretty normal. Parameters. So it looks like we give them names and then a type after the colon, kind of the same way we do other stuff. Also sometimes differentiated between by the terms parens, braces, and brackets. Yes. Parens are the little curvy fellas. These guys are parens. These are squirrely braces. These are brackets. My favorite part of teaching Intro to Programming is learning all the different terms brand new students have picked up for curly brackets. Barely hanging on down to 10 HP. I haven't even said anything torturous in at least 5 minutes. Or do you object to squirrely braces? Squirrely braces is kind of insane. Well, it comes from curly braces, right? Which is what the UK folks often call them. And then you just throw a little squirrely on it. Almost at the spontaneous combustion territory there, are we? Public static void main string brackets args squirrel. Yes, squirrely braces exactly. If that awful emoji based programming language that was going around, I don't know, a while ago now, doesn't use that character for squirrely braces, then they have missed a golden opportunity. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. So we give them names, we declare their types in that way in Rust. Print label measurement. Yeah. Okay. Statements and expressions. These are statements optionally ending in an expression. So far, the functions we covered haven't included an ending expression. You've seen an expression as part of a statement. And you always need to define them in function signatures. Rust won't infer them there. Good. Mongoose hit me with rapid fire. You just need to learn to have fun with language. Embrace the chaos. Okay. Series of statements, option ending in an expression. So far, the functions we covered haven't included an ending expression, but you've seen an expression as part of the statement. Okay, well, show me what they are. And then maybe I'll understand what you're talking about. Because Rust is an expression-based language, this is an important distinction to understand. Other languages don't have the same distinctions, so let's look at what statements and expressions are and how the differences affect the body's functions. Okay. Statements are instructions that perform some action and do not return a value. Okay. Expressions evaluate to a resultant value. Okay. Creating a variable and assigning a value to it with the let keyword is a statement. Okay. Perform an action, do not return a value. Makes sense. In listing 3.1, let y equals 6. Yeah, makes sense. Function definitions are also statements. Okay, because they don't return a value. The entire preceding example is a statement in itself. As we'll see shortly, calling a function is not a statement though. Right, it's an expression because it returns a value. Most things in Rust are expressions. Okay. I guess I'm confused as to why they're insisting on this being so important. They haven't explained that yet. We'll see if they get to it. It'll make sense later, okay? Like the if statement is an expression, for example, okay? Because it returns a value. Okay. Statements do not return values, therefore you can't assign a let statement to another variable, as the following code tries to do, or you'll get an error. Okay. Only supported directly in conditions of if and while expressions. Just read on. Well, I was trying to. Okay. Let y equals 6 statement does not return a value. Isn't anything for x to bind to. Right? Makes sense. Different from what happens to other languages such as C and Ruby, where the assignment returns value of the assignment. Those languages can write x equals y equals 6, and have both x and y have the value 6. Okay, yeah. But, like, don't. Don't do this. Just, you're making it hard for humans to read it. You need to ignore us more. But that's not very nice. Like, if I wanted to just sit down and read through the Rust book, I could do that. I don't have to be on a stream to do that, right? Part of the fun of streaming is talking to chat. I love syntax sugar. There's a difference between syntax sugar and syntax empty calories. And usually, syntactic sugar is just empty calories. But there is a difference. Let's see here. Special value to value. Yeah. Math operation expression because it values to value. Part of statements is an expression of values. Yeah, it's the value. Oh, the 6 in the statement. Because I was like, wait a minute. No, that's not. It's not a it's the other statement. The 6 is an expression. Okay, there's a weird way to think about it. I don't know why that's cogent, but okay. Calling a function is an expression, right? Because it evaluates to a value of some kind. Macro, okay, yeah. the value of y is y. Y equals let x equals 3x plus 1. Like, why? Why you do this? Vice for bound to y is part of let statement, right? Because this block all evaluates out. That's why it's an expression. But like, why? X plus 1 line without a semicolon at the end, which is unlike most of the lines you've seen so far. Expressions do not include ending semicolons. You add a semicolon to the end of the expression, you turn it into a statement. It will then not return a value. Okay. I'd consider it more syntax high fructose corn syrup, right? It's really weird to harp on this difference before you understand like any other part. Yeah, like they're trying to do this, but so this is the same problem I have with like academic shit, right? Is that they assume I know everything already and they're explaining this directly with nothing to really attach it to in my understanding, right? Which is something you very commonly get. And like this is basically just like language designer it appears like just language designers being language design nerds. Like, holy fuck, I don't care like about this distinction at all. Like, it doesn't need a technical name. Maybe it does, and I just haven't got there yet. But like at this point, that's my thought process, right? This is a bit of a made up example, but sometimes it's useful like this. I mean, I could maybe see that. Yeah, it's just weird, you know. Sometimes weird statements like that are really useful to help fight with the borrow checker, but like, why are you teaching this before you even had heard that now? Exactly. Here's an example on how this example could be more useful. I don't understand how this is useful. I'm not grasping. Like, it's just very contrived. Look, is what it looks like, right? But I'm probably missing like all of the context that makes this clear. To answer why, it's a shorthand that comes in handy in acronym functions to reduce some boilerplate, but often using explicit return X is clearer. Yeah, I explicit return. I'm explicit for sure. You can kind of use it like guard clauses inside a block. Like there's a point where you know, just write the fucking code you want to do. You know? Clippy says return keyword is only for early returns, and I think that's a better use of it in Rust. It makes it clear you're explicit returning early. I don't know. Me and Clippy might have a fight later. We'll see. It's still pretty contrived. Yeah. I mean, and that's hard. Like, it's always hard to have an example that looks like a real world thing, right? But that's why I bounce off of stuff like this whole fucking block of like language designer just mental masturbation. Oh, this is the type in a statement because it evaluate fucking why? You know? Yes, things have fucking names, but like I'm pretty sure Clippy yells at you if you explicit return that. Well, then me and Clippy are gonna fight. I'm gonna just beat the hell out of that paperclip, I tell you. Okay. So function can return values to the code that calls them. Yeah, that makes them useful. We don't name return values, which is kind of weird, but that's also what Go does, right? Must declare the type after arrow. Yeah, okay. I guess you don't really name. You don't really name returns in anything. This is you're expressing it in the same way Go does almost, which is kind of weird as opposed to like being in the front. Yeah. Let's see here. You'll, for example, use blocks if you want to lock a mutex for a specific duration. Okay. Taking notes from my own documentation. We don't name them since we don't need to refer to them within the function. Right, yeah. The name of the parameters is kind of because you need to be able, yeah, exactly. I've used both and I disagree with Clippy here. Use whichever makes the most sense to you. You can configure Clippy to change its mind for your project. Good. Heresy, says Marco. Okay, so after the arrow, right? Okay. In Rust, return value of a function is synonymous with the value of the final expression in the block of the body of a function. You can return early from a function by using return keyword and specifying a value. But most functions return the last expression implicitly. Yeah, I don't like that. Example of a function returns value. Yeah, this, I don't like this. No. Gross. Strong dislike. Actively do not like. Just a number of 5 by itself. It's a perfectly valid function in Rust. Shame on you for that weirdness. Note that the function's return type is specified too. Yes, that makes sense. You'll get used to it. Probably, but I'm going to dislike it the entire time until I do. But look at how clean it is. Like, no, it's inexpressive, I guess. I think inexpressive is the right word. So mathematically perfect, you sound like a monad. Get Haskelled, idiot. Obviously, I'm being Haskelled. Maybe that's like the whiff that I'm detecting is the monad enjoyer scent, and needing to have this is the statement and this is the whatever it's called now, and it's very important that you know this even though I have not told you why. Like, does a thing fucking return something? That's valuable information to me to know for my understanding of how the code is running, right? What that specific name is for it, I don't give a shit. Monads are literally everywhere. Monads are on your face. Got him. Fun fact, one of the many dialects in my native language uses the word mona, borrowed from Italian to imply a dumb person. Nice. The absence of a semicolon indicates return. In fact, you can omit for continue and break. Hence, an expression without a semicolon is always a return. And you absolute animals got so mad about uppercase function names being public in Go. Resultant option can technically be considered monads. Get your nads out of here. Stop it, camera. Okay. We're going to get through this section. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so this is weird and I don't like it, but it's a thing. Which is why the return type is integer 32, right? Yes. Okay. Shows that we're using the term. Okay, yeah, that's pretty normal. Body of okay, yes. Look at another example. +1 returns this thing +1. Okay. Then this will fail, I guess, right? Yeah. just I don't get why any of that. So you've created a problem by making this distinction hinged entirely upon a semicolon, and then spent like 6 paragraphs saying it's very important you know these names because of this problem you've created is the impression, right? Not even technically the gist are. I'm gonna quickly go grab dinner. Cool, enjoy your dinner. I don't know why it goes over all this as if anyone's learning Rust is learning as their first language. I mean, like, it's possible, right? And I'm glad that they have docs, like, but okay, so like, this is gonna lose. Like, I'm halfway lost as to what the hell the point of any of this was, right? You're gonna lose noobs there for sure. Like, it's good that they have like basic stuff in here. It's too wordy, it's too verbose, it's too fucking navel gazing. Yes, expressions and statements and monads. I will suggest, or sorry, it's monad these nuts. Yes, it's syntactically less characters. I don't fucking care. Yeah, you can go buy gigabytes of storage. A character in your source code is not. No, bad argument. I will suggest that once you've worked with it a little, if you do, then return, no return, semicolon, function, etc. look familiar. You can see if they make more sense. Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. Functions with implicitly returned last expression often feel more mathy. There's a bit less text to read. Comes down to taste, but the official Rust style suggests explicit only for early, right? You can't return from blocks or ifs with the return statement, but the expressions without the semicolon work there. Return always refers to a surrounding function. That's the main difference. Yeah. So you can't early exit with a return, is what you're saying? Comments. Yep, those sure are comments. Is there no multi-line? Nope. Okay. Whatever, I'm done with that. Let's see here. You can early exit only with return. Okay, yeah. You can, but it'll exit the function, not the block. Right. So like in Go, if I'm in a for loop, right? Thing, range, list of thing, right? If I'm in here and I say if thing ID is 0, then return, then I'm returning from the function that encases this thing, and that's normal, right? Not from the for loop. If I want to get out of the for loop, then I break. And I don't know why I have a semicolon there. I'm losing my mind. So like that just seems normal to me if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. That works the same including for now. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like really standard. I think. Like, it seems like it's standard. Okay, control flow ifs. Okay, they work like other things. If that were different, I'd be very concerned. Yes, right. I was trying to think of like, is there a case where that's not true? So it's one of those things where like, it's hard to think about other languages other than what you're looking at. For me, at least, like, it's hard to think about them if I'm not reading them. Omit the last comma and then the semicolon exiting control flow early. The main difference is that the last official, or the good path, if you will, return doesn't have the keyword. So you get some visual indication where the earlier turns are. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Implicit return is also real nice for Lambda functions. Why? Like, type return. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I'm notoriously bad at typing. I can do it. Okay, so if starts with a if followed by condition, yeah. Squirrely braces, like so. Yeah, but x plus 1 is a whole lot nicer than x return x plus 1. No, it's not. I disagree. And I don't even know where these pipes are coming from. Like, we haven't even gotten to pipes yet like that. Like, I'm pro verbosity. Those are both valid though. Good. So I'll use the one that doesn't suck. Declare lambda. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Pipes mentioned. It looks nicer and cleaner in anonymous functions, which have a really concise syntax used in iterators, chains, stuff. You'll see them and can decide after. No, I'm deciding now. Damn it. Like, your arguments against verbosity land upon my deaf gopher ears. If error not equals nil is our mantra. If you want to decide now, then I have to go into the 2-hour lecture on closures. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's an if statement, my dude. We're good. If else, okay. Else, yeah. Yeah. These work like normal. Very good. Condition in this code must be a bool. If the condition isn't a bool, we'll get an error. Okay, cool. So it's not like an implicitly true thing. Good. This user has been banned from all languages except Java. Hey, Cresho, how's it going? It's nice to have a chuckle every now and then. I hope we never take ourselves too seriously, right? I like you did this Rust rabbit hole. Is it a rabbit hole or is it a crab hole? If you want to be a psychopath, you can also replace all your ifs with A equal B. Then no. I don't want to be a psychopath. That's like, I can feel my frontal lobe rebelling just reading that. If you want verbosity, you'll have to deal with Spring Bean Builder Interface Factory. You need at least 3 more enterprise and factories in that to be a proper declaration, proper name. The important difference is that in a crab hole, you tend to drown. Damn, it's bleak. He's just getting started. We haven't gotten to we've not gotten to the hole yet. Oh boy. It's been a fun day though. Like, it's been a good time. Oh no, I was worried I'd killed him for a moment there. Also, in a crab hole, there are 15 other crabs actively digging with you. I mean, yeah, at least when I've seen crabs in buckets, that's true. That was a good one. Yeah, right. Rust requires you to change the way you write code because memory safety or a match is just better. Well, we'll find out, right? That's why we're doing this, is to find out if we like it. So we'll consume the onboarding material, similar to what we did with Flutter. That might have been before your time with us here today, or not today, but on the stream. Like we ran through the basic Flutter app thing, and I was like, all right, well, we'll just YOLO something. Don't forget that crabs in a bucket. When one of them tries to escape, the others pull it back. I haven't seen that, actually. I just know that they're in there all crabbing it up all together. It's okay, but that just makes job easier for AI robots. Well, when it all, falls apart and people say, oh, yeah, turns out this shit doesn't actually work and produce stuff that's usable for long term, that means there'll be a lot of cleanup work, right? But also, I've been seeing it come up more often as things that people um are marking as desirable or requirements in job postings. So it's not bad to at least get a little bit of familiarity. Um, let's see here. You either have names so specific 50% of your data usage is the names. You have names so generic you have to either comment everything or manually trace logic, or the most random garbage like snoozle While the Enterprise Snoozle Constructor Factory is just a time-honored institution around here, so and then there's Hungarian notation. I feel like I've heard the name and I probably know what it is, but I can't think of what it is. You're in it now. We got our little claws in you. You're not getting out. We'll all be boiled alive together. Yay! Rust is just DSL for people who can't write proper C code. Rage. Writing the type. Yeah. Writing the type of the variable in a name. Yeah, sometimes kind of useful, kind of a little bit. I don't know. I don't follow that very well. Like, even the suggested Go testing names, I kind of don't like and just make up my own sort of method. If the Rust Foundation is going down, you're going down with us. I don't accept that. I mean, that's fine. You're allowed to be wrong. It's okay. It's less needed in strongly typed stuff, right? Oh no. Oh no. Don't start the Rust versus C war in earnest. Like, if we're joking, it's Gucci, but you'll all just burn in Haskell hell. Win Mongoose green hair? Never. Besides, I thought it was supposed to be blue for Rust. My grandpa used Hungarian notation. Was a little odd when learning Java, but who was I to argue with the man who designed the language? Your grandpa designed Java? Or are you just, like, mocking his oldness? Hungarian notation is B underscore boot. Oh, okay. I was misunderstanding. Yeah, no. No, I'm not a fan of that. The language wars were all pointless anyway. The perfect language has been invented. It was called Fortran. I saw an insane thread on the forum for the Qt libraries that was like rewrite in Rustwin, and as far as I could tell, the dude was being fully serious. Oh boy. We should have stopped at assembly. I'm pretty sure that the punch card guys think you should have stopped back then. He designed Java and paid the people who implemented it. Head of some Microsoft. Oh wow, interesting. C code, BIOS, or UEFI works most of the time. Most of the time, things that break is all the crap they put into it. Real men program with a magnetized needle in a steady hand. Yes, right. I'm reminded of the story that goes around every so often about the guy back when they had like the spinning drum memory, that he made everything fit into where the things were lined up whenever they were executed, and they ended up at the start of the next section or whatever. Madness. Let's continue reading the book. I mean, we could, maybe. But y'all are being entertaining. I'm reminded of punch cards. I don't want to think about it. Okay. Yeah. So if it's not a bool, makes sense, right? We should probably have we can do that. It should complain at us, yeah, and say, yeah, expected bool found a U32. Makes sense, right? Let's see here. He passed 11 hours after I was robbed at gunpoint at work. That was one rough Tuesday. Jeez, dude. Sorry to hear all of that. You can also distribute the code across the spinning disk and use the seek time as delayed. Yeah, that was in that same story, wasn't it? Let's see here. Put chat on stream and put Mongoose in chat. Let's all read the rest book. You can read it right here. Okay. Yes, it will. Multiple conditions by stacking else ifs if you're a monster. I've already read it now. I don't need to read the Rust book. The Rust book is my Bible. I read the Rust book for 2 hours every night before sleep, and then I say a prayer to the crab. Oh, great crab, bless me with your calcification. Not gonna say I haven't done that before. Okay, yeah. If is an expression we can use on the right side of a let statement to assign. Okay, yep. We talked about that in our 6 paragraphs of statements versus the name I can't even think of anymore because it didn't stick because there was nothing to tie it to. Okay, yeah. Actually, I've read most of the docs of the rest gender library while I was bored when taking the bus to school. That's... I feel like a deep pain in my soul at the prospects of that. Let's see. Which verse is your favorite? This one. The compiler generates non-generic implementations of functions and methods for each concrete type that we use in place of a generic type parameter. Rust is cool. It's like that opinionated syntax formatters. Well, Go's opinionated. Go Fumped is a very opinionated too, right? They really struck my heart. Also, while class in school when they bored me, I mean, we used to just take naps back in my day. Reading the standard library and the Rust book is no different than reading the dictionary from cover to cover. Loved the book, although the plot was a bit predictable. Turns out the zebra did it. It's just you have to do this thing that you want to do in a specific way. Yes, I mean, we've already talked about there's apparently different ways coming later chapters. I'm not sure if this is on my side or yours, but the stream is lagging. Like buffering, or other people will have to chime in. Am I lagging or am I good? Is it me or is it you? Repeating phrases? Yeah, it is for me as well since I started watching it on stream. You lock it to a single quality option, it's better. Gotcha. Some freezes earlier, like your facepalm, for example, just hangs for a second. That could be my side. I'm actually only at 6.9 drop frames today so far. So the different quality streams are desynced. Oh, so if you're flickering between them, you skip around in the stream. Interesting. Good to know. Hot tip. How do you drop 0.9% of a frame, or 0.9 of a frame? Well, it's averaged over 40,444 frames. So 6.9% of that. Let's see here. A couple hours of trial and error can save you minutes of reading the docs. It's true. But a couple of hours of smashing your finger with a hammer will teach you a lot of things about how you should hold nails. You're good to me, but if it's laggy, just move twice as fast. Okay. I'm on 1080p source the entire time, though. You can pause and play the stream to resync. Gotcha, yeah. Either case, Rust specs are useful to look up individual things when you need them. Reading it from start to finish isn't the best use of time if you don't have eidetic memory. I mean, if you're bored on the bus and you have nothing else you would rather read, I suppose it's productive. Better than being, yeah, see? Reading the docs for C++, 500 pages, yeah, 5 minutes. I would recommend a fiction book, but yeah, it's possibly a good use of time. Well, you gotta understand that our new friend, Reactoring HD / Justice Flugel, is German. And the idea of fun and fiction are completely alien to his culture. Let's see here. I tried to stop app multiple times, didn't help. Locking quality same. 2020 720p feels a bit better. Huh. I also did read fiction from time to time. Look at that. The official standard is 1,853 pages. Why do I feel offended but also not offended at the same time? Galaxy Quest. Hey, there's a solid classic movie right there. I don't know what we're talking about. I haven't. Like, am I missing messages? Let's not be actually like arguing. uh. Oh yeah, yeah. Schrodinger's events. Okay. Anyway. So yeah. We can do that. Cool. That's fine. They all have to evaluate to the same type, I guess. That makes sense. I don't understand what we're talking about there, Crash Show. Have I hang on. Have I missed something? I don't know what you're talking about. Um Rust does not have ternaries with X. Yeah. That's good. I don't particularly like ternaries, really. I enjoy the fact that Go was like, you know what? No. But we've seen too many unreadable messes of very clever ternary. We're not using them. We don't need them. Go's very careful about backwards compatibility, especially with the standard library. In some cases, that was a detriment in my view. Yeah, I mean, you trade flexibility for interoperability, right? We were talking about doing the Rust book. Well, I'm doing the Rust book right now. That's what I know. And there's a lot of things I'm skipping over because, like, I don't need to explain what a variable is. Like, I got that. I'm checked out. I find it funny how Prettier in JS introduced new formatting for chain ternaries to make them more readable. Like, the formatting is issue, right? I guess we're talking about Rust. Yes, today. Well, I was gonna like stop doing the Rust book and switch over. But then I got into busy with what I was doing, and we got to chatting about everything in the world, and I just decided to keep on keeping on. We need to finish up, like, my loose plan is that I need to finish up the editor changes to Mongoose Engine. Because I don't want that branch to be floating in the getting forgotten ether. It's already kind of in the getting forgotten because I haven't touched it since, last week. Last stream was the last time I touched it. So, like, I'm already losing context and I know, right? So that does need to be buttoned up. So we're probably going to do some longer streams for a little while here. Because I want to investigate this. I want to explore Rust a little bit, learn some stuff about it, kind of figure out if I like it or not, if I want to continue with it or not. And then do this other stuff that we talked about, where, like, we may start another side project to solve some of those pain points. At least finish section 4. Yeah, we're trying. The only real valid use for a ternary in my opinion, is x equals 1. X minute or X minutes. I mean, yeah. Up. Let's see here. I like Rust, don't get me wrong. Rust is awesome, but I disagree with blindly shoving it into everything by force. Yes. If it's really good, I think so. Then it will grow naturally. Forcing rewrites just causes anger. Yeah, absolutely. I feel that Rust is just a DSL that simplifies work for AI robots. I mean, that's certainly an opinion. I don't think I would agree with it. Like, Rust vastly predates that. For example, Y2DLP library, which is used by MPlayer, used by SMPlayer, switched to Dino recently. Rust.js runtime. Well, isn't no, it was Bun. Bun just did the slop rewrite. My system update went from 3 minutes to 53 minutes. I'm pissed. Yeah, it's far off being good. It's a problem because the build time for Dino is like 45 minutes. Yeah. I feel like legally you can say that Bun has zero right to the code now. I mean, that's like certainly a thing that will have to be figured out, right? Like, is that true? Because they didn't write it right. Don't claim your JS replacement is in any way ready or stable if it takes 24 core 48 gig machine that long to compile the default version. Rust forces you to write code in a specific way. It's not bad. Let's continue reading the book. We're getting nowhere. I mean, you're right. You're right. But that's like the nature of a stream, right? What we got? Oh, not you. Where'd you go? I closed you. Okay. Anyway, repetition with loops. Yeah, we did looping. Okay, yep, same types, cool. We did looping. We have loop for your just generic loop. Bop, bop, bop. Forever loop. We can break a loop. This breaks with a return value. Result is result. Yeah, you can return with a value. You can break with a value. Okay. We declared counter. Yep, initialized to 0. In here, we set it. If it's 10, we return 20. We can label our loopy loops. It starts with a single quote. Deeply strange. But it is there. Pull up a loop. What? There's a loop right here. You can run it if you hover the oh yeah, but I don't need to. Same syntax and other things as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty basic stuff. Or unless you meant the label, which I actually didn't know you could label loops in JavaScript. I haven't needed it, obviously. But I try to avoid doing JavaScript. Yes, label. Okay, gotcha. It's just weird because it's a single quote guy. Pull up a loop sounds funny if you say it fast. My daughter was watching crochet videos, so I hear the okay. I have used a labeled loop one time ever, and I deeply regretted it. Like, yeah, they are like sometimes they're useful, right? But like, it's definitely a sign to me that I need to think more carefully about what I'm doing for sure. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Um. Let me break counting. Yeah. Okay. Streamlining them with while. Okay, cool. Pretty basic. Four. So we can do looping through collections. Use the while. What? There we go. Yeah. For thing in A. Is there a indexed version? That's something that Go introduced me to and I find deeply useful. No, there isn't, but a for loop is kind of special that it uses iterators. Huh, interesting. In my humble opinion, if you're writing a loop twice for anything other than a matrix, you're already doing something wrong. Well, it's not, well, I don't know all of the exhaustive cases that are that are technically called a matrix, but like if you're trying to compare elements in two different lists to see if there's missing things, then you have to write a nested loop usually. Or do something else. You know, you can do other crazy stuff, but so you can write for x in 0 to 10. So there's just like a standard range. Since the range 0 to 10 is an iterator, yeah. Um oh yeah, which is what they're doing right here. Oh, you can reverse it. How nice. Okay. Yeah. Chapter 4, we've made it there. Okay. So, I need to open some windows because it's now getting really warm in here. And I'll be right back, and then we'll go through and start learning about the borrow checker, the infamous borrow checker. I'll be right back. Okay. I've also got a fan on, so let me know if the audio goes crap. Video has gone crap. There we go. Let's see here. No turning back here, Ben. I hope you enter it right. He's made it. He's officially a crab. Consider it only after you completed it. Folks on the YouTube chat are wild. It's true. It's getting late. It's been an exhausting day arguing with the chat about the whole day of work, like my corp demands. Turn in. You let me know on Discord if he throws his computer out the window in disgust during this chapter. Well, the face palm went, or face cam went. Yeah, we're fixed. We fixed it. I don't know if that's because of the fan though. Right. So it's set to not autofocus and not auto balance and everything else, but sometimes it just does whatever it wants to. It's kind of annoying, but you know, up until I find another job that doesn't want to make me do crap I hate, and like, you know, jobs exist, here we be. If I find one of those, or I can make other things pay money, then I'll be upgrading some things for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, take 10, stuff like that. Iterators really powerful. The map filter, typical stuff, yeah. Use .windows when you implement TCP from scratch. All right. Ownership is Rust's most unique feature. I've heard that we will own nothing and we'll be happy. Don't believe it, though. Okay. Set of rules govern how a Rust program manages memory, right? Garbage collection, yeah. Well, we'll own something in Rust, though. You will own everything and be extremely angry. That is the 2026 life experience, is it not? At least for those who don't own nothing and are not happy. Okay. Managed through system ownership, yeah. Okay. Rust, you'll own the one thing and one thing only and be happy. What if I need to own two things? What that? Okay. Arc Doom. Okay. I believe I've seen that in memes. I don't know what it is yet. We'll get there. Yep, stack and heap. Okay. Last and first out. Yep. Okay. Yep. Uh-huh. Push values onto the stacks, not allocating. Store the pointer on the stack. Okay. Oh, the pointer. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Ownership rules. Atomic reference counting, aka ARC. Ah, okay. Each valued Rust has an owner. One owner at a time. When the owner goes out of scope, the value will be dropped. Okay. Now that we're past basic Rust syntax, we won't include all the function main. Okay. Scope is some variables. Scope is arranged in the program. Shine is valid. Variable s refers to a string literal where the value of the string is hard coded. Yep. Into the text. Um, when S comes into scope, it's valid. Means valid until it goes out of scope. Okay. Makes sense. Uh, okay, string literals. I have a feeling Rust is about a way you have to structure the code with just too much documentation. Oh, okay. I mean, you could say that about a lot of things, right? Um, Trivial copy makes a new independent instance. Another part of the code needs to use the same value, different scope. Data stored in the heap and Explorer. Rust knows when to clean up that data. Okay. String type is a great example. This applies to other things as well. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. I was like, what are you getting onto here for a second there? So I had the string type, which, yeah, right. String new is our guess that we ended up parsing into or reading into and then parsing from. I see. So in this example, they didn't make it clear that this was different from a string literal. We have functional and object-oriented programming for like 60, 70 years. Still, people just make a big mess. That's true. Like string literals are literally pointers to some bytes in the compiled application binary data or row data. Okay, yeah. That's why they're immutable. Makes sense. Create a string for string literal like so. Namespace is particular from function under the string type. Okay, yep. More in methods. I don't know why this section takes 13 years to get to the examples that don't work when that's the whole reason you're doing it. Yeah. I'm struggling with, so a lot of this stuff is like baby's first language stuff, right? Which again is good if you're trying to do this, then good on you as your first language, right? Good on you. Good luck. Probably not the route I would choose, but good luck. And I really do hope people do doing that do succeed. But like it's hard to skip too much, right? Because I don't want to miss something that is actually important, but it's buried in here. In like basic stuff and in just academic, I'm a language designing nerd and this is super interesting to me and everything's a a fucking statement and a function or whatever, I taught Rust as a first language before. Well, I hope it went well for the student. It will get more terse later. Good. It's just too much information fitting functional problems into OOP solutions and back. CS grads feel that everything has to be OOP. I mean, I'm not going to make judgment until I get further into it, right? Like, the reason I'm doing this is to just explore and find out, do I like this language or not? Do I enjoy working with it, right? I don't, like, if we're going to just judge strictly on like the philosophy behind it, I'm already not interested, because I don't give a shit about Rust's political stuff, because they're super into that, right? I don't care at all. But like, if the tool is good, if the language is good, and if I enjoy using it, that's a different story, and we'll find out the only way, which is to swing the hammer, see if it feels good in the hand. Automod is just a little aggressive there. That's okay. I don't like OOP, and I'm studying CS at uni right now, right? Just my opinion, but it feels that Rust is fundamentally bad, a bad language to start with, because it's a language built off of the mistakes of other languages. In order to fully understand why Rust works the way it does, you have to have been bitten in the ass by various bad design decisions made from. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I agree that it's going to be harder for you to truly appreciate those things, but I don't know that you necessarily need them to understand, right? Like, somehow, yeah, but you also don't learn Smalltalk or Ada before learning Java, right? Yeah. Like, I think your expectations kind of get set by the first language you write stuff in, right? To a degree. So yeah, it's probably helpful though. You should try Rusty if it works for you. That's what we're doing. Smalltalk and Ada are also dead. There's a guy on Mastodon right now that's been talking about writing something in Ada. Like, it's still, people are still playing with it for sure. Isn't that an ever descending recursive argument? In order to appreciate high level, you need to learn assembly. It's like ever seeking foundation. I mean, kind of. Like, I understand the spirit of the argument. Like, you gain a lot of context, right? And it is helpful. I just don't think it's as necessary. And I think as soon as you're ready, if you're ready for those things, then you'll just naturally gravitate towards it, and you'll fill in things, and you'll have context to base your understanding on, right? Smalltalk, inheritance, and so on are pretty fundamental to how modern languages work, though. So in that sense, yeah, it's relevant. Arguably, you can't work in C if you don't have a basic understanding of assembly. I've never written assembly. I've never read assembly. I don't study disassembled code. I don't care. I've been paid to work C. Like, I worked on a C code base, right? I've worked in C and I don't understand assembly at all. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's probably helpful. And, kudos to the people that do go that route and gain that understanding. That's great. I don't think it's required. I've read a lot of assembly, mostly in God, although, yeah. And like me, it doesn't get me where I want to be. I'm not interested in understanding how the nuts and bolts are manufactured. I want to build the car. I don't think going lower level or knowing more is ever, but yeah, it's never a bad thing. I just don't think it's a strong argument exactly. No hating. Yeah, exactly. No hating against learning ever. Absolutely. Yeah, same page. Exactly. Maybe my program was just whack, but it like isn't debugging in C based. What? Debugging in C, you step through the code the same way you do other stuff. I had a whole like day where one of the graybeards, like we sat down and did GDB and it sucked and I hated it because it was just annoying. Like, give me an IDE that helps me debug things, that plugs into debugger stuff, you know? Make it easy. Tooling. So we come back to every time. I'm also not arguing against learning Rust first, like do whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. I think there are much better starting points. Yeah, I think you're gonna yeah. I think you're gonna struggle with a lot of things because you don't have the easier on ramp unless you have somebody that's teaching you that can help you over them, like very hands on. Or if you're just determined. Let's see here. GDB, you love it, and LLDB. I've never used that. College had my ass doing GDB exclusively. Yeah, that sucks. You can make a good front end for GDB. No need to raw dog it in the terminal. Yeah. You can work in C without knowing assembly, and you can do 95% of the stuff. It's just that 5% you'll have to say hello to assembly. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense, I guess. I missed the mosquito while trying to smack it. Now it's bit me twice and I can't find it anymore. You're going to be very lumpy. Okay. Multiple professors had students raw dogging C and Vim with GDB. Okay, so here's the thing. Is that I hate academics and I hate college and I hate professors for things like that. And like I fundamentally reject my way is the superior way and you must do it. I don't like that. As a general like thing that happens in this field. And most of those professors haven't done any like actual coding. Like they've never written things that are useful in most cases. Like the academic world is a whole huge can of worms, right? Let's see here. Anyways, I'm derailing. No, you're good. I'm new here, so missing some context. Any reason you're trying Rust in particular, or pure curiosity? Mostly curiosity, but also it's becoming more relevant in the world where people care about Rust experience. And I'm noticing that a lot of the desktop application development libraries and stuff are happening in Rust. And now you're probably going to say, well, why don't you just use C and MGUI or this other thing or Qt or any of these other things? Tooling. Because I don't like the tooling in the old languages. I like being able to do things simply and easily. And that's purely why. I like Vim in Vim though. Yeah, that's great. If you like that tool, then you should use that tool. That's my philosophy. I used it waveform between a unit. Yeah. I'm a filthy Emacs user, so I won't comment on tooling. I mean, if you like Emacs, then you should use Emacs. That's the true, like, statement, right? The professors that I had did actually write things of use. They weren't teaching Vim exclusively. Imagine that! Let's see here. It's all just data organization. People just think that object-oriented programming just solves that magically, right? Yeah. It's like making an ice sculpture. Some people can make beautiful stuff. I mean, I have no strong feelings on either or. Like, I work in Dart. That's object-oriented as all hell. I work in Go. That's not. Like, I don't understand the wars. I don't care about the wars at all. Like, use the hammer, like hold the hammer the way the hammer was meant to be held is the answer there, right? Let's see. I found it again, tried to smack it, but it flew away again. I think I need something larger to smack it with. I think you need one of those electrified little rackets. I'm all for people using their preferences. I despise being dogmatic about this stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I love cargo. I love waiting for 10 minutes to learn whether my code has a syntax error or not. Your IDE should be helping you with that. I do raise an eye when seeing people use slow tools like JetBrains or old school VS Studio. That's more me feeling bad for them. I'm using JetBrains Rust Rover right now. Like, there are places where it feels slow. 2 minutes ads, yes. If you're stuck in ads right now, let me just type this so that they can see. Anyways, yeah. If it takes 10 minutes, you're doing something wrong with your code organization, maybe. I just switched to watching on YouTube when they're Twitch ads. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. It's valid. Or I'm working in workspace with 1,000 dependencies. I mean, yeah. So there's another problem, right? That like the eagerness of yeah, okay. He did miss my replies. That's okay. We'll get there. The eagerness to bring in imported things, right, is another problem. Like, we don't need left pads in the world, and that causes a lot of problems, you know. Anyways, how does one connect to IRC? You need an IRC client, and you point it at that IRC. I've been using Halloy, and it seems to be very nice. And then there's a Nick serve there if you wish to register. You don't need to use your email if you don't wish to. Just a nickname will quite suffice. We need right pad in his even though. No, we don't. Is bad. What if I have a number and I want to know if it's a positive integer or not? I mean, I'm sure that there are 17 packages for you. Yeah, okay, so you should be back from ads there, Mr. Zid. I use JetBrains products. I'm using, this is Rust Rover right here. Like, it's fine. There are some times where it does feel slow. And I was complaining about Rust Rover earlier, not setting things up correctly. But like, it happens. It's a trade-off I'm willing to make until I can find something better, right? And I have been eyeing other things. Like, you're new here, so you don't know my normal workflow, is that I often have multiple panes open, multiple tabs, different things, like tests next to the code under test, and or the function I'm consuming the API of, or the package or whatever, right? So like, that's just kind of like the workflow I've developed, and it doesn't work as well. And the answer is, whenever you go and say, okay, well, in NeoVim, how do I get tabs to work like I do in my other IDE? You'll get somebody that comes in and says, well, you got to adapt your thinking to the NeoVim way. And the answer is no. No, I refuse. Tell me how I do this thing, or that this software fundamentally is not capable of that, right? Don't tell me to fucking adapt my mentality. I'm trying to build my workflow. Let's see here. Why would I write my own code for that when I could use a dependency that is tried and true in the JavaScript ecosystem that's been used by hundreds of people and is guaranteed to work, right? I don't like Rust Rover because it doesn't use the Rust analyzer. It does now. We were just... I gotta pull my settings over here because sometimes settings shows things like licenses. What was it? That's Clippy, not, and Cargo Check, not where were you in here? That's one of the things that I'm annoyed by. Yes, here we go. There's too many damn settings windows. So in here, in Rust format, use Rust Fumped instead of the built-in formatter. And the other one is the Rust Fumped. It was in here somewhere. I swear I saw it. Anyway, so that may be no longer an issue for you. But again, use the tools that make you happy, right? JetBrains seems nice, good tooling all around. I've just had it run slow on machines and others. Yeah, I mean, it's a resource-heavy thing. Not nearly so bad as the other options that I've tried, right? Rust looked like Kotlin? Okay. That is not Rust Analyzer, though. I mean, it could be. It could be I'm missing something, but I swear I saw it in there earlier. So Rust Fumped is in there, but also there I thought I saw the analyzer and I couldn't find it again briefly, but I've got chat messages to go through. So I stopped looking. Notice the no AI tags easy fall. Yeah, we don't do AI here, and I'm pretty much done talking about it in general. I'm tired of it. It's all anybody's wanted to talk about for years, and I'm just done. Let's see, what port for IRC should be the default? I would have to look. Hang on. I'd suggest Zed. No, I don't. Sure I could switch off all the ID, the slop stuff, but then I'd be in the same problem where I'm just waiting for the day they make it not able to be turned off, right? In the same way that I'm in the same boat I'm in with JetBrains products, right? Hang on, let's get this going for Crash Show really quick. Docs. So old that even IRC got shitified. I don't know much about that because I wasn't a huge IRC day guy back in the day. Let's see here. Installing. Hang on. Hang on. Try. I don't even have a port specified. I just let it do its normal. I thought I was going to be clever. Let me go to here. Be the admin manual. Because that'll tell me what I needed to. 6697. Try that. Or 6667. One of them is the secure, which is enabled. And your client should hopefully go to that. Um, 6697 is always TLS. There you go. There's the one. I set this up like weeks ago, and I didn't need to care about ports after I opened the. So I called it a day. Let's see here. I don't want to talk about it either. I'm nauseated about it. Yeah. So my last coming out. Thank God. Yeah, appreciate that. Zed is open source though. Maybe. I don't remember. All I know is that they're like super one-shotted and super on the wagon. Or so he says, then can use a man in the middle attack himself. 6697 works. Awesome. And then let's see here. There should be a general chat channel in there for you to join. Okay. Any wonky things in Rust that's thrown you off so far? I haven't touched Rust at all. I prefer Matrix nowadays. Yeah, so man, the whole federated thing is just like you got to figure out where you want to be on, and then it maybe talks to other things and it doesn't. Like it's just a pain in the ass, and I haven't sat down and dive into it yet, and I just don't care enough to. Like I'm on places because people are there already. That's where I'm at. As far as wonky stuff, not really. Except for the last value thing being a return. I don't like that. And the things I've complained about in the documentation since you've been here, I think, have been my main gripes. I think that their use of match here in the way that they've explained it makes it sound like it should just be called switch like everybody else, and it makes it sound like it's just trying to be special for its own sake. But I'm told and assured that that assumption is incorrect and that I'm just missing context, which is totally fair, right? I just run my own Matrix server. Yeah, but that my internet connection isn't the best, and that's more shit I got to worry about, and I just don't need that. I do not like federated chat apps, and I say that as a Fediverse Mastodon user. Yeah, I use Mastodon because people are there. The whole ecosystem is just kind of a pain in the ass. Like, yeah, gives me kind of just a weird. It just feels weird, and like the user base of it seems like they have a chip on their shoulder about everything, and I don't really like it. Like my experience on Mastodon is not great. Like it's a lot of politics if you're trying to find people to follow. There's just a lot of politics in the main feeds. I'm just like, man, I'm just not about that. Let's see, wonder if match is related to pattern matching. Yeah, kind of. I haven't fully understood it yet, and that's where they're saying that I'm missing context. But again, like if you're introducing this thing, maybe, you know. I hosted it on a VPS and not on my home. Well, then I gotta have I gotta set it up on the VPS, I gotta maintain it on the VPS, I've got to yeah, make sure that I fit within the instance size, right? Like what is it worth the effort sort of thing? And the answer is no, because everybody uses Discord. Like that, everybody that wants to talk to people just uses Discord. I don't necessarily like Discord that much. I'm not a huge fan of Discord, but it's the answer that people have decided. Like, I don't even like social media that much, but I'm there because people want to interact with me and because it helps me to grow my audience. Therefore, I'm just on all of them. I don't use Mastodon, I just use Matrix, yeah. On Mastodon, I've had to use a lot of filters to avoid politics. I literally have a 120 plus keyword filter to hide politics. Yeah, no exaggeration. I believe it. At least 30% of the people I talk to use Matrix, right? So it's a continuing issue, right? It happened with Signal. Signal was fantastic because it's a better product, right, than the messaging app that comes default. Even if you're not talking to other Signal people, as soon as they killed SMS support, they cut off the normal population that may have eventually and slowly started to use Signal and then gotten the benefits of Signal. But they're never going to do that because grandma doesn't give a shit. Grandma can barely push the button and type a sentence. That's her level of competency, and the level of give a damn is lower. Um, so like they killed their, like, I used to use Signal for everything, and somebody would be like, "Oh, do you prefer Signal?" I'm like, "Signal is my text messaging app," and then we chatted on Signal forevermore after that. Um, and like that was a natural growth, and they just killed that by saying we're not going to support SMS anymore. And I just don't understand the complete lack of strategy there. Signal basically uses the same protocol as Matrix, so yeah, and I haven't dug into it. I don't particularly care. Like, it was a better app, and you know, more encryption better than not, just as a general rule, because I don't care to share everything in the world. If you ever get tired of politics, that must be your filter. 150 plus, I forgot. They both use a double ratchet protocol thing. Gotcha. Uh, this stream is so far off the 4 hour mark. Mongoose is just farming rants. I mean, kind of. Not so. We're probably going to do some longer streams for a little bit because I don't want to abandon the engine project, especially in the middle of a PR or a branch, a long live feature branch, which is where we are right now, right? My initial plan was to stop and switch back over, but then we were having a lot of really lively chats and time got away from me. And I only made it to halfway through the first part. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I only made it through halfway through the first part of chapter 4. I was thinking we'd get this thing knocked out in a hurry and I'd start messing around with stuff. But, life had other plans. I was also supposed to be enjoying AC right now, but that seems to have an issue that I'll have to solve. So now I'm enjoying a fan and thinking maybe there's another window I can open. This is getting hot in here. Anyway, let's continue reading the book. I mean, we could. I've lived without AC all my life. Well, it's 91 degrees in here. And you're new, so you don't know this, but hi, I'm Mongoose. Before, when jobs were a thing, I was a digital nomad working remotely. So I live in a camper, and I used to drive around all over the place and see cool stuff, right? Campers not known for their insulation. And I normally would go to a cooler climate right about now. Good luck, my friend. Gotta run. See you. Cool. Have yourself a wonderful day, Mr. Kresha. So, and also it's really sunny today, so it's getting really warm in here. Without AC, I would die in deep south with the humidity and heat. Yes. Thanks for stream chat. Absolutely. Thanks for coming to be here and hang out for a little while. Yeah. I'm near Austin, Texas, so humidity and heat are a thing here as well. And I'm here because if I don't get some income soon, I'll have to go find a normal job. I am near Munich, Germany. Nice. North Carolina, excellent. I used to live in New Mexico, Mr. Dreyer. Yep. Whereabouts? I spent like I think July in northern New Mexico a couple years ago. It was a lovely place. That topic, the nonsense. My nonsense? Yeah, right. Used to live near Cologne. Near Cologne. Oh no, Germany, yes, duh. What was the what was the town? I don't remember. But I spent like a month in Taos, which is up north of Albuquerque. Which is where you used to live. Grew up in the rural portions of Carlsbad. Yeah, I've heard of the Carlsbad Caverns. It was on my list to visit, but I didn't quite make there. I wanted to visit Carlsbad because I hear it's amazing. And Roswell, of course, because you have to, right? Been to Taos? Yeah, yeah. I was not aware because I had gone through southern New Mexico, um, and El Paso and all that before, and it was like what I imagined New Mexico to be, right? Hot, deserty. Yeah, checks out. Much like Arizona, which is where I was coming from, because winter. Um, but then coming back through in northern New Mexico, I was like, holy crap, this place is amazing. It's like forests and mountains and cool stuff. Really pretty. I still have a plan to do a very big bicycle tour around the world for 2-3 years in a few years. Heck yeah, that sounds pretty rad. I miss being on the road. Like it was really cool. Because like I would just I would pick a place and head there for a month or so. Um, like I went and saw Meteor Crater. Um, just because it was on the way. So I spent a couple weeks there. Um, I had to kind of hightail it through northern New Mexico after Taos. I stayed there for a little longer because I was just tired. I'd been on the road for a while. I was like, man, I just need to park up and rest for a bit. So I did. Um, and then I kind of had to skedaddle to make my plans work out. But just like I woke up in the middle of the mountains of New Mexico and I went to bed in the desert of Arizona, like in a day. And that was amazing. Like cycling to Japan from Germany and then onwards to sea and across Australia and so on. Yeah. Well, I don't know about Australia. That sounds a little brutal because everything there wants to kill you, but the rest of it sounds amazing. That would be rad. Um, I love New Mexico for the mountains. Yep, yeah. Diverse with the desert portions and the mountains and the forest. Yeah. Miss the outdoors in New Mexico for sure. Best part. Yeah. Not the J word. Job. Job, job, job. Yeah. I lived in Utah for a while before I hit the road. And I really missed trees after my stay there. So it was nice to park up there for a little bit. I have a plan to make the financials work out, and it's going to plan so far, but we'll see. Yeah, that's the way it be. But I'm kind of parked up right now because cities mean there's lots of people, which means there's work if I need to find it, basically. And I need to get tires for the truck. They're pretty chowdered now. Before I could really hit the road again. So we endure the heat. If everything goes well, I'll be able to live from capital returns for the years we're traveling. That'd be rad. I've lived in North Carolina for a year and I'm still not used to the humidity. I hate it so much. Horrible weather. Yeah, people say that, but like the heat just sucks in general. And in the dry heat, yeah, you don't feel sticky and muggy, but you also feel like you're just drying out rather, from the inside out nonstop, and you can't drink enough water. So like, it's just a different kind of suck. I'm a winter guy. Yeah, me too. Like 65 degrees is like perfect. Okay. So we store our string. I like skiing, so that also helps. Yeah, that would help. I never became a skier. It's definitely a different kind of suck. I just like, I don't know. It feels like the asthma hits different with humidity. Like I can't breathe. Yeah, that would definitely have an impact for sure. I could see that being a difference. Did you move for work? I know that Durham has a lot of, it's like a lesser known tech hub. That's where a guy I worked with a number of years ago had transferred over from there. I moved to find a place affordable renting with roommates. Yeah. Yep, I'm in Durham. Yep. Yeah. Affordable housing, also big problems. What's called the triangle error area, Durham, Raleigh, and Chapel Hill. Gotcha. Yeah, Peck up for sure. Yeah, we had an office out there, and he had transferred because he was tired of it. Wanted to try out Utah for a while. Mongoose is on a streaming rampage. I'm having to make a coffee. Right? It's true. I've been going for a hot second. Chat, let's shut up for a moment. Let Mongoose read at least this page. I mean, that's fair. Okay, so we can mutate this kind of string. Cool. Goal, a paragraph here, right? So what's the difference here? Why can string be mutated but literals cannot? Okay, how they deal with memory, right? This is probably like a C string, actually, a vector under the hood or whatever, right? We know the contents, hard-coded directly into the final executable. Okay. Literal immutability. We can't put a blob of memory into the binary. I mean, not with that attitude, you can't. With the string type, okay. Yes. 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 Okay. String from. Request memory. Okay. Well, not the C string, but link prefix with a capacity like effector. Right, yeah. Second part is different. Yep, garbage collector, cleans it up, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, we got to do it ourselves. Invalid variable if we utilize it's a bug 2. 1 allocate with 1 free. We also have a C stir and C string type in Rust for FFI, but you rarely use them directly. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Rust takes a different path. Automatically returned once it goes out of scope. Okay. So that goes out of scope, you go. Okay. Calls a special function. It's called drop. Okay. The author tells us how to drop correctly. The idea of the GC being scoped is cute. I don't know about cute. It's a thing. The cleanup is also a trait called drop. You seem to like traits a lot. Noticing a pattern. Okay. Rust calls drop automatically closing a curly bracket. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Drop function in Rust will be familiar if you use Rye. Not really. Kind of. Drop is a special kind of trait. In Rust, basically everything is trait. Yeah, yeah. I'm aware. But I've learned today, I should say. It's a marker trait like copy and clone. Sounds like you've been sniffing the markers. The marker traits. Okay. Yes, yes. Okay. Example using an integer. Okay. So x is 5, y is x. Clone is not a marker trait. Copy is. Bind the value 5 to x and make a copy of the value in x and bind it to y. We now have two variables, x and y, and both equal 5. Okay? That's indeed what's happening. Integers are simple. With a known fixed size, these two 5 values are pushed onto the stack. Okay? Looking at the string version, it looks very similar, but it's going to end up being a pointer, right? That is the second line. We make a copy of the value in S1 and bind it to S2. This isn't quite what happens. Figure 4. Yeah, pointer to the 0 index. 3 parts. Shown left. Pointer to the memory that holds the contents of the string, a length and capacity. Group of data stored on a stack. On the right is the memory, and the heap holds contents. Read this as integers implement the copy trait. That's what simple means in this context. Okay. Well, then they should say that. Okay, so yeah, they both end up being a pointer to the same place in memory, basically. Not copy the data on the heap, yeah. For 2. Residual data does not look like 4.3, which is what memory would look like if Rust instead copied the heap data as well. Okay. They haven't introduced traits. I'm aware. I'm aware. I am painfully aware. Okay, so we said that variable goes out of scope, Rust automatically calls a drop function. So if one of these goes out of scope, the other's dropped, and it's a problem. Is what you're saying is going to happen. Okay. Both try to free the same memory, double free error. After the line, let S2 equals S1, Rust considers S1 as no longer valid. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Rust prevents you from using the invalid reference. Borrow of moved value S1. So, okay. Makes sense. And that is because string doesn't implement the copy trait, so it's not implicit copy. Okay. Makes sense. If you heard of the term shallow copy and deep copy, yes, indeed. Concept copying the pointer length and capacity without copying the data probably sounds like making a shallow copy, but because Rust also invalidates the first variable, instead of being called a shallow copy, it's known as a move. Makes sense. Kind of. We would say that S1 is moved onto S2. Like, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Solves our problem with only S2 valid. When it goes out of scope alone, it'll free memory, and we're done. Okay. Prefer 2 owned for cloning. In addition, there's a design choice that's implied by this. Rust will never automatically create deep copies of your data. That's important. Therefore, any automatic copying can be assumed to be inexpensive in terms of runtime performance. But doesn't that invalidate their statement here that this just makes a copy? Like they just said, they'll never implicitly deep copy. Wouldn't that equate to an implicit deep copy? It does. So this is not only because this is a simple value, right, but it's just a shallow copy? But if it's a shallow copy, why doesn't it do a move? Like, if it implements copy, then it's implicit. Integers don't have a heap part. Right. But like, So they will be implicitly copied. Right. But that invalidates this statement. It'll never create a deep copy of my data. Never automatically. Right, but if it's a shallow copy, then they're dependent upon one another, right? It's the same object, right? Or is there a nuance to shallow copy that I'm missing here? So if usually this only comes up with lists, right? Or vectors in this case, where you need, or a string where you need to know this specific difference. Integers are just integers. There's nothing deep to them. I feel like there's still, like, this still is confusing. Shallow copy in this context means just copying the stack part, not the underlying memory allocation. Maybe that's a misunderstanding. Right. No, I understand what it's doing. But if an integer is on the heap, and this is saying this is where on the heap this lives, right? If you live at 05xe, whatever, right? Then this says if it's a shallow copy, or yeah, sorry, the stack. That's what I meant to say. It's put there. It's x, right? If y equals x, either it's saying y is equal to this address, like a shallow, or it's saying that whatever y is I put a thing here, I've copied it. This is now 05ye or whatever. That's not even hex, but yeah, you know. No, it's not creating a pointer. So it's putting a new value of 5. Right. Like maybe there's like a languagey, like low level differentiation there that I'm ignorant of. But it would seem to behave as a deep copy. Because deep copy means I take that data and it's another thing, right? And it's a completely separate entity in memory. If it's just able to do a mem copy on the stack, that is what a shallow copy is. You can't do that in string, right? Because you got to do all the setup and put a thing and all that. Since they point to other data using a pointer. But doesn't this point to other data on the stack? Like it says, okay, I'm supposed to be a record for X. X is this address. It's that value. I don't know. Maybe they'll explain it better. Maybe I'm missing something here. They both are independent. If you let x equals 5, let y equals x, x plus equals 1, then x is 6 and y is 5. Right, because they have been deeply copied, right? Quote unquote. Like you've created a new instance of that thing with its own distinct address where a value lives that you can interact with. Which is the way I think of a deep copy. Now, maybe my conception there is flawed because I haven't had to care before. I think we just have a different understanding of deep here. It's possible. Like my understanding of shallow copy is that you basically copy the reference to the thing. It's the same thing in memory in some way, shape, or form. versus a different thing in memory that may or may not continue to have the same value, but did at the time of initialization. And your understanding may be more correct, because like I said, I haven't had to care before. Not really. About that distinction. I scrolled too far. What is meant with deep here in this context is we actually clone underlying data that lives somewhere else, and not in the local place of the variable on the stack. Okay, hang on. Now I'm now I'm more confused. Let's do our old friend Excalibur. We can chuck that. We're done with that for now. So you've got your stack here, right? Like so. Shallow is when we only copy the data in the local place on the stack. Okay, hang on. So if in here we put 5, right? And we say this is X. Let X equal 5. Okay, it's going to put 5 in here, right? Want to invite me? I can help drawing it. I'm not signing or anything. But this is how this works, right? I've said I want 5 to live here, right? How do I? Live collaboration. Oh, well, it's on screen now. Don't do horrible things. Okay. 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 We got our stack. We got things in the stack. Uh-huh. 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 Yep. Yep. I understand it's not on the heap. Yeah. Right. I understand the difference between these two things and how they're connected. Uh-huh. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. I understand that part. Hmm. Right. And we'll create a new copy of this guy here and give it his own variable. Deep is always about pointers. Okay. So there's the distinction that I'm missing. Hmm. I will have to investigate this further. You might want to call it deep as well. Right. The book does it. Right. I see. My question though is does in general would this be considered a deep copy, or is that a Rust specific thing? I'm standing in the way of the. There we go. All right, I'm gonna close Excalidraw. I think that's just different definition of what the terms mean. If you say deep, we follow pointers while copy. And shallow equals we don't follow pointers. Maybe. And talking about a copying algorithm. Is in context of Rust. Well, no, it's in context of like commonly understood terms, right? Or commonly used. Then the copying of x int x equals 5 to y is just shallow copy, not a deep copy. At least it doesn't require a deep copy. I'll have to dig into that a little bit. I'm interested just like for curiosity's sake and for my understanding. Because like I said, I haven't had to care about the very specific, actual definition. Maybe that's a better way to think about it. Does it require a deep copy to be correct? Don't ask what deep means to a JavaScript. I mean, pointers are plenty enough for those guys to just go, whoa, hang on. It's similar in Go. No. In Go, everything is technically passed by everything's technically copied. It's just depending on, are you copying the pointer to the thing or the actual thing? So like if you pass an int, it'll copy it. If you pass a string, it'll copy it's the same under the hood. It'll copy the pointer to it. Not a string, a slice, an array. Strings are copied as well. I don't think they're shallow. I could be wrong. I'd have to sit down and think about it. It's similar here. Yeah. Like, I understand what they're trying to say. I'm just dubious about that. The int is copied because it doesn't have an internal pointer and only requires a shallow copy. Right. Okay. I'll have to dig into it eventually. This is what I mean by, like, when you're ready for these other concepts, you're going to bump into them and go, oh yeah, I should firm up my understanding on that kind of thing. And then you either will or won't. Like, it depends on if it matters to you or not, right? But this is a great example of, like, because I haven't had to care about that difference, really. It's never something that's come up. And my understanding may in fact be incorrect or incomplete, right? Like, but it's fine, you know? I think it's more terminology here. Yeah, it could be. Okay. But anywho, let's see. We were in, I scrolled too far in my hunting. Scope and assignment. Inverses, this is true. For the relationship between scoping, ownership, and memory being freed via the drop function as well. And in that sense of not needing to follow pointers in the data structure, the shallow copy is cheap, and thus it can be done implicitly. Right. Not needing to follow pointers in the data structure, the shallow copy. Right, because it's just copying the address effectively. Doesn't need to know what's there. It just copies the pointer and says, there's a thing here. That's what you're talking about. If you want it, here it is. Never does an implicit deep copy, i.e. following pointers in data structure. Right. Okay. Inverse is true between scoping ownership and memory being freed via the drop function as well. When you assign a completely new value to an existing variable, Rust will call drop and free the original value's memory immediately, which is where this thing. Or no, not this thing, the reassignment, the move. I see we've made it into the weeds. We've been in the weeds all day long, my dude. Your dinner could not save us from the weeds. The shallow copy of a string is just prohibited because it would create correctness issues. Right. Well, it's easy to modify. Right. Well, that's cutting to, like, the core of why Rust exists, right? If you have two strings and one's a shallow copy, and you modify that shallow copy in a function that wound up getting what you thought was a copy in some way, shape, or form, then suddenly when you wanted to make a decision about it, it's actually been modified in some way and you've totally screwed the goat. We're not even at the hole yet. There will be more streams, Marco. There will be more Rust. Okay, but these are extra tall weeds. Well, I'm tall, so also because of the double free thematic. Yeah, also a problem, right? Yeah. Things that can happen. Okay. Yes, you. Okay, so also if we do string from, it's going to invalidate my S, is what you, or no, we reassign S. Yeah, so same difference. We do that, blah, blah, blah. Ahoy. Gets over, that data gets stored in here. And then this goes away. Excited for you to get into lifetimes because I still barely understand that shit, not gonna lie. I mean it's complicated, right? Like, Rust is kind of notoriously hard. But we're just gonna make our way through it and figure things out and go as we go. In this case, sorry, I missed one. I think you'll need to just use it a bit and then it'll get more intuitive. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I am the guy that says, cool, go write a thing. It's going to be shitty code. Don't worry about it. you can fix it later. Because yeah, you'll become more intuitive. You'll bounce your shins off those sharp edges for sure. In this case, the compiler would probably optimize the hello away completely, but in theory, this is correct. Right? Yeah. Compiler optimizations are another thing. That's a whole fraught topic, right? It ties into the fraught topic of benchmarking. The problem is that the lesson I learned about lifetimes is just don't pass references when not necessary, so I never write them into my own code. Okay. I mean, maybe that's a valid approach for a lot of things, That's sometimes the case. Let's see here. Lifetimes are actually easy. Borrow is about space, lifetimes are about time. Okay, makes sense. We'll get there. We'll get there. Not today, obviously, but we'll get there. But that's fine because we don't need to get there today, right? We want to absorb the material, which is why I'm stopping and thinking and engaging with it, right? This is learning. You're watching it happen. We could just skim this, go, yeah, okay, well, that seems weird, but whatever. But if we stop and we think about it, and we talk about it. Lifetimes are not that hard. Guy who was talking about Rust compiler optimizations. Guys, binary isn't that hard. It's just ones and zeros, right? Next page is references and lifetimes. Gotcha. Well, references and borrowing, it says. 8 more hours of Mongoose, please. I mean, at some point I need lunch. I kind of had a late breakfast, so I'm all right, but it's also hot, which is not hurting the appetite. Let's see. Borrowing equals lifetime. Okay, well, we'll get there. Maybe. Conceptually, I understand lifetimes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the original string this immediately goes out of scope. We clear it up. Okay. But I imagine I can be writing much more efficient code if I actually use them instead of actively avoiding them. Okay, well, so there's a good example of how so you've been writing some code, you're gaining familiarity, and you're now comfortable enough to start asking yourself, is the way I'm using this idiomatic and correct? Or is there a better way, right? And so then you can start Lego bricking these little, smaller, easier to digest things on top of your understanding. And that's fine. That's great, right? That's how you get better. And then you go look at your old code, you're like, oh, wow, I used to write this like crap. And that's fine. But you also have a lot more context after you have done the coding, right? To where you can kind of understand, hey, all the things going around the cognitive load, right? So it's, if you think about juggling on a unicycle, right? You don't start there. You start maybe juggling 2 things. Oh, that's easy. At first, you're going to be at the limit of your cognitive abilities, right? Your brain can only keep up so much. Then you can start adding more things and then eventually chainsaws or whatever, right? But at the point where you get comfortable with that, then maybe you can start learning to ride a unicycle. And you don't juggle it first because your brain is fully engaged in keeping you from putting your face into the pavement, right? But as you get good at riding a unicycle, slowly that becomes just automatic and habit. And then you can consider, maybe I should juggle while I do this, right? Before you know it, you're a circus bear. References always have a lifetime associated with them. Just sometimes there are some common rules being followed so you don't have to manually write them, aka Ellison. Okay, we'll get there. Maybe. You can just clone to the universe and use chrome amounts of RAM and then you never have to learn anything. I mean, you can, but that's how you get JavaScript people, right? And you people that like to code and craftsmanship will gravitate to not doing that just by nature. That is just the way it goes. People that are here only to make a buck, probably going to go that far and no further. But they still have their uses, Let's just read the next section. I mean, we could, but Marco wants 8 hours of Mongoose. 8 more hours of Mongoose. Correctness and maintainability greater than efficiency. I mean, yes, I would agree with that. Like, you can sacrifice machine efficiency to gain developer maintainability, for sure. Ideally, you want to be a little bit more targeted about how you do that, but you know, it's a thing. Okay, so if we do want to deeply copy the heap data of the string, not just the stack data, can use a common method called clone. All right, cool. Yes, clone. Love it. I can't be here for 8 hours, so it's midnight over here. Well, you know, there will be tomorrow. Hopefully, I can pop that cover off and I'll figure out what's wrong. If not, it'll just be warm. I'll have to do something about it eventually, but I guess I'll wait. I like to do both. Right. Balance, right? We keep coming back to balance. You're trying to balance something about ninjas. Exactly. Marco gets it. Like, it keeps coming back in my life. And much like somebody balancing on the high wire, like, they don't always get it perfect. They're kind of back and forth, you know? Ideally, they don't fall off and make the circus really sad, but sometimes I guess it probably happens. I think there was a Batman movie about that. FYI, clone corresponds to the clone trait, okay? Like a shallow copy, it corresponds to copy. You can also do shallow copy explicitly with dot copy. Okay, so copy is shallow, clone deep. So, clone method in action. Blam, we have 2 strings that are the same, right? Correct. Excellent. Heap data does get copied. Let's see here. I might have a date tomorrow. I'll let them know they need to reschedule. Have a mongoose to watch. You gotta go, Marco. Go to bed. There'll be more rust. Okay. So you call the clone, you know that some arbitrary code is being executed, and that code may be expensive. It's a visual indicator something different is going on. Okay. Sure. Why not? If you can copy and if you can copy a value with copy and it is not forbidden to do so, like it is with string, you can also always use clone on it since the deep copy is valid on it as well then. Okay. Why can't you copy a string? Because it's a pointer to bytes in the binary. That's why. Right? You're saying string literal as opposed to. No, you're not. No, you're saying string objects because it'll invalidate. Oh, you are? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so there's another wrinkle we haven't talked about yet. I don't know, I like that. They should Botox it. This code using integers, part of which was shown in listing 4.2, works and is valid. Okay. Yes. This code seems to contradict what we just learned. We don't have a call to clone, but X is still valid as wasn't moved into what? Okay. Yes. So they're addressing what we just talked about for like 45 minutes. Maybe not quite that long, but it felt like it. Exactly. Well, string, you can't copy it because that would be invalid because they would alias an underlying memory allocation. That has a double free problematic. Okay. The reason is that types such as integers that have a known size at compile time are stored entirely on the stack. So copies of the actual values are quick to make. Okay, but I still The terminology is what I'm taking issue with, but I digress. No reason we want to prevent X from being valid after we create the variable Y. In other words, there's no difference between deep and shallow copying here, so calling clone wouldn't do anything different from the usual shallow copying and leave it out. Okay. So they've explained it in a completely different way than what you said. Like this is confusing. Completely different way of meaning the same thing. There's no difference between deep and shallow copying here. So calling clone wouldn't do anything different from the usual shallow copying, and we can leave it out. So like the outcome can be the same, but there's still a differentiation in what these two operations they mean, right? And they're acknowledging that here. But my instincts were correct because they've called out that this does seem like a contradiction. Like they literally, if I continue reading, would have explained that this does seem, and there is something else afoot here. Rust has a special annotation called the copy trait. Okay, can place on types that are stored on the stack as integers are. Okay. A type implement, we'll talk about more traits in chapter 10. If a type implements the copy trait, variables that use it do not move, but rather are trivially copied, making them still valid after assignment to another variable. Okay. My use is more of it only requires a shallow copy equals shallow, or it requires a deep copy. Yes. Rust won't let us annotate a type with copy if the type or any of its parts has implemented the drop trait. The type needs something special to happen when the value goes out of scope and we add the copy annotation of that type. We'll get a compile time error. To learn about how to add the copy annotation to your type to implement the trait, see derivable traits in Appendix C. Maybe later. You can also see it as shallow as a subset of deep. But like they're fundamentally a different thing. That's the part that trips me up. A lot of overloaded notion for the term shallow and deep here. Right. Let's not let it confuse us too much. We're not being, well, we're kind of being a little bit confused, but like engaging with the material, like we're all gonna forever remember this conversation, right? We're gonna remember that time that on chat and on stream we got on an Excalibur together and started sketching stuff out. Okay. What types implement a copy trait? Okay. Check the documentation. Well, that sounds boring. My brain is weird. It'll probably filter this out. Well, I can't help you there. I will probably remember it forever. I might not remember what we talked about. I'll remember we had the conversation at least. Yes, you. Okay, yeah, check documentation to be sure, but as a general rule, any group of simple scalar values, see, I don't even actually know what they mean by simple scalar values. Like, technically speaking, I'm not going to worry about it. Nothing requires allocation or some form of resource can implement copy, right? So this is the part that I'm going to focus on in my understanding that I'm building here. So things like structs and stuff probably can't be copied. They must be cloned, which makes sense, right? Do you want a pointer, or do you want a shallow copy, or do you want a deep copy? Is normally like the decisions you have to make. In this case, they're saying that you just can't have a shallow copy. Okay, that's fine. Structs can be copied. Well, if they implement drop, if they have some kind of a cleanup, right? As long as they don't require anything that's on the heap inside them, yeah, that is not a copy. So if they have a string in them, then they couldn't be, right? Let's see, structs can derive copy. What if I have a string in it? I guess, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Like, you probably wouldn't, like, a copy of a struct isn't usually useful, I guess, is where my brain was immediately kind of gravitating towards. But I guess there's technically no reason, right? Yeah. We'll see if it comes up. Let's see here. For example, struct point x I32 y I32 is usually copy. Makes sense because it's integers. Let's see. Then copy is only activated if the contents of the struct also implement copy. Okay. So that seems like a good foot gun. One of those little things that'll trip you up if you're not careful. Let's see. Ownership and functions. Mechanics of passing a value to a function are similar to those when assigning a value to a variable. Passing a variable to a function will move or copy, just as assignment does. Listing 4.3 has an example of some annotation showing where variables go in and out of scope. Okay, so we have our string, s into scope, makes sense. Takes ownership, s's value moves into the function and is no longer valid here. So, the compiler will scream at you if you're trying to implement copy on a struct, but that is not the case. Okay, that's good to know. So it takes ownership, string comes into scope, we print ya, goes out of scope and drop is called, the backing memory is freed. So does that mean that S is effectively consumed by this and no longer is valid outside of here? X comes into scope. Okay, makes sense. Makes copy. Correct. Okay, good to know. Kind of weird. Good to know. X comes into scope. Yep, it goes into make copy. Because you're a simple scalar, we print you, goes into scope, nothing special happens because this is a new version. This is a copy. Kind of like with the assignment, let string 2 equals string, just that string 2 is only accessible from inside the called function. Yeah. Because I32 implements the copy trait, X does not move into the function, so it's okay to use X afterwards. Okay, yeah. X goes to the scope, then S. However, because S's value was moved, nothing special happens. Okay. We tried to use S after the call to takes ownership. Rust will throw compile time error. Okay, yeah. These static checks protect us from mistakes. Try adding code domain that uses S and X, see where you can use them and where the ownership girls prevents you from doing so. So I would, in theory, be able to pass a pointer to S here, print it, and then still use it, right? I don't like that wording, if I'm honest. Yeah, it is kind of weird. It doesn't really... S goes already out of scope after the function call. Now, it's complicated, right? Because S has been already assigned. So this is just no longer valid. Just flat out right there. And then this goes out of scope. Drop is called. This is freed up. But it's some string, and they're correctly saying some string, right? This part is the part I don't like. Nothing special happens. Like, it was already cleaned up would be a better way, I think, to if I'm correct in my understanding. But we can We can run this, but I can't edit this, can I? No, I can't. Okay, that is correct. Yeah, correct term will be moved. Yeah, yes, yeah. I believe I used that in the first case, but moved has a special connotation in this case, right? In Rust, because it effectively it has moved it to here. This is already disposed of. It's moved it to the copy. So in theory, I should be able to give it a pointer here and then still use it. Move means you no longer have access to it via the rigid binding. Yeah, I would have to return a string from this guy if I wanted to continue using it. And I could return a new string or this string, which would effectively still just be a copy. It would still be blazingly fast because it's a move or a pointer copy or a, yeah. String values can also transfer ownership. Okay, yeah, it looks like they're about to say exactly that. You could pass a pointer string, yeah, or address of string. Gives ownership, moves its return value into S1. That's actually sometimes a typical pattern you see in Rust. Okay, gotcha. Which is the borrowed version of a string. Okay, I'm sure we're about to get to borrowing here. For example, with builder methods. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That's all fine and dandy. Okay. Okay, so moves the return value into S1, right? Gives ownership right here, returns a string, so it creates this string, returns and moves out to the calling function. So it's effectively going to move this into this, which becomes that. There you see something like function set foo, mutable string my struct foo I32. Or mutable s rather, my struct, and then foo I32 returns my struct. Foo is foo, or the struct's foo is the foo. Return s, yeah. It's hard to read code when it's not formatted like code, and I know Twitch won't let you do that. The joys of chat. Okay, so and then we have a new string. Okay, cool. Into scope, takes and gives back. Oh, okay, yeah, we're going to talk about exactly what I was talking about here, where this is a string, comes into scope, and we put it into there. Boom, it moves it back like so. So that becomes S3, which has effectively the same value as here. Code in Twitch is somewhat weird. Yeah. Otter, how's it going today? How's all the everything? Let me see here. How goes the dev? Well, we're playing with some Rust today. We're playing with the Rust book. There you go. If you like this kind of nonsense, Otter also runs a lovely little co-working stream. Otter is a game dev, like a real, actual, real life game dev. And he does art things, and he's kind of just a chatty spaz, much like myself. We are very much in the same vein. Also a common place where you'd use shadowing. Okay, yeah, I can see the argument there. Of course, yeah, absolutely. Chatty mustelids. So I looked this up the other day. Mongooses aren't mustelids. They're actually more closely related to hyenas. Funny fact. I don't know if there's like if we tee up to a different different family name or not. I didn't look that far, but I was actually just like wicked curious because what? Mind blown, right? We're cousins at the very least. Can I harass him with Rust too? I don't think you should harass Otter with Rust. I think Otter would just mind explode and then go back to making pixels move because he does art things. You'd have to migrate to Twitch first. Also true. Also true. Otter has a YouTube channel. You can check out Otter Make Games over there. He's got some shorts of some of the interactions he's had with chat and some thoughts and some walk-in thoughts. And some probably some videos showing his games that he's made and the game he's working on currently. We affectionately call it Dog Game, and it's cute as all hell. Okay, so, and then we have takes and give back. Yeah. Okay, so we can transfer this ownership all over the place. Let's see. Programmers have programmer art. I have designer code, but that sounds so much more premium. Like a designer handbag means it's worth $1 gazillion, right? Designer code sounds like it's made by Gucci or something. Everybody knows programmer art is just bad. It's not Gucci, but it works. And really, at the end of the day, isn't that what matters? Does dog jump? Then it's good code. Okay. So the ownership of a variable follows the same pattern every time. Okay. I own my tech debt, right? So when a variable includes data that on the heap goes out of scope, value be cleaned up by drop unless ownership of the data has been moved. Right. Makes sense. All of that tracks with kind of what they're showing us thus far, right? While this works, taking ownership and then returning ownership with every function is a bit tedious. I would agree. That seems tedious already. What if we want to let a function use a value but not take ownership? It's quite annoying that anything we pass in also needs to be passed back if we want to use it again. Yes. Any data resulting from the body of the function that we might want to return as well. Yeah. We can return multiple values using a tuple or tuple, however you like to pronounce that. So here we got the string and the linked, and we give them both back. This is too much ceremony and a lot of work for a concept that should be common. Luckily for us, REST has a feature for using a value without transferring ownership references. Okay. Makes sense so far. I like the tuple. That's because you're German, I think. It probably sounds like more natural to you, right? Sorry about being German. No. I'm saying like the German language. I know. Ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen. I know a little bit, just a little, tiny bit. But like the U sound is tuple is more Germanic, right? Is that why you prefer it? Squirtle. Squirtable. I don't know. I don't even know what the German word for tuple would be. Gotcha. Maybe you don't. Might be subconscious though. Right? Yeah. That's what the theory I was going on was that it probably in that pronunciation sounds like more correct to you in theory. Obviously, we'll never know because you're not sure either. Okay, so we issue with a tuple code in listing for files. We had to return the string to the calling function so we can still use the string after the call to calculate length because the string is moved into it. Instead, we can provide a reference to the string value. I've also heard way more English for at least the last half of my life than I've heard German, so I don't know. Interesting thought, actually. Like as to how that would change the way your ear would prefer to hear, or not really prefer, but like what sounds more natural to you. As an American, I speak English and bad English, so I don't know. um Fred reference a string value. It's like a pointer. Okay, yeah, and that's an address you can follow to access the data stored at that address. Data is owned by some other variable. Unlike a pointer, its reference is guaranteed to point to a valid value of a particular type for the link of that reference. Okay, so I really like how they call out that this is why this isn't a pointer. It's a reference, which is unique in our thinking. We have to make the code posh. Also, a reference can never be null. Good to know. Is there? I think you said we do have pointers, right? Like a normal, regular, well, quote unquote pointer. Here's how you define and use a calculate length function that has a reference to an object as a parameter instead of taking ownership of the value. We have pointer. Oh, yeah, that's right. For FFI. Right. I remember that now. So you just basically do not use pointers in Rust, essentially, is what you're saying. Low level implementation for like vector and stuff. Gotcha. But as a Rust Randy, your day-to-day creation of Rust code, you exclusively use references and not, basically. Usually not using yeah, okay. Okay, so they're doing the same thing, but they're saying let length equal calculate length, and what is normally the address of character, in this case, a reference to potato, right? In English terms, not necessarily in Rust terms. Not often, but sometimes we may reach for smart pointers. Is that like when the salesman comes to your door and you slowly reach for the bat? Okay, and then we have access to you. We just do the slen, and it's a no return because it's Rust and it wants to be weird like that. But it does return a usize, which is a new thing we haven't talked about yet. No, we have very, very briefly mentioned that they exist. Smart pointers are like something in between manual memory management and garbage collection. Okay. I know that they're a thing that has existed for a little bit. In C++ for sure. I don't know about C. The code base I worked in was very old. Well, very old in technological terms, like in tech years, but also it was written by humans that were very old. Not in C. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. There was a lot of stuff that they didn't do or use. They were really super cool guys to work with, though. They retired literally like the year after I started there. Not even a year. It was like 6 months. It was bad timing. And their replacements sucked. Well, the concept exists, but there's no language to it. Gotcha. Okay. You also have async ones that can be sent through threads like arcmutex. Okay. These can have multiple owners. Okay. Good to know, I suppose. Each owner has ownership to one copy. Okay. Sounds complicated. As all things, Mutexi are. Not really multiple owners? Okay, we went through that basically on our own. The opposite of referencing by using address of is dereferencing, which is accomplished with the dereference operator. Okay, pretty standard. We'll see it in 8 and 15. All right, see you there, maybe. Not really multiple owners. Don't worry about it for now, but I want to. I want to worry. I live to worry. If you want to be technical, everyone just has a reference to the value that they own, not the data itself. Okay. Sounds complicated. Okay. Refers to the value but does not own it. Okay. Because the reference does not own it, the value it points to will not be dropped. Okay. Signature also says you better give me a reference. Makes sense. Pretty standard. It isn't that complicated, but think about the simple cases first. Are you calling me simple? Okay. Bum 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 bum. The value pointed to by the reference is not dropped because we don't have ownership. When functions have references as parameters instead of the actual values, we won't need to return the values in order to get back ownership because we never had ownership. Makes sense. We call the action of creating a reference borrowing. Okay, I can see it. As in real life, if a person owns something, you can borrow it from them. When you're done, you have to give it back. You don't own it. Every book I have ever loaned says that that is a lie. Well, we own the reference, but we don't own the value it's pointing to, right? Reference, yep, out of scope, cool, yeah, we're good. The scope in which the variable s is valid is the same as any function parameter scope, but the value pointed to by the reference is not dropped. Okay. Oh yeah, we just did that. Duh. What happens if we try to modify something we're borrowing? Spoiler alert, it doesn't work because we didn't borrow it as a mutable. References, references, at least the reference to string kind here, are just other scalar values that implemented the copy trait. Okay, yeah, makes sense. That's normal, right? You in Go, everything is technically copied. The difference is it a copy of the value or a copy of a pointer? Very much the same. A thing that the pedantic gophers love to throw in there and endlessly repeat, though it doesn't truly matter in most cases, and what you really just want to do is know if I have a pointer or not. The difference is that mutable references don't implement the copy trait. Oh. Since that could introduce aliasing and database. Okay. Right, but what I'm saying is that if we did want to modify it, we would need to declare this as a mutable reference, right? It's a mute, like we did over here. Mutable guess, like that. Correct, right? Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't work, and it'll tell us that it's a reference, so the data it refers to cannot be borrowed as mutable. Makes sense. You can only have one mutable borrow at a time. Well, I mean, with that attitude, sure. Fix the code, yes. To modify a borrowed value with just a few small tweaks, use instead a mutable reference. Don't. Use a mutable reference instead. Keep your language simple. People are illiterate now. We can fix the code from Lisp4.6. Okay, yeah. They're about to do exactly what I was just saying. Yeah, just like that. It's a mutable reference. And then we can muck about and add world to you. Note that we also need to declare the S as mutable with let mute if you want to use. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. How could you get a mutable reference to an immutable thing, right? Makes perfect sense. Now, we did you, we talked about you. This makes it very clear that the change function will mutate the value it borrows. I mean, is it going to tell me if I've given an immutable reference and not mutated it? It better complain. Otherwise, it's not very clear. It's potentially very clear. Mutable references have one big restriction. If you have a mutable reference to value, you can have no other references to that value. Okay, yeah, like y'all were saying, that makes sense. One thing can borrow, like, well, I guess they didn't say that, but it makes conceptual sense, right? So here, first mutable borrow occurs here, and second there. Okay. Clippy actually checks. Good. The technical term for this is AXM, aliasing exclusive or mutability. Only one can be true at a time. Okay, let's see. Says we can codes are valid because we cannot borrow S as mutable more than once. Makes sense. The thing that they're dropping on us and not talking about is that you can get a mutable reference just like willy-nilly. I don't know that you care to ever really. That doesn't make sense, but it's a thing you can do. Things to notice, I guess. A restriction preventing mutable references to the same data at the same time allows for mutation, but in a very controlled fashion. Okay, yes. Something that new restations struggle with because most languages let you mutate whatever you'd like. Yes. Okay. Benefit is you can prevent data races at compile time. Sure. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I know what a data race is. We're good. One thing you can do, you can downgrade a mute foo to a mutable foo reference to a mutable foo, but underneath, or just to a foo reference, but underneath the hood, it is still a mutable reference. So even after the downgrade, there could only be one reference. Okay. Kind of weird. As always, we can use curly brackets to create a new scope, allowing for multiple mutable references, just not simultaneous ones. Okay, makes sense. So this comes in and goes out, and then yeah. Rust enforces a similar rule for combining mutable and immutable references. This code results in an error. So we can get multiple references, but we can't have a reference and a mutable reference at the same time, which makes sense. It's also borrowed as immutable. Users of an immutable reference don't expect the value to suddenly change out from under them. Yeah, makes sense, right? Multiple immutable references are allowed because no one who is just reading the data has the ability to affect anyone else's reading of the data. Makes sense, too. References scope starts from where it is introduced and continues to the last time that reference is used. Scope will compile because the last usage of the immutable references is in the print line before the mutable reference is introduced. Or immutable, rather. So we can print that, that's fine, and then we can grab a mutable. And because this is borrowed as a reference, we're fine. It is useful, for example, in the following case, if you have a function that gets the length of a mutable, or sorry, no, a reference to my struct, ensure length is a mutable reference to my struct, and if you are the length of a reference to the dereferenced string that you're getting, or the struct you're getting, okay, downgrade happens here. Yeah. So you're creating an immutable reference of the thing that you've borrowed so that you can do read-only operations on it, basically, is what you're saying. And then still within the scope of the ensure length function here, you only have one reference in there. Okay, so yeah, there's that. Scopes of immutable reference R1 and R2 end after the print line. Their last use, which is before the mutable reference R3 is yeah, we just did that, sorry. Even though borrowing errors may be frustrating at times, I mean, not really. I don't understand this hedging that they're doing here. Like, Rust has opinions and rules that you must follow. All languages are like that. I don't know if frustrating is the word. You just need to understand what you're doing. Remember this, the Rust compiler putting out a potential bug early at compile time rather than runtime and showing you exactly where the problem is. Okay, then you don't have to track why your data isn't what you thought it was. Okay, yeah, fair play, right? Let's see. Otherwise, you would always need two versions, even of read-only functions, one that take a normal reference and ones that take a mutable reference. Yeah, that'd be very impractical. What, you don't want function overloading where they're exactly the same except for the different parameters and then they return and you don't know which one is which and which code is getting executed and it's just a mess? Looking at you, C#. Okay, so dangling references. In languages, pointers is easy to erroneously create a dangling pointer. References a location memory that may have been given to someone else. Okay. Freeing some memory while preserving a pointer. Yep. Compiler guarantees that references will never be dangling references. If you have a reference to some data, the compiler will ensure that the data will not go out of scope before the reference to the data does. Okay. Try to create a dangling reference to see how Rust prevents it with a compile time error. So we have a reference to nothing. Let it dangle. Which in here, we have our S. We return a reference to him. Nothing does anything. Makes sense. Expected named lifetime parameter. Return contains a borrowed value. Wait, hang on. Borrowed value. I guess because it's borrowing it from here, technically. The actual, yeah. Expected to name lifetime parameter, right? I follow that. Return an owned value. They're saying you don't return a reference, return the error thing. Missing lifetime specifier. Oh, okay, I see. I see what you're saying. Our message refers to a feature we haven't covered yet, lifetimes. We'll discuss lifetimes in detail in chapter 10. Okay. Message contains the key to why this code is a problem. Contains a borrowed value, but there's no value for it to be borrowed from. Makes sense to my brain. Um, I'm pretty sure we're good. I think I got you. So this needs to return the string directly instead of a reference. Makes sense, right? Okay. Slices. Which you reference a contiguous sequence of elements in a collection. Slice the kind of reference that does not have ownership. Okay. Write a function that takes a string of words separated by spaces and returns the first word it finds in that string. The function doesn't find a space in the string. The whole string must be one word. So the entire string should be returned. Okay. Write through the signature, write signature function without using slice to understand the problems that slices will solve. Okay. First word has a parameter type string. Yep. Reference to string, rather. We don't need ownership, so this is fine. In idiomatic Rust, functions do not take ownership of their arguments unless they need to. Okay. What should we return? Don't really have a way to talk about a part of a string. Okay, yeah. Could return the index at the end of the word indicated by space. Okay. So you can do string slicing, basically. Element check whether values of space will convert our string to an array of bytes using the asBytes method. Okay. We create an iterator. Okay. I'm continually annoyed by this. Here's the thing, we'll talk about it later. Here's the thing, we'll talk about it later. Here's the thing, we'll talk about it later. It just feels weird. I don't like it. For now, know that iterator is a method that returns each element in a collection. Okay, and the enumerate wraps the result of iter and returns each element as part of a tuple instead. Okay. The first element of the tuple is returned from enumerate. Is the index, and the second element is a reference to the element. Bit more convenient in calculating the index ourselves. And we have index and we have items, so you can go through an and get an index loop essentially. Because the enumerate method. Oh yeah. Or no, this is where we're at. The topics are kind of circularly dependent, so it's difficult to order them in a way that doesn't have references to the future. I think the thing that I would like from the Rust book thus far, and maybe this is why people keep saying rustlings, without being able to tell me and express to me like what is the difference and what is the value add of rustlings, is that this doesn't take the method of explain, arm you with the tools, tell you to write some code, right? For me, this is fine because I don't think I would gain a ton from writing this out. This was good to get through some of this, but like I follow well enough what's going on here, but I'm also not new, right? And maybe that's where that comes in. And you kind of just feel a little bit like it's continually like just delayed. Like if you don't have any experience at all with these iterators, then this is probably much less digestible to you, right? Restlings is part along it to write the code, as I said, it's meant to be consumed together, right? but I'm speaking as like a former consumer of tutorials and a one-time creator of tutorials. I think that the more effective way to teach this material would be to integrate the two and say, or just to say, look, just go do wrestlings, and that's the whole thing you need to do. Don't bother with the book unless you've already written a lot of code, right? Which would be like a valid sort of answer, I think, you know. I think it's more, in my experience, it's more valuable to arm people with tools and then say, okay, this is a hammer. It installs nails. This is a saw. It makes boards shorter. Go make me a board that's shorter and nail it to another board. And then they can kind of figure it out and bump their shins against things, and right? Like, this, to somebody who hasn't done a lot of coding, is almost meaningless. And then, well, chapter 13, that's forever. And if I go here now, I'm probably going to be really lost. It's just, it's kind of like a weird, like we've gone from explaining how a variable you assign a variable, which is like, you know, basic, to, like, here's this thing, don't worry about it. And I, as an educational fixture, I don't like it. That is kind of the approach that wrestling takes. Right. Okay. So going back to what I said, like, pick a lane and tailor the content, I think, is the feedback that I would in general give. And funnel people to the correct places. Or like have it stopped in here and say, okay, cool. Like up here, here's this thing. We're going to talk about what we're going to do. Go do this wrestlings thing. Come back here and read more if you like it, right? Wrestlings is more try stuff and see what works, right? And it's like, it's a thing that maybe I'll get to, maybe not. Like, we're already so far behind what I sort of expected to be with this book, just because we've had lots of great chats, and that's fine. Like, so super fine. I would rather have chats than not, right? Because they've been good educational quality chats. So we'll see. My patience for priming the pump is not infinite. Let's see. It's just really hard to explain these things sequentially because they all kind of had to click at the same time. Right. Not really, though. Like, I think you can figure out better ways to do the explanation part of this, right? Is my suspicion. It's just like teaching is hard, right? And I make no claims to being the teaching expert. All I have to draw from is my experiences as being taught and as attempting to teach. And the feedback I have gotten from my approach is positive, so I have that to go on too, but that's about it. It's very much dependent on what kind of person you are. For some, this top-down approach works really well. Also true, right? For others, they prefer more of a bottom-up approach. Anywho, for now, yeah, the method returns each element. Yeah, okay, we got through there. Because it returns a tuple, we can use patterns to destructure that tuple. Okay, patterns more in chapter 6. In the for loop, we specify a pattern that has I for the index in the tuple and a reference to an item for the single byte in the tuple. Because we got a reference to the element from iter enumerate, we use a reference in the pattern. Okay, makes sense. Iterate gave us a reference, we consume that. Inside the for loop, search for the byte that represents the space by using the byte literal. Okay, good to know there. Syntax, if we find a space, we return the position, otherwise we return the length of the string by using the length. Okay. We now have a way to find out the index of the end of the first word in the string, but there's a problem when returning a usize on its own, or we're returning a usize on its own. but it's only a meaningful number in the context of the reference to the string. Okay, sure. In other words, because it's a separate value from the string, there's no guarantee that it will still be valid in the future. Okay. Consider the program that uses the first word. Empties the string, making it equal. Yeah, okay. This program compiles without any errors and would also do so if we used word after calling clear. Because word isn't connected to the state of S at all. Right, yes. Word still contains the value 5. We can still use value 5 with the variable S, and then we out of bounds. Be problems. To try to extract the first word out, this would be a huge this would be a bug because of the contents of S have changed since we saved 5 in word. Having to worry about the index getting out of sync is tedious and error prone. Yep, okay. Managing these indices is even more brittle if we write a second word function. Okay, yeah. Because we started tracking a starting and ending index. We have more values. Okay, yeah. Slices. Reference to a contiguous sequence of the elements of a string. Looks like this. Okay. 0 through 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Non-inclusive. We omit the space. 6 to 11. There we go. Rather than a reference to the entire string, hello is a reference to a portion of the string. Yep. Create slices using a range, square brackets, pretty common. Start and end. Corresponds to ending minus starting. Wait, hang on. Internally, the slice data structure stores the starting position and the length of the slice. Okay, yep. Which corresponds to ending index minus starting index. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. So in the case of this, there will be a slice that contains a pointer to the byte at index 6 of S with a length value of 5. Okay. Like so. Okay. You want to start at index 0, you can drop the value before the 2 periods. In other words, these are equal. Okay. Good to know. Pretty common. If it includes the last bytes, we can drop the trailing. Cool. Love it. Drop both values, take the slice of the entire string. Oh, okay. Interesting. String slice range indices must occur at valid UTF-8 character boundaries. Okay, makes sense. So instead of that, we're going to return a slice now. Type that signifies string slice is written as stir. Okay, a reference to stir. So then we go from 0 to I. Okay. But this returning a reference this might be okay because this is a reference, so it won't be out of scope. I think, maybe. Let's find out. Otherwise, we return the whole thing right there. Okay. Okay. When we find a space, we return a string slice using the start of the string index. Okay. It's fine since the data it points to comes from outside the function. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because this is a reference as well. So something else actually owns you. Single value is tied to underlying data. Hit up a reference. Returning a slice will also work for a second word. Yeah. Much harder to mess up because the compiler will ensure that the references into the string remain valid. Okay. When we got the index to the end of the first word, but then cleared the string, so our index was invalid. The code was logically correct, didn't show any meaning errors. Would show up later if we kept trying to use this first word index with an emptied string. Slices make this bug impossible and let us know much sooner that we have a problem with our code. There's a slice version of our first word, throw a compile time error, because we can't clear because somebody else is borrowing you. Can I borrow S as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable? Yes. Yes is the answer. What's going on here? Hang on. I'm blowing up. That all could wait. We're gonna finish this structure, this section. Gosh darn it. Okay. Recall from the borrowing rules, we have immutable reference to something. We cannot also take immutable reference, which clear would need. Makes sense. Certain line after the call to clear uses the reference in word, so immutable reference must still be active at that point, which disallows it. Okay. String literals as slices. Okay. Now we know slices we can properly understand string literals. Okay. Type of S here is a reference to a string. So slice pointing to that specific point of the binary. Okay. Also, why string literals are immutable, it's an immutable reference. Okay. Knowing that you can take slices of literals and string values leads us to one more improvement on first word, and that's its signature. A more experienced station would write the string or the signature shown in listing 49 because it allows us to use the same function on both string values and references to string and references to string slices. If we have a string slice, we can pass that directly. If we have a string, we can pass a slice of the string or a reference to the string. This flexibility takes advantage of deref coercions, which we'll talk about later. Defining a function to take a string slice instead of a reference to a string makes our API more general and useful without losing any functionality. So we have our string. And then I would have to just, I mean, you got to slice it here anyway. References to strings. Oh, because a reference is the same. Okay. As whole slices. So then you can do that. Okay, I see. This is weird though, because this says to me, according to their rules earlier, this is saying that something is going to mutate. No, it's not. It's not immutable. It's just a reference. My misunderstanding. The Rust compiler can basically coerce a reference to a string to a reference to a string slice. Okay, makes sense. I was getting my mutes and my references mixed up. But yeah, no, I follow. And then we have our hello world here. So we've got a new literal, and we can do the same things with it. Okay. They are string slices already. We're good. String slices, as you might imagine, are specific to strings. A more general slice type 2. So we have an array, and we can slice an array in the same way. Okay. The first version wouldn't have worked with the first hello world, since remember, string literals are string slices. So the first version here. Right. Because it's not a reference to a string. It's a reference to a slice, basically. And you can't convert a reference to a string into a reference to a string. Well, not with that attitude, you can't. Okay. So, concept of ownership, borrowing slices, ensure memory safety in Rust programs at compile time. Rust language gives you control of your memory usage in the same way as other systems. Yeah. Owner of data automatically clean up that data when the owner goes out of scope. Write and debug extra code. Sure. Ownership affects how lots of other parts of Rust work. Makes sense. So we'll talk about it's going to have a big impact on your architecture, right? Clearly, makes sense. Might want to take a look at my drawing from earlier. Why would I want to do that? Yeah, okay. So we'll just bookmark that because that's where we were. Basically a nice picture of all these concepts. Like I don't need the picture though. Like I understand what's going on. Like I'm very familiar with reasonably familiar with slicing and stuff because that's how Go works, like almost exclusively. Like you can have fixed length arrays in Go, but they're mostly like with Rust, like they said earlier, mostly you're going to use vectors unless you happen to know the exact length of anything. That's how slices and arrays work in Go. All of that makes like perfect sense. Now you can start your coding about game engine stream. I could do that, but I think what I actually want to do is play some video games. And I think I need to go and get a beverage. And this heat has me really just not that excited about lunch, which is long past now anyway. So I'm gonna go use the restroom and get like 2 beverages. And I want to go to sleep, so I think that's good timing. Fantastic. I'm gonna get like 2 beverages so that I have one on deck here. Holy moly, with a stream, right? It was a long day and it's gonna stay longer. Because I'm gonna stream. I took some of the profits because there was a Steam sale. I took some of the profits of streaming for the past year and a half and bought Space Marine 2 and Dune also. Any plan when you want to continue this tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time in the US. That's when I'll be back and we're going to continue Rust booking and see where that leads us. I don't know. My enthusiasm for the Rust book is waning. CDT, yes. But my enthusiasm is waning because I'm more of a hands-on guy. So we'll power through some more of it and see if we can extract some more good insights. And then we'll kind of probably think about like something simple that we can try to start building and start bouncing our shins off of those sharp edges that I was talking about. So that's what we're gonna do. The Twitch stream will continue. The YouTube channel, because this is not a coding nerdy sort of content that we're going to be switching to. I will try out my new channel that I set up like a long time ago when I asked about if people wanted to hang out for games or not. Can I do this? Can I perhaps, I think I can, without completely screwing everything up. I'll drop a link here for YouTube folks. You can have a link as well, Twitch. I haven't used it yet, so hopefully everything works. And if not, we'll just do Twitch only. But like I said, I'm gonna go grab a beverage, probably open another window, and use the restroom. I'll try to attend. I got dinner. I gotta get dinner though. It's 1 a.m. over here. You should eat dinner and go to sleep. If it's 1 a.m., my friend. You can always come back and watch the VOD of the Space Marine shenanigans. I think that's what we're going to start with for tonight, and we'll see where we get to. But if you are only here for the coding shenanigans, no problem. I totally understand. Like I was saying, normally I do this for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on today and ending on Monday. Obviously, today we went very, very long. But tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time, CDT, because it's daylight time currently, I will be here doing more of the coding shenanigans, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway, or weekend, I guess, coming up. And I'll catch you some other time when I do some nerdy stuff. All right. So look for that other channel to go live and on YouTube. Twitch will be here. I'll change my category and stuff as soon as I get back. But yeah, let me try to juggle this, and we'll see. We're just going to do it live. Theoretically, I can. Okay, bye, YouTube.